You're in Braves country. You're in Braves country.
Good afternoon, Braves country. Happy 4th of July. And I know a lot of y'all won't catch this live, but that's okay. Hope you're enjoying your 4th of July festivities. And the Braves are set to take on, as I get this goofy look, all my goofy hat set on my head and my USA glasses. That's right, America, baby. We are about to take on the Orioles. And straighten up the screen for y'all. It has not been an easy ride, Braves fans. No one can say that we're made of glass. I can tell you that right now, man. My God. Good to see you, Razor Quack. Atlanta Braves are going to take on a 3-game series and at home against Baltimore, one of the worst teams in baseball. That doesn't necessarily give me a lot of hope anyways on how this team's going to perform. Now, first things first, tonight's game, it looks like we're going to get good weather. So shouldn't be anything fooling with that. It's going to be about 90 degrees at first pitch. The wind's going to be blowing out to right, about 6 miles an hour. And if we want to fast forward to tomorrow, what they're expecting tomorrow, once again, pretty much clear skies with a 10-mile-an-hour wind blowing out to right. And Sunday, they are projecting, remember, Sunday is an early game. It's 11:35. But they're expecting sunny skies again, a little cooler at 83 degrees if you're planning on going out there. Should actually be really good weather. You're talking about 83 degrees at first pitch and about a 10-mile-an-hour wind. So that's the bare minimums there. Good to see you, Razor Quack, and my man, Nathaniel Brooks. Happy 4th of July to everybody. And you got to bear with me because I can barely see out of these glasses. But I always do this when we do a 4th of July kind of celebration show. So I always wear the this pullover and these glasses that I can barely see out of, and there we go. So, first things first, let's talk about the series from yesterday. It was pathetic outing by that offense once again, and I don't know if there's anything that can be done at this point. I think that they did not necessarily build the roster the right way, but also I just think honestly it has got to be the mentality and the game planning that's going on with these batters. We do not have a bunch of guys that are untalented, right? We've got guys that can hit, but the only ones who are really hitting the ball consistently are probably the two most talented batters in all of our franchise, which are Acuna and Olsen. But you're talking about even guys like Austin Riley. There's no real injury on why he's kind of having a blah year. It's not terrible. He's still on pace to hit around a little over 20 home runs and bat around 270, 280. And that's okay, but it's not okay for Riley. You know, you've got other guys in the line. Ozzie Albies, forget about it. Michael Harris, forget about it. They've been so bad, you can't even defend anything that they're doing. But we've gotten decent output by our catchers. But honestly, I believe that Drake Baldwin is a natural, and I think I don't think a hitting coach can destroy a Drake Baldwin, but a hitting coach can destroy some of the other batters we have on their team. We'll see how Jurickson Profar pans out, but it's got to be more than anything else their approach at the plate. Yeah, Charlie Morton on the mound today. Who is that? JP. But with a 5.6 ERA, he'll go in and he'll probably shove 6 scoreless innings and strike out 10. I mean, if you're playing fantasy today, he wouldn't be a bad streaming option. Let's be honest. But if you look at the actual pitching matchups, the Braves, it's kind of a push on Sunday. We've gotten to Rogers before when he was with Miami. Fuentes has looked flashes of good, but he's a rookie. I can't expect the moon and stars from him. He's your Sunday matchup. Tonight it's Strider versus Morton. This seems like a layup, an absolute win. But we haven't scored runs, so who the hell knows? And then tomorrow it's going to be a bullpen game is what it looks like, is what they've been talking about versus Kramer. Dean Kramer gives up a lot of runs. Charlie Morton gives up a lot of runs. But that doesn't mean that the Braves are going to be able to take advantage of it. That doesn't mean that the Braves are going to go out there and be able to score at will on this pitching staff of the Baltimore Orioles that has them. I mean, right now they're one of the worst teams in baseball. They are, let me see what their actual record is. I know they're 12 under, 37-49. Problem is, we're only 2 games above that. We're 39-47. We have a .453 winning percentage. I did the math earlier today because people were talking about it on X, and I realized that one of the guys' numbers were wildly wrong. But for the Atlanta Braves to get to 500 this year, and we're just talking about 500. I don't think 500 is going to make the playoffs. I really don't. Not in the National League this year. I think you're going to have to be a touch above it. I don't know if you're going to have 90, but you're definitely going to have 500 or better. For us to go 500, we would have to go 42-34 the rest of the way. That's 8 games above. And that's just to get you to 500. I don't even know if that gets you in the playoffs. It probably doesn't. So let's say we want to say that we want to go 5 games better than that. So 86 wins. And we'll just leave it at that. We'd have to win 47 games and only lose 29. You see this team going 47-29? I don't. Not the way they're currently constructed. And it's not helping the fact that our pitching staff is absolutely tanked. They are injured. They are crawling to the All-Star break. if for anyone that thinks that this is what they had envisioned, that this was going to be a complete reset year, we are hosting the MLB All-Star Game. This is supposed to be a celebration of the city of Atlanta and the Braves organization. And instead, we're going to come in limping at the All-Star break. And Anthopoulos is saying all the right things when he's being interviewed on the local radios and whatnot. But let's be honest. He's just saying that to get people to come to the ballpark. And then after the All-Star break, we'll see where they are. But when we get to the trading deadline at the end of July, and we will have a trading deadline show for y'all, by the way. It'll come on right before the first pitch of that game. I want to say we're playing, I don't have it in front of me, but I want to say that we're playing Milwaukee that day. I might be off by a step or two on that. But let me pull it up real quick. That day of the trading deadline show, we'll come on the air a couple hours before the actual game itself, and we will, let me see, have it in front of me here. Here we go. Well, I've got that wrong in some realm of possibility. I'm not sure. Let me double check the MLB trading deadline, because they didn't have that as the time frame. And not that it really matters today, but I'm just curious. See, the MLB trading deadline, that's what I thought it was. It's July 31st. So I don't know if they've moved that back an hour or what. But anyways, we'll come on at least an hour or so before first pitch. It's the 31st, and that's going to be a Thursday, and we're in Cincinnati that day. And so that game, the trading deadline actually stops at 6 p.m. Eastern. We'll probably come on a little before that because you'll start getting reactions. But at that trading deadline, you might see the Braves do a sell that we don't see coming. I do believe if they can sell Marcell Ozuna, he's going to leave because they only have a few months left to control. And what is he really bringing to the table anyways? You might as well, if you can get something out of him, you might as well, and maybe have Drake DH the rest of the way and develop him more as a batter on the major league level, right? And I wouldn't hate that idea at all. But I don't think we're going to get what we think we're going to get from Marcell Ozuna. I mean, Marcell Ozuna's got 11 home runs, and we're already way past the halfway mark of the season. So we're talking about a guy who's going to hit about 20, and I do believe his injury is going to be a problem. And a team making a trade for him, aren't they going to want to check him out and see where he is and pass a physical and all that stuff? So can he be traded? What little idea that people were putting in the pot that Chris Sale would get traded at the deadline, I think you got to put that out to pasture because, first of all, we still have another year of control in Chris Sale. And you can restart this team in the offseason and come spring training of 2026, we should have a healthy and very elite starting staff because you still got control on Grant Holmes, who's been phenomenal. As a guy who's expected to be our number 5 starter, he is every bit of two or three on most guys. He's our 2 now, but when you look at 2026 and you're going to have Chris Sale for at least one more year, and he may even sign an extension in the offseason. You never know. You're going to have Spencer Strider, Schwellenbach, and then Grant Holmes. That's a pretty formidable top 4, and you would hope that by next year Raylo will be in the mix too. So that's a hell of a starting staff, and that's why people keep talking about the Braves doing this mass selling. We even saw the idiots on MLB Network, Carlos Pena, who has no idea what the hell he's talking about ever, talking about trading Ronald Acuna Jr. You still have 3.5 years left to control Ronald Acuna Jr. And this isn't a terrible roster. And I would bet dollars to donuts that whoever walks in that door as the manager of the Atlanta Braves in 2026 is going to get a hell of a lot more out of his team than what Snicker has the last couple of years. I guarantee that. There's no way anybody can do worse. I didn't get the audio. We had a technical difficulty last night. But last night, Brian Snicker was asked if there was anything that could be done. Here's the quote. Brian Snicker, when asked what he is going to do to keep the morale up, we're not even talking about improving the offense, because obviously he doesn't know what the hell he's doing with that. Keep the morale up. He said, "There's nothing I can do." That's a quote. There's nothing I can do. Now, he added that there's nothing he sees showing him that the morale is low, but it can't be high when you're losing these games. You barely scraped out a run last night against, let's be honest, a below average Los Angeles Angels team. The LA Angels, by the end of the season, they've played pretty well to start the year. But you look at that roster and how bad that bullpen is, et cetera, they won't be at 500. And they came into your house and took 2 of 3. And it really had nothing to do other than the fact that we underperformed. By the way, anybody that keeps saying we need to trade for Mike Soroka, I keep seeing those nonsensical comments. He's getting slapped around by the Red Sox right now. So, nothing I can do is what he says. And I'm trying not to be all Debbie Downer here today, because it is the 4th of July, and I want everyone to enjoy the festivities. Programming note, we will have the 3D up. We're going to come on really early. We've got a pre-recorded show. I think it's like over 7 hours of a little bit of Salute to Service and a little bit of Once Upon a Pastime. We kind of mixed it up and taped it all together. So we're going to come on pretty early today, probably around 4. We'll do the audio replay of this show, and then we'll do the full. Like I said, I know it's over 7.5 hours because I put it together last night. So, and we've got some fun topics. We got baseball is the best. Talk about the Bobby Cox Braves, and some fun shows mixed in with the Once Upon a Pastime, where we do the Salute to Service, where we're talking about all the men that have played Major League Baseball and have served. But we didn't want to do the exact same one that we did on Memorial Day, so this is why we're mixing up a little bit, try to give you a little bit of different flavor. By next year, we've got some other things that we're going to work on in the off season that'll play into this as well. But here's something else that somebody tweeted out. Was it last night? Yeah. So on May 25th, the Toronto Blue Jays had just lost 13 to nothing, and they were 2 games under 500 and were 4th place in the American League East. Today, the Blue Jays finished a 4-game sweep of the Yankees. They're 49-38 and took over first place in the AL East. And one of the guys said, this is what the Braves keep telling themselves: there's just no way in hell. And I would kill to be 2 games under 500 and get beat 13 to nothing right now. Are you kidding me? Because there's nothing showing that the Atlanta Braves, the biggest thing with the Toronto team and their turnaround, yes, they've gotten pretty good starting pitching, but their offense has taken off. But they have an offense, and it seems like they have a game plan. We don't have a game plan. We're just out there throwing darts at the wall. And we go into this series. I mean, honestly, it feels like we got to sweep them. And I never say that about a Major League Baseball series. It's almost foolish to think that you're going to sweep. But I do feel like that's where we're at. I feel like that the Major League Baseball series coming into this 3-game series in Atlanta, not sweeping, not winning, but not sweeping the Baltimore Orioles is going to feel like a dud. But this team has played so poorly, how can you expect to sweep? And you're seeing little flares of possibilities of guys going out and shoving and having some hope when you see what Jurickson Profar has done the last 2 nights, hitting 2 home runs. But the one last night, let's be honest, that was they were putting in a guy, they basically were putting in the Rafael Montero, a guy that they hoped could get through a 5-0 1-inning slam the door, and he left one up, and Profar slammed it out of the building. Now, I do think Profar adds something to this offense, but I also think, and we don't know the lineup yet, so if it changes, take it with a grain of salt. We're doing this at noon Eastern. But why the hell isn't Profar higher up in the lineup? It's the day in and day out dumbassery that we have to deal with as fans that's driving us nuts. Why isn't Profar up higher in the lineup so you have to see him more times? Jurickson Profar, with his speed, and he's always been a pretty good batter, but last year he was phenomenal. I get it, he got busted with PEDs. According to him, he didn't know what he was taking, and according to him, he passed several PED tests last year. And so because he passed them, was he taking them last year? I don't know. Was this something that he took in the offseason to help with strength and recovery and didn't realize? Now, he took full ownership of it, and he said, look, I got to know what's going on in my body. I can't just sit here and tell you I didn't know and that's it. But if we're going to get some resemblance of what Profar was last year, he was a 24 home run hitter, and he hit for a decent average. And I've been saying it for weeks now, but when he came back, I would have Profar in the number 2 spot, Olsen at 3, Riley at 4, and so on and so forth. I'm still not putting Ozzie Albies above Drake Baldwin or Sean Murphy. I don't care what the matchup is, what Ozzie Albies used to do against some pitcher that's coming up there. This is not the same Ozzie Albies. He is in a season-long slump, a career-threatening slump, because if he doesn't pull it together by the end of the season, they may start looking elsewhere for second base. I don't know that they will. I don't feel like they will, and it's mainly because if you look at Ozzie Albies' contract, it's very controllable over the next 3 years, and for a second baseman, you know what you're going to get. He's a clubhouse leader, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to be really, really difficult to get the same kind of production unless you're trading Ozzie Albies to bolster maybe like the shortstop position, and then you try to find something, maybe a Nacho Alvarez down on the farm to play second base. But it's just, to me, I don't think they're going to trade him because he's one of their guys. That's the way they've run this, and they're still trying to lure Ronald Acuna Jr. into wanting to sign an extension, and you know that that's like his big brother. I mean, he looks up to Ozzie. I don't know why, because offensively they're not even in the same universe. But Ozzie seems like he's a great guy. I love Ozzie. He's one of my favorite players as a person, but absorbing him in the lineup, they had him batting, what was it, 6th last night, above Sean Murphy. That's asinine. And I'm sorry, but there should no longer be the reasoning of we got to have Michael Harris in the lineup because of his glove. Eli White plays a pretty good glove in center field. Do I think he's as good as Harris? No. But I think he's very comparable to most center fielders in Major League Baseball. And you've got to start giving Harris more than just a couple of days off and then put him right back in the order, and he's not doing a damn thing. And he's got the same bad habits. And his swing looks exactly the same where he's trying to uppercut everything. they've got to start straight platooning him. And I mean every other day. And maybe that'll snap him out of it. I still haven't given up on Michael Harris long term. I still think he's got the talent. But he's got to start having the drive to improve himself. And maybe some of that is sitting on the bench going, this is big BS. Why the hell am I sitting behind Eli White? Why am I being benched today and Stuart Fairchild's out there? There's got to be there's got to be an awakening on him. And he's still a young man, but he's got to look in the mirror one day and go, this is BS. And I'm ruining my legacy by barely hitting above the Mendoza line. And what does he have? 6 home runs, same as Ozzie? I mean, they're pretty much interchangeable. So the idea that Sean Murphy or Drake Baldwin should ever be below, and I know when they put Baldwin in, they tend to put Ozzie below him. But who gives a crap? It should always be Acuna, Profar. Profar also profiles as a perfect number 2 hitter. Number 2 hitters are supposed to move guys along if they're on base. That's not what you want out of Matt Olson. You want him driving guys in. Then Matt Olson. Then we go with Riley. And then until there's some kind of a trade made, you got to go Ozuna above Murphy. I could make a strong case that when there's a right-hander on the mound, Drake Baldwin should be above Marcell Ozuna. I'm still not there with Murphy because he does still strike out quite a bit, and he does take hacks at pitches that are off the. One thing about Ozuna, though, is power seems to be missing because of the injury. He still gives you professional at-bats. He works the count. He gets on base. So I'm fine with having Ozuna down to the 5 spot. And then after that, Ozuna down to the 4 spot, I guess. What do we have here? We have Profar at 2, Riley at 3, Ozuna at 4. At 5, I'm putting the catcher. I'm sorry, at 6, I'm putting the catcher. 5 is Ozuna. 4 is Riley. 3 is Icehouse. Sorry, I'm trying to read these through shades. And then after that, it doesn't realistically matter where you put the difference between Harris and Ozzie. I'd still put Ozzie above Harris. And on days that we have a left-hander, I'm still probably putting Ozzie above an Eli White if they platoon him in. It just makes a lot of sense. And then, of course, Nick Allen, there's nothing you can do about him at the bottom of the order. I mean, he's great defensively, and he works counts, and I do believe that he gives us our best option at shortstop right now, but that's neither here nor there. That's kind of my rant on what's going on with this team. As far as this series, like I said, Strider versus Morton tonight, 4th of July, this feels like this ought to be a win. Once again, we'll have the feed up tonight, but once again, somehow Charlie's missed the memo. No play-by-play. It's too loud with the fireworks. We'd never get you just wouldn't hear a damn thing but fireworks and dogs barking. So it is what it is. But we gladly take the 4th of July off to celebrate our nation's birthday as we should. I don't think we should be doing games on the 4th of July or on Memorial Day. It's at that point it's time to step aside, but I still want y'all to be able to, celebrate. And I'll be in the chat. I'll be in there hooping and hollering and hopefully celebrating a win. And then we're back to normal tomorrow. Tonight, I mean, Charlie Morton on the mound, this seems like a guy that Matt Olson would tear up, so that's why I'm going to go to click. I'm going to take the Braves to win this one. I mean, they ought to put some runs on the board. We ought to see some real fireworks. Give me the Braves to win this one. Strider on the mound. I'm not going to go overboard. Let's say 6-2. 6-2. I take a solid 6-2 win on that. The bullpen game tomorrow, it'll be interesting to see how they approach that. There'll probably be a move or two made over the weekend, not just tonight, but after we get through today's game, see how much usage they use. They'll probably go grab someone to help them out, and I'm sure they've already laid it out. If you wonder why they don't tell you what they're going to do, they can't, because legally the player is working for the Gwinnett Stripers or the AA or the single A team, but until they purchase their contract, as they call it, and they have the rights to that contract, you can't say so-and-so is pitching on Saturday. That's why, like last night, if you saw it, the starting pitcher, Evans, that came up for the Mariners, pitched pretty well. They couldn't announce him as the starter until about 3 hours before game time. So everybody thought Brian Wu was pitching, et cetera, but you knew he wasn't, just because if you go into the sports books, it tells you who's really going to pitch. So they could bring a Hurston Waldrop up. They could bring a number of guys up. But in all likelihood, they're going to do some kind of a bullpen game. And you've got some guys that can go and pitch a couple innings here and there. I mean, you've got the Austin Cox that we saw last night. You'd think that if they're planning on using him, if they don't send him down, that they would have him rest today and get ready for pretty good usage tomorrow. By the way, once again, anybody who's talking about getting Mike Soroka in a freaking trade, they've already pulled him. He didn't make it through the fifth inning, and the Red Sox are absolutely, 8-0 in the fifth? So just stop it with why is it every Braves fan wants to turn back the clock and bring back a guy who was good 7 years ago? That's the last time that Mike Soroka was good. It was 2019. 2020, he ripped his Achilles at the very beginning of the bubble season, and that's it. But people want to keep doing this. They do it with all the players. They go get Eddie Rosario. He sucks. He sucked for a while. Go get Soler. We saw what Soler was. He was a non-factor in the series. I mean, every Braves fan, every single time that we talk about making moves, there's never bring in some young talent, let's develop them. It's let's go get this geezer who's about to file his retirement papers, but because he wore a Braves jersey at some point, we'll go ahead and put him in there. The one caveat I'll put on that is Craig Kimbrell, he was not worse than some of the other guys that they kicked to the curb, and why the hell do you sign him not to use him? That one was just the dumbest thing we've got. But I'll put a wrap on this. I want y'all to go enjoy your 4th of July, and I'll see y'all in the chat tonight, and we should have some fun. Hopefully Spencer Strider kicks and deals, and I don't know what his over-under on his strikeout, but I would take the over because these Orioles have not seen much of him. So I'd say it'll be pretty high. As long as it's not like 9.5, 8.5, I'd probably go with it. I think 8 is very gettable, but you wonder how long they'll push him. If you saw what Schwellenbach said, he felt like the reason why he cracked his elbows because he was going for higher velocity. So take that for what it's worth. Y'all have a great one. Happy 4th of July. Go Braves. Go America, baby. Go USA. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball's Salute to Service Special, a compilation from our Armchair Quarterback radio show, which aired for 8 years on CBS Sports affiliates before changing to Braves Country. It's a compilation of shows that are going over some of our more famous athletes who served our country as well. Thank you for your service. Hope y'all enjoy from Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, Days Gone By.
Armchair.
10 years ago, a crack commando unit was sent to prison by a military court for a crime they didn't commit. These men promptly escaped from maximum security stockade. Today, still wanted by the government, they survive as soldiers of fortune. If you have a problem, if no one else can help, and if you can find them, maybe you can hire
Braves Country.
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Yeah, man. I did a little research, and of course there were several of them that popped to mind automatically. Pat Tillman, no doubt, Army Ranger, gave up a promising NFL career to serve his country. But that was to me, that was the first one that popped in my head, and so I wanted to do a little research, man, and I had a couple of them. Jackie Robinson, Bradley served in the United States Army. Yogi Berra served in the U.S. Navy.
Yogi Berra lived a life, didn't he?
He did. And then, and this one's for Teamus, man. Ted Williams.
Yeah.
He didn't just serve in World War II. He also served in Korea. Gave up right around 5 years of his Major League Baseball career to serve his country.
The other thing about him is this, that I don't think a lot of people realize, is that, first of all, his records would have been probably darn near unbeatable if he would have played those 5 years, if there wasn't wartime, right? But then the other thing is, he grew up in military town. He grew up in San Diego, so that's why it meant a lot to him to go join the Navy, because obviously San Diego, outside of Jacksonville and maybe Annapolis, San Diego is the U.S. Navy. And the other thing about him that I think usually gets lost in the mix is that not only is he arguably the greatest hitter of all time, most people consider him the greatest pilot of all time. His eyesight and reflexes just must have been off the charts when you consider he's up there as one of the greatest Navy pilots ever and one of the greatest hitters ever. And to me, that's what resonates, is the guy just had an unbelievable talent. They should have been cloning him. I know they tried to, and they did that weird thing. They froze his head or whatever. I don't know what that was about, but if they could have cloned folks back then, I mean, that's the guy you clone. Whether you're a Red Sox fan or not, man, I don't see anyone that has ever said anything bad about Ted Williams. I just think one of the coolest things about him is that they asked him as a young child, what did he want to be when he grew up? And he said, I want to be the guy that walks down the street and people point at him and say, that's the best damn hitter that's ever walked the earth. And he did it. I mean, to be that laser focused on something that early in his career.
Yeah, laser focused, man. And everybody knows I'm no Red Sox fan, but I have a great deal of respect for his ability on the baseball field and for his service to our.
Well, it's not his fault that he got picked by the wrong team, right?
Yeah, it's totally not his fault, man.
It's not like the Red Sox are a college and he chose to go there.
Exactly.
I've got my Mount Rushmore that I'm going to get into next hour, but some of the people that I think a lot of people don't know a lot about, I'm going to gloss them over real quickly. We've got other things we're going to get into, and we're going to be doing this all day long. You remember Leon Spinks? That he's the only fighter ever to take the belt away from Ali. Okay? What a lot of people don't know about that guy is that he grew up in a rough area in St. Louis, Missouri. He joined the Marine Corps to get the heck out of there. When he got in the Marine Corps, they taught him how to box. I thought that was pretty... his service wasn't jaw-dropping like Ted Williams, but I thought that was some of the cool stuff. And one of the guys that is probably forgotten, but he played during our generation, is Chad Hennings. He was a linebacker for the Air Force Academy, and he went and served. He served 4 years, so he was over there in the first Desert Storm, right? He just got out of harm's way, but he came back to play for, I believe he played for the Cowboys and a couple other teams, and ended up with a good 7-8 year career. He's one of the ones we've always kind of glossed over. And one of the other ones that I'll just throw at you and we'll move on is, he's not on my list, but he came really close to. It's a guy by the name of Hobie Baker. And he is the only athlete to be named in the College Football and Hockey Hall of Fame. He went to Princeton. He served in World War I. He was the commander of the 103rd Aero Squadron. And long story short, Baker was killed just a few weeks after the war while he was still in the military flying a test plane back. So I like to give respect to him. On Veterans Day, we do an entire show, and this year it'll obviously be a 3-hour show. We do an entire show of this. This is all we do. We do deep dives. Today it's Memorial Day, so we've got a lot going on. So we'll move along a little bit, but we like to give the salutes to everybody. And as my wife's running around in the background, I'm hoping she didn't hear about our whole plan for me to get the pork butt going.
Yeah, sales at Ross. There's a sales at Ross.
There's a sales at Ross. Buy none, get one free. I'm telling you, it was a deal. They would only take cash, so I don't have a receipt.
Look at all the money I saved. All this stuff was 30-40% off.
First to fight for the right and to build the nation's might, and the army goes rolling along. Proud of all we have done, fighting till the battle's won, and the army goes rolling along. Let it fly high, hey, the army's on its way. Proud of the brave and strong. For wherever we go, you will always know that the army goes rolling along.
All right, let's do it today. I thought this would be a good topic when you start talking about a lot of things in the world of baseball. One of the biggest arguments that I get or hear as well in conversations I'm not even involved in, but I listen to a lot of sports talk radio. I consume a lot of sports talk in general, whether it's television or radio. And there is always this misconception, or the perception is wildly off on how popular baseball is. I hear this more and more from younger folks in the sports talk industry, and I do believe that a lot of it has to do with they're buying into the narrative that they have heard repeatedly on outlets like ESPN and other entities that are trying to push baseball aside because they didn't go all in and spend the money to put baseball on their networks. So they're trying to push it down. I really do. It's a form of almost like the common term now, shadow banning. It's a form of that where they are putting it down because they don't want you to think it's cool anymore, right? The numbers show otherwise. If you look through the numbers over every year, from year to year, the last several years, it's actually gotten more popular. But the misbelief that the NBA is more popular than baseball is just wildly wrong. And it's even gotten more popular over the last few years and growing. And some of it had to do with the fact that the NBA did more to ruin their brand than I would say it was baseball building their brand. I think a lot of folks that used to watch some NBA and a lot of baseball have tuned out, and now they're spending more time watching Major League Baseball. Some of it has been because baseball's taken measures to try to improve the game. Pace of play. The clock, right? Also, things like, and I always thought this was very interesting, when I first started hearing the conversations of banning the shift, the clock, et cetera, just like a lot of other purists, I dug my heels in. And then I got to thinking about it, and then I would listen to their reasonings for it, and I realized that all along it was actually a pretty smart, innovative move to do what they were doing. First off, I thought they were playing follow the leader, but instead, what baseball was trying to do more than anything else with the pitch clock and the banning of the shift was one major thing. They don't realistically care about how long a game takes. Sure, it's great when these games end early, and it's funny now because over just a short time period, we're getting spoiled with these games that are typically lasting, let's be honest, most major league games are now lasting. Your expectations of a major league game now is around 2.5 hours. Sometimes it's a little less, and sometimes it's a little more, but that's pretty much where we're at. That's where it was when I was a kid. That's why it was so wildly popular. People would complain about it in the 80s and into the early 90s about how much longer you spent watching a football game than a baseball game. And, of course, the argument was always, what? Well, it's easy to say that now in retrospect, but the argument was always, well, but baseball's played every day. Football you're spending once a week. Now, nowadays, you're watching a lot more football than we ever consumed. Football now is on every single night, whether it's college, whether it's pro. You can watch the game of football just about every night during the fall. And there are pockets where it is every night. There's the Tuesday night WAC game, or not WAC, MAC game. There's usually some random Wednesday game, and they're talking more and more about putting the NFL on a Wednesday. They're putting the NFL on Black Friday now. They're putting obviously the Thursday night game. So, and then of course college football, and college football is on Friday. It's on Thursday. It's on Saturday. The Tuesdays, you got the Sunday night football for the NFL. You got the Monday night football. It's wall to wall on Sunday. So nowadays that argument no longer stands. Well, you only watch football once a week. No, it's being watched. It's being played every day, and most games are lasting. The college game, they're trying to change some measures. That thing's 3.5 to 4 hours. The NFL game's around 3.5 hours, sometimes a little less. But the big thing with baseball was they didn't care how long the game was when they started these measures. What they were saying is, we want more action. We want to be the anti-NFL, and for kind of a same thing, although it's not the same reasoning, the NBA doesn't have a lot of action anymore. If you look at the game of basketball, it's chuck a deep three. It either hits or it doesn't hit. Then they dribble the ball up the court. Might pass it around once or twice and chuck another one. And that's not the action that we grew up. When you were a kid watching basketball, I grew up watching and playing it and falling in love with that sport at the time because there was a lot of action. There was always the ball trying to be pushed down towards the hole, and movement and screens. There was a lot of things that they don't do now today. Now it's more they just stand around. With baseball, you put that pitch clock in, so you're speeding up the time in between pitches, but also there's less strikeouts. Now, you still have the strikeouts, but as we go further and further into this, you're going to start seeing these guys in Major League Baseball and in the front office who makes the decisions on who to sign, right? They're starting to value more guys that put the ball in play because the shift has been banned. If you value a guy that puts the ball in play, a guy like Luis Arias of the Marlins becomes much more valuable because he's putting the ball in play and he's making sure that the defense is paying the price for any kind of shift that they do. There's a lot of guys that you can point to that around the league, but you're starting to see it, and you'll see it even more as this goes along. So before we got into why baseball is still America's pastime here on the Once Upon a Pastime series, I wanted to kind of lay the groundwork of the fact that you hear that it's not is wildly wrong. Major League Baseball is still the second most popular sport in America. It's the most consumed. It's the second most viewed. The only reason why it's the most consumed over the NFL is because there's more games played, right? But as far as the consumption and the ratings and whatnot, it's still number 2. It's not particularly close. I know a lot of folks in the South think that college football would be. It's not. College football is very popular, but you got to realize that unless you're in the South or in the Big Ten country, it's not as popular as you think it is. I've lived all over, and it really threw me for a loop when I lived in New York City for a small period of time and in the state of New York, and was shocked, like, man, y'all really don't care about college football, do you? Nah, I could care less. But the minute you start talking about college football, the first thing they'll come back at you with is they are paying attention to the draft. They are paying attention to who their Jets and Giants are drafting, and what do I think of this guy? He played at this school. But they just, if you live in the Northeast, because the college football teams are not that good up there, typically. They don't have the dominance of the Southern football and the Midwest football. There's not a lot of interest. I remember I worked with a guy out on Long Island, huge sports fan. This guy loved sports, him and his brother. His brother, you could not get to watch a college football game. He, on the other hand, followed Penn State, but it wasn't a passion. Now, they were huge Giants fans. Knew everything about them. Never met. I mean, they were consuming. This is right around the time podcasts were becoming relevant, and they were starting to indulge themselves in that. But they were all about sports talk radio. Where could they get more information? Reading up on it online. Da 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 da. And of course, they were baseball fans. And when you realize how big of a population is up there in the Northeast, this is why baseball and football, professional football, are king. I guess maybe if you were ranking it, you've got a 1A and a 1B. Although I'm willing to concede that the NFL is 1 and Major League Baseball is too. The great thing about baseball and its consumption and why people love it, very little of the season overlaps into the National Football League. So this is your springtime sport. This is your summer sport. This is what you love during those summer months. It is America's pastime. It is still everyone's favorite sport to pass the time. I will concede that America's passion is the National Football League. And there's a lot of reasonings for that. Though baseball is the number 2 most bet on, gambled on sport in America. I was about to say sporting event, but sport in America. They're sporting events. The National Football League still dwarfs it because everybody thinks that they can beat the books. And I'm going to tell you right now, newsflash, the books are going to get you in the NFL. If you are betting primarily National Football League, I guarantee you no matter what you say and what you do and what you put out there, you have a losing record. We have a winning record on our betting over the last 8 years. We're up over 60%. And one of the reasons why is because most of our bets are not pointed towards the NFL. We bet baseball, and we bet college football. The NFL, their handicappers are the best handicappers in the world. So if you're out there gambling, you think you're going to beat the books of the NFL, you're not. You're just not. You can get some good intel from time to time, and you can get on a hot streak. But if that is the only sport you're betting, I guarantee you over time, no matter how good you are, you will lose. Even the big-time high rollers in Las Vegas who sports gambling is their living, and they're making big money. They're making most of their money, most of their winning percentages are cushioned by the NFL during the NFL offseason. They have either picked up on college basketball, they have either gone into Major League Baseball, and there are some that have some success with the NBA. There's a lot of reasons why the NBA is very NHL, but the National Football League, it's rigged. Not in the way that all these tinfoil hat folks will tell you that it's rigged. That, oh man, that it's predetermined. You can't predetermine. You cannot predetermine a major sporting event, a team sport like football, baseball, the way you can pro wrestling. You can't do it. There's too many moving parts. And those guys make way too much money to be able to afford nowadays to get them to tank. Because they're like, what am I going to do? I'm going to get kicked out of the league, and then there goes all my deals, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You might be able to get to one here and there, but when I say it's rigged, I mean it's rigged because the house has professionals that are breaking it down to the half point to be able to beat the suckers out there, right? And it's fun to bet on football. I'll never say that it's not. Hell, I do it. But it's much more of a crapshoot. So, with all that being said, the reason why football is so popular is because people still think that they can beat it. There's also the fantasy football aspect. Let's not ignore that. Fantasy football has exploded the NFL. I think it would still be very, very popular and still be number one regardless, but fantasy football has made it even more popular. There are people that I know that don't watch any sports, but they play the hell out of fantasy football. There's a lot of reasonings for that, but that's a different show for a different day. But baseball is still the pastime. Football is the passion, especially professional football. College football south of the Mason-Dixon, east of the Mississippi. But professional football is still going to be king. Baseball everywhere is the pastime. It doesn't matter what state you're in because you played Little League. Your kids are playing Little League. You've got minor league teams in your area. Do any of you have a minor league football team? No. There's very few of those in the U.S. Baseball is still a sport that you can go out and play a pickup game with your friends. Or you can play a watered-down version of it, right? Slow pitch softball, wiffle ball. But you can still go out and play that game, and that's why it'll always be America's pastime. Football, you reach a certain age, you're like, this is not smart to be out here tackling each other. Not only could we get injured, you're going to feel it for weeks. So it's still the most relaxing game to just pick up and play with friends. It's still the most relaxing game to consume. And that goes to whether you are consuming it, watching it on TV, going to the game, or still my favorite, just listening to it on the radio. I have a passion for doing play-by-play because I love listening to if I catch a good broadcast, a good radio broadcast of any baseball game, it doesn't matter if I'm a fan of the team or not, I can listen to it. Because it's the only sport that lets the game breathe during the actual game itself. You'll get the pitch, and even with the pitch clock, even today with the pitch clock, I was a little concerned that it was going to be too much. I would still love an extra 5 seconds in between pitches although I say that now, I've gotten so used to the rhythm that it is, I think I might get impatient. I'm starting to get to where I'm getting impatient with the guys. When there's a runner on base and a guy is taking it all the way down to the 1 second, 2 second mark, I'm in my head, I'm like, let's go, hurry up. But the point I'm trying to make is I didn't think that the broadcast would breathe. I didn't think I thought going into the season, I was a little concerned. You'd get in there, you'd be doing the game, and you'd be saying something to the effect of, and here's the 2-2 pitch, and then after that pitch is made, he's grabbing the ball and is immediately going back in the pitch. You're like, there's no way to let the game breathe and talk to the listeners about other things. What scores are going on out of town? What's anything that you might bring up. I always have a little list for topics. And then, of course, one of my favorite things to do during my broadcast is the turn back time stuff. The birthdays too, but the turn back time stuff is. So it's things like that when you consume a radio broadcast, you can turn a radio broadcast on a summer day and be out by the water. However that affects you, whether you're at the pool, whether you're on the lake, you're at the beach, maybe you're just sitting in your backyard and soaking your feet in a little kiddie pool with the sprinklers on. However you consume water and sunshine, or a warm summer night, and the crickets are chirping in the background, and the dogs are running around, and you've got a baseball game on. You're not worried about staring at something. You're not worried about you're listening to the game. To me, that's still to me to this day, it'll always be the best way to consume a baseball game is the radio broadcast. I am like a lot of other people. I do not like the television broadcasts. They're usually terrible. And it's not all their fault. They've been trained that way. They've been told, do not talk too much. Let the pictures tell the story. And that's fine in a football game because there's a lot of collisions and whatnot. And you can always look up. It's funny when you were growing up, used to you would always, I can remember my dad and my grandfather telling everyone to keep it down, because the only way for them to find out if someone was injured or how badly someone was injured when they were taken off a college football field, which was their favorite sport, was you're waiting for the sideline reporter to tell you. There was no Twitter. Nowadays, I don't worry about it as much. Give it 5 or 10 minutes, and you go to said team's reporter, and there's usually something up there. But in a football game, I don't even worry about listening to the game anymore. I really don't. It's a lot of fluff, but with baseball, the radio guys they're still good. There's some that are obviously better than others, but I will take a warm southern night in the summer, or a warm summer night anywhere, with baseball on the radio, a cold one in your hand, and near some body of water. I'll take that over the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, right? Freezing your nards off and you're, just absolutely uncomfortable. Most football games I've been to in my life, I've been extremely uncomfortable. You're either there and for whatever reason it is way too hot, day game, or you're there in the wintertime and it's way too cold. There's a pocket, no matter where you live at, there's a pocket of about 3 to 4 weeks that you can go to a football game and not be uncomfortable. That's not the case in Major League Baseball or any baseball. I specifically think Major League because they play a lot of night games. And nowadays you play the night games during the summer under the lights, and it's a beautiful thing. And that's why it's the best pastime there is. And you can take your kids, you can take your family to the game, to the ballpark, and you can afford to do it. A lot of folks can't do that with a game in the National Football League. Not without taking a second mortgage out. And when you're at the game, you can still have a conversation. And that's important. To be able to say, I can remember going to baseball games. We went to a Braves Mets game up in New York. Me and my mom, we just happened to be visiting New York. I said, let's go check out the game. And how cool it was. My sisters went as well. But how cool it was to be able to sit there and to have a conversation with her. And she grew up in that area. So she's recalling and telling me all the great stories about, going there with her dad as a kid. They grew up watching the Brooklyn Dodgers. But then there's also just the conversations of, hey, what's going on in your life? Hey, you don't get that in a football game. It's usually way too loud. There's usually too much tension until the game turns into a blowout. Once the game turns into a blowout, here's the funny thing. If you go to a football game, think about how many times you might have been to a game that got out of hand. And think about how many times you went to a baseball that may have gotten out of hand. And if you answer this honestly, think about the fact that when the football game got out of hand, it was time to leave. When the baseball game got out of hand, it was time to maybe go get another cold one. The game got out of hand, well, that just meant I get to spend more time with the folks that I came to the game with. The football game gets out of hand, you'll see it. They're in the parking lot, they're leaving. Baseball's the best. We'll be back in a flash. When we come back, we're going to talk about other things that baseball brings to the table and why it is still America's pastime. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country's Once Upon a Pastime series. Keep it locked in here. Welcome back, Once Upon a Pastime series, as we talk about why Major League Baseball, why the game of baseball is still America's pastime, and what makes the game so great. And look, I know it's a lot of things that people know, but until you really think about why, and I think sometimes it's overlooked, it's overshadowed by. We talked about this in the first segment, but you get a lot of. I'll put it to you this way: I was talking to a guy in the industry one time, and he was saying his argument was that the NBA was bigger. I said it's not. Look at the numbers. I pulled up the numbers, and he was flabbergasted by it. And he said, "Well, I don't understand why, if it's so much more popular, why did ESPN? Why is all their content either the NFL or the NBA?" And I said, "Follow the money. They went in. They made a very poor decision years ago, and they spent a lot of money on coverage of the NBA because they were under the impression it was about to take off and be bigger. And it was off of, look, this is a springboard from the Michael Jordan era when basketball was a lot more popular. And then, of course, it's not like that was the last time that they had great players, but baseball still is still the most popular championship in all of sports in America is obviously the Super Bowl. The World Series is number 2. And it's not particularly close. They tend to have, even when they're having their better years, and this year NBA playoff numbers were awful, but even in their better years, they're still typically about 20 to 25% less than the Major League Baseball World Series. But I think it's a mistake to always just look at, well, who was most popular in the championship series this year? The only way that becomes newsworthy if for out of nowhere the Super Bowl, nobody watched it that year. That becomes newsworthy. Other than that, it's usually dependent on who's in the championship. Does America care if this team or that team of this sport, that region of the country wins? You got to look at the regular season. You have to look at the overall. And baseball is a game that people watch day in and day out. Baseball is a game. We talked about how it's the best on the radio, but even if you do like, even if you prefer the television broadcast, there's nothing wrong with that. Some people, they might have a favorite personality that they like on the television broadcast, right? No matter how you look at it, baseball becomes, for the older fan, it becomes a friend. You get older fans, they get up there in life, they get retired, life slows down, they're able to consume more than they've ever, because they're at home more than they ever. And baseball becomes a daily routine that you can count on during those summer and spring months into the early fall. Whether my team's good or not, rise or shine, rise and shine, because it is time to play the game. Unless weather stops you, the game's happening. And the great thing about baseball, if it does get rained out, they make it up to you. So you do rely on them as a friend. How many friends have you had not show up to something and they don't do anything? They don't do anything for you. So that's the beauty of baseball. And especially as you get older, kids leave the house. Maybe you're left by, look, there's a lot of older folks that are living by themselves. They've lost their partner, right? Baseball's there every night. And so it is still the pastime. By that definition, it helps pass the time. And you look forward to it. I am married at this point, but I remember when I was single, I looked forward to the nighttime. If I had the night off, and I ran around and raised Cain with the best of them. Don't get me wrong. But I looked forward to the nights when I would see. I'm an old restaurant guy, in the restaurant business for a long time. I don't know if I'll ever fully leave the restaurant business. I love it almost as much as I love this game. But I would get my schedule and look at it, and when I would see that I'm off this night, and that night, I would match it up with what baseball games are on that night. Now, you obviously do it during the football season too, but the difference would be with football, if I found out the folks were getting together, my friends were getting together to watch Game X, I would get excited about it. With baseball, I did not care if I was meeting up with folks. I was turning that game on, and I was excited about the game. With football, I was excited about, hey, at the end of this week, I'm going to go hang out with a bunch of friends and have a good time. So that's the difference to me, is that I looked forward to the actual game. And when you look at this and you're saying, well, why baseball? If someone's scrolling through and they just stopped in on this channel, like, why baseball? Why do you love baseball so much? It's simply the greatest game that was ever devised. And I can't do it enough justice. It is the greatest game that has ever been devised. There has never been a game that's more difficult and more exciting at the same time. I'm not putting down whatever other sport you may have in mind. I'm not putting that sport down. So I'm not going to tell you why baseball is better than this sport, that sport, and that sport, right? Because I'm not here to tear down other sports. What I'm going to tell you is it is the best game because, first of all, it is a team game that is devised for the one-on-one aspect. Everybody knows football is a team game. Everybody knows basketball is a team game. Hockey, you name it. And yes, you have to win your individual battles as a collective team to win and be a good team and win championships, et cetera, et cetera. But baseball is the one game. First of all, it's because it's the only sport where the defense has the ball. It's the only sport devised that way. And when the defense has the ball and they are pitching, the game stops and it becomes a battle of one-on-one. And it's up to that individual man, that individual person, to beat the guy in front of him. And if we can do it enough in 9 frames on both offense and defense, we can win the game. And we will attempt to do that 162 times in a 6-month span. It is the ultimate marathon. It's also the greatest reality show, reality TV, whatever you want to classify it, it's still the greatest reality ever devised. Because day in and day out, you want to know several things about your team. That's not the case in other sports. If it's a sports like football, you only care once a week, realistically. If it's a sport like basketball or hockey, And I'm going to leave it at those because those are the four major. But even soccer is about once a week. But even basketball and hockey, it's not every day. It's 2 to 3 times a week typically. So baseball, typically 5 to 6 times a week. Sometimes even 7. And it's so intense of a season if you follow it on a day in and day out basis. Excuse me. It's so intense as a fan. You almost welcome that day off, even though you love it dearly. But you're like, man, I got to catch my breath. And then you're ready to ramp it back up again. You care about the injury, the win, the loss, but you also care about how was that bullpen used today? What's it going to look like tomorrow? Hey, if we do this today, how are we going to get through Wednesday? That kind of thing, right? And then, of course, it's also the only sport, other than maybe hockey, but hockey doesn't have the layers, that has a true farm system. So nowadays, with everything that you can consume, you can keep an eye on. What about the dude down there in Single A that they said wasn't going to be up for a few years? I see that he just got promoted to Triple A. How much longer before he can come help the team? And it's a constant thing. And also, it's the only sport whose trading deadline is real. It's a real trading deadline. You typically get more deals, more significant deals in Major League Baseball at the trading deadline than you do at any other sport. You could make an argument for basketball and hockey being very relevant in a lot of trade. There are trade deadlines in basketball where it's usually null and void. But there are years, in hockey, the same. National Football League's trading deadline, even though we know it, and we're told about it, it essentially comes and goes and nothing happens. Because of the individuality of the sport, it is much easier to make a trade for someone in football. I'm sorry, in baseball, and have them contribute immediately. In football, it's a lot easier to do that during the off season. In basketball, if a guy gets traded over, or in hockey, it's going to take a little bit. But in baseball, you make a trade for, we'll say, a top closer in the game. He gets on a plane tomorrow night, he could be saving the game for you. And so that's why the rarity that sits there, because it is an individual sport that is wrapped in a team game, player movement is more interesting in that sport than any other sport. It is chess compared to checkers. Baseball is a game of chess. Most of your other sports, they're checkers. It's faster moving. It's the athleticism that takes over. In baseball, yes, having a very athletic player, being very athletic, is an advantage, of course. Any sport is. And more so now that you're seeing more movement on the base paths. But the difference is, for instance, I'll take basketball as an example. If you have 2 to 3 of the top 20 players in the game, there is very little chance that you don't make the playoffs because there's so few players on the floor. And there's very little chance that you don't do very well and go deep into the playoffs. That's not the case in baseball. Not really the case in football. But with baseball, when we're talking about the athleticism, the athleticism definitely goes into play. But more so than anything else, It is a mind game. The strategy in baseball, and to be able to react to that strategy, is on so many different levels. And we could take it through the defensive positioning, et cetera, but I don't want to be here all day. So we'll just take, for instance, an at-bat. And we'll compare that to a guy coming up the basketball floor, a point guard. And we'll even make it a little more dramatic. And 8 seconds left in the game, he's got the ball. And there might be a strategy on whether or not he's going to kick it to an open guy, or is he going to go try to beat the defender. The difference between baseball and basketball, that happens every single pitch. Because the pitcher, is he going to try to blow it by this guy, or is he going to try to paint the edges and get him to chase? The hitter, is he going to try to tattoo this ball, or now with 2 strikes and runner on second trailing by 1 in the 7th, is he now going to try to shorten his swing a little bit and just get the ball in play and see what can happen? Guy comes up in the 7th inning. It's his 3rd at bat. We'll say 6th inning. Got to modernize it, right? Comes up in the 6th inning, the 3rd at bat against the same pitcher. Are they going to leave him in there? Are they going to let him see? Does he have that kind of stuff? And if so, in the first couple of at bats, he saw these pitches in this sequence. Now we get the 3rd time around. Where does he go? You'll see this all the time, and we'll just take a guy like, I'll take Spencer Strider for the Atlanta Braves as an example. And the first time comes up against, we'll say, whatever team's number 3 hitter. You might see him start off with the hard stuff on the outer edge and then try to get him to chase the slider off the plate once he gets 2 strikes. He comes back on the 2nd at bat, and they may decide to switch it up a little bit. Let's pitch backwards. Let's start him off with the slider, and when we get that 1 strike on him, then we're going to try to pump a fastball by him on the outside. And now with 2 strikes, I can go a number of different ways, because now you're really guessing. Is he going to go to the slider to me again on the outside? Because that's how I struck out the first time. But instead, this time, he comes in with some high heat, and it jams you, and it's a pop-up to second base. So you come up the 3rd time, and now the game's getting a little long in the tooth. And this at-bat's much more important than the at-bat in the 1st inning. Or at least it appears that way. And there's runners on 2nd and 3rd, and there's 2 outs, but there's a pretty decent hitter behind me, but I'm the guy. Is he going to pitch to me, or is he pitching around me and saying, I'll take my chances with the next guy? And if he is coming in at me, where does he go this time? He started off with the heat the first time. He's coming in with the soft stuff the second time to start me off. He got me to strike out with the slider in the first at bat. He got me to pop up with the fastball inside on the second at bat. Where's he going now? And that's the constant mental game. And if you're watching the game or listening to the game, that's going through not just your head, but everybody who's paying attention. And now today, with all the new, look, they got all the iPads in the dugout and whatnot. Remember when they took that away that one year because of the Red Sox cheating scandal? That was goofy. It's like you're going to punish the entire league because the Red Sox were using equipment that they shouldn't have used. I mean, let's just call it what it is, what they should have done all along. The Astros and the Red Sox both should have had the rings taken away from them. More so the Astros than the Red Sox. I think the Red Sox were doing some stuff that was in the gray area, we'll say. The Astros were definitely over the line. But I also believe if you're going to do it to one, you kind of have to do it to both. So, okay, things like that, things like Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson. This adds to why the game is the best. Because it's such a long history. This game has been played for so long, has been so prevalent in American society that it tells the story of this great nation. You can mark the time, you can mark the calendar by what was going on in Major League Baseball. Starting with just after the Civil War. So when we talk about baseball and you're like, well, still not convinced, more books have been written about this game than anything else. More content has been made about this game than anything else. Quality content. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of trashy clickbaits on football during football season. But I'm talking about over time. Real content. The best movies are baseball movies. There's not a football movie ever made, ever will be made, that could hold a candle to the top 10 or 15 baseball movies of all time. Just not. There's some really good football movies. But there are some fantastic baseball movies. There's some pretty good basketball movies. But very little there, very little of either one of those has ever made the movie good because of the actual content of the sport. With baseball, you can actually, it's more cinematic. Because you can get better angles and whatnot. But that's another reason why baseball is the best. You give me Field of Dreams, you give me 8 Men Out, Bull Durham, For Love of the Game. I don't want to rattle them all off because I feel like I'll leave one out. Any day of the week over any given Sunday. Or Remember the Titans. And those are good movies. The Longest Yard, the real one, not the goofy one with Adam Sandler and Chris Rock. The real one with Burt Reynolds. They're still not up to par. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more on why baseball is still America's pastime here on the Once Upon a Pastime series and the great stories that have unfolded because of this great game.
This is
Armchair.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone.
A lot of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
At its heart lie mythic contradictions. A pastoral game born in crowded cities. An exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included. A profoundly conservative game that often manages to be years ahead of its time.
Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country HD. welcome back, and talking about baseball, why it is America's game, America's pastime. Though we concede that football is America's passion at this point, baseball is still America's pastime. And though you're going to get folks who love football and don't like baseball and love baseball and don't like football, the ones that have embraced it, that understand the game, you can't convince them that any sports even holds a candle to it. And the reason being, man, it's the people. It's the stories. It's the yogiisms. It's the finding things out down the road that you never knew when they're telling stories. You hear the old timers tell some things and you're like, every time I hear one of these anecdotes, it's always, man, baseball's the best. I also believe that the people in the game routinely are the best. I think it's because the game does breathe, right? That more camaraderie is created in a baseball dugout than on a football field or on a basketball court or in a hockey rink. The camaraderie, and not that the camaraderie there should be scoffed at, but it's different in a baseball game and on a baseball team. I think about some of the stories that I've heard over the years, and I won't hit them all because we got things we got to do in this world, right? Other than talk about baseball, but I wish that weren't so. But I think about some of the stories that I've heard over the years. I've never heard anywhere close to the same kind of content with other sports. Yeah, I've heard some great stories here and there, but the sheer volume that baseball gives you. I'll start with, I don't know why this one always stuck out to me, but I was a kid listening to Don Drysdale talk to, I believe it was Joe Garagiola. I could have it wrong. But Don Drysdale, for folks who aren't familiar with him, pitched for the Dodgers. And Don Drysdale, at one point, was looked upon as one of the better pitchers in the game. He also became a television broadcaster, so he would tell stories. You know, the one thing I've never understood, and maybe it's just wasn't in his interest, why did, when he was in his prime, and I'm talking about your mental prime, right? When you're in your 40s to 50s to 60s, I'll even say into the 70s, and even if you're sharp enough into your 80s, because that's when you've got enough life experience where you actually have something I want to hear. I don't really care what a guy in his 20 or 30s, early 30s will say, by late 30s maybe, but I don't care what a guy in his 20s has to say. That's why, look, it's pretty well known in the business, but getting player interviews, though it may feel like that you're getting this really cool thing that's going to happen, it's been known as a ratings killer. Because typically you're interviewing a young person who doesn't have a lot of experience, and they're going to give you, unless you're going to find someone who's going to have a meltdown and say the wrong thing, you're going to get a lot of cookie cutter answers. But you get a retired player who no longer gives a crap about what the reaction is. That's when it's money, right? So Don Drysdale, and just to kind of set the scene for you, he won the Cy Young in 1962. He was a 9-time All-Star, 3-time World Series champion. He was an LA Dodger from 1959 I'm sorry, he actually joined the Dodgers at 56 and pitched all the way to 69. So a very well thought of player, and also is in the National Baseball Hall of Fame. But he was telling a story, and forgive me, I don't remember who he was referring to that he was pitching against, and I don't even know if he said it, but I do remember the story of him talking about it was a hot day one day, and I'm almost positive he was referring to playing the Braves because I think the game was in Atlanta. And he said that he got the signal from the dugout that they wanted Drysdale to pitch around to go ahead and intentionally walk the guy at the plate, whoever it was. I don't believe it was Hank Aaron because I feel like I would remember that. So, but I'm pretty sure it was an Atlanta Brave. So this would have been late 60s towards the end of his career. So, okay. And he said, man, it was hot that day. And this is back before you could just put the four fingers in the air and send the guy down to first. And that is a really good thing that they did. I hated it at the time because I still like the fact that you could do some things on the base paths, but typically nothing ever got done on the base paths. And the four pitches, the intentional walk sent him down to first. I get it now. At the time I was digging in. But back then you had to throw the pitches. And he said, man, it's too hot. I'm not throwing four pitches. So he decided to hit the batter instead. And the story that he tells as he's yucking it up with Garagiola, pretty sure it was like the NBC Game of the Week kind of thing. I mean, they're going back and forth, and he's sharing stories. Garagiola was a great listen. I feel like that's one thing that is missing in today's national broadcast. And I do love Smoltz, don't get me wrong on that. But we don't have the characters that we used to have in the booth doing color. John Smoltz has a great personality, and I think he does a very good job on the Fox games. I know a lot of Braves fans, they can take him or leave him because he has said things that have... You got to understand, he's not up there doing a Braves broadcast, he's doing a national broadcast. So there's going to be a different feeling to it. But when you get into the nuts and bolts of a great baseball broadcast, and maybe this is one of the reasons why the radio is better. It's not just the fact that they paint the picture, but they also tell the stories. Today's television broadcasters that they pick, there's no Joe Garagiola out there. And if you're not familiar with who he is, I'd say just down the road sometime, check out some of Garagiola's stuff. He was on NBC for a while. It was one of my favorite combos of all time was him and Vin Scully. They used to do the NBC Game of the Week. But there were always stories, and he was also very good at when they would have an extra person come in the booth to talk, he would drag the story out of the guy. Hey, I heard about this. Why don't you tell me that? There's no one better in the business than Bob Uecker. Bob Uecker will always be everybody's... Bob Uecker would have been a stand-up comedian if he didn't ever touch a baseball. Bob Uecker's just a funny SOB. And great one-liners. And you don't get these quotes. You don't have this quotable stuff that you do in others. Look, other sports, the game isn't slow enough. So you don't get these great quotes. You don't get, and not to mention, they're not there every day. So an everyday, day in, day out kind of thing, you're going to get more content. You're going to get just better quotes because you're going to get more. Look, there are a lot of quotes out there that aren't worth quoting, right? You know, this is a typical Bob Uecker thing. I won't go into the whole thing. We will be doing one where we're talking about Uecker. But this is a typical Bob Uecker quote. I signed a very modest $3,000 bonus with the Braves in Milwaukee. And my old man didn't even have that kind of money to put out at the time. So, you know, Bob Uecker, he was a Hall of Famer. No, he wasn't horrendous, but he made a living afterwards making sure that he was the butt of his jokes. And that's the kind of stuff that endeared him. You know, you see the social media stuff nowadays where every guy is, you know, I really think of the NBA, but you get a little bit in baseball as well and football, a lot in football, where they're all pounding their chest and trying to tell you how they're the best, they're the greatest, because they look at it as it's going to be a way to get paid one day. But the great thing about guys like Bob Uecker, they were sprinkled all over baseball. And they were okay with being the ones that you laughed at. Remember, this guy ends up being a Mr. Belvedere. He ends up being in one of the most popular baseball movies of all time, the Major League Series. Who doesn't love that line? Just a bit outside, right? He had another great quote where he said, where people were asking him, because he was catching Necro, he said, how do you catch a knuckleball? He said, it's easy. You just wait till it stops rolling and then you go and pick it up. So, you know, these are the great things, and you don't get this in any other sport. And the perspectives that you get from folks, they go on and on and on. We've got the one clip that we play, and it's the old manager from the Boston Braves, the 1914 Miracle Braves. And the old manager, years later, is dying on his deathbed. They ask him, there was a fan that come to see him and asked him, you know, what's killing you? Now, of course, I'm sure it's been revised, but that's what they do. They write it differently, make it funnier. But the famous line is, what's killing you? And they're talking about, you know, he's on his deathbed, he's dying of something. I want to say he had tuberculosis, but I could be wrong on that. But he says, you know, what's killing you? And he just his eyes were closed. He opens them up real quick. He said, bases on balls. It's a great line. Who the hell knows if it's true? But it's a great line. And I am much more likely to be drawn to the funny quotes in the history of baseball than you give me some coined phrase that people like to pound the table from Vince Lombardi. It's more entertaining. And really, when you talk about baseball, you talk about football, you talk about basketball, whatever sport you're talking about, it's still a show. It's just a show. It's there to entertain you. It's fun. It's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to get your mind off of other things. And that's why the game is great. You look at some of the things that when you go through the history of baseball, the bottom line is, along with the strategy and along with, you know, the food in the stands. Who doesn't love a good hot dog or some cotton candy, a cold beer, a crisp soda, whatever your food of choice is at a baseball game. I'll take football tailgating over most, because you normally don't spend a lot of time in the parking lots at a baseball game. You do if it's a big playoff series or whatnot, but So I will concede the food to a football game if you're tailgating, right? Or if you're having a watching party or whatnot. But the food at a baseball game's immaculate. There's something about the game that lends itself to sitting there, getting yourself a little plate of nachos or some popcorn, and slowly just watching the game and eating and enjoying life. But you look at some of the great games in this world, baseball to me it still tops it all. There was a great quote by Bill Clem, the old umpire, and and the story goes, guy standing at the plate, and he looks and he gets mad at the call from the ump, and then the catcher gets mad at the next pitch. So they thought one was a ball, they thought one was a strike. And this goes on for a good duration of the game. And one of the managers came out to raise Cain about it. And he kept saying over and over again, that's a ball, that's a ball. You have to call it a ball. That is a ball. And Clem's response was, it ain't nothing until I call it. So, Humphrey Bogart, one of the great actors in all of Hollywood history, right? He's seen it all. I love this line that he gave one time. A hot dog at the old ball game beats roast beef at the Ritz. And though we use it in a lot of things, it was Frank Robinson of the Orioles that coined the phrase, close doesn't count in baseball, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. It ain't over till it's over. That was Yogi Berra. Leo DeRocher, tell me this isn't a great line. I mean a fabulous line. Baseball is a lot like church. Many attend, but few understand. Another great one. It's been attributed to a couple of folks, so we'll just leave it at that. But whoever wants to know the heart and mind of the American people had better learn baseball. There are really only two seasons, winter and baseball. You know, there was back in World War II and in World War I, but there's a bit of a famous movie that puts it into light in World War II. They used to make sure that you weren't a spy, they would ask you random baseball questions, and you better know the answer. You better know the answer. If they thought that there was a German spy, and they started rattling off questions about the New York Yankees, who everybody followed back then, they were literally America's team. They were so dominant. I'm not saying everybody was a fan, but everybody knew who they were. And they would rattle off questions about the New York Yankees. You know, who's the center fielder for the New York Yankees? Who's doing this? Who's doing that? That kind of thing. If you didn't know the answer, you'd be in some big trouble. I think my favorite quote that's ever been said about baseball, now this isn't funny, this is just, it's one of those reflective ones, and it's been credited to the great Rogers Hornsby, who, by the way, was so fanatical about his eyesight and wanting to make sure that he didn't harm his eyesight. Rogers Hornsby refused to go to the movie theater back then. This is the 1920s. This is even a little before, obviously, but before the talkies. Because he thought, and probably with good reason, that the flickering that you would get in those old theaters would affect his eyesight. You couldn't get him to do it. You couldn't get him to partake in spirits, alcohol. Anything that he thought was going to hurt his batting average, and he was one of the greatest ever. But he was asked one time, because a lot of players back then didn't make enough money for the entire season. Now, some of the stars like Rogers Hornsby did, but even still, a lot of them would go. Even Babe Ruth was known to go and work during the off season. Babe Ruth was famously known for chopping wood of his neighbors and whatnot and helping out around during the wintertime, and he did it to stay in shape. I know people might laugh about that when they see pictures of Babe Ruth, but I guess it could have been a lot worse, right? Especially late in his career. The thing is, we see more pictures of Babe Ruth and video of Babe Ruth at the end of his career. Babe Ruth, when he was in his prime, he was just a dude that could bring it. He was never a stick, but he was just a guy with a big, wide back, strong guy that during the offseason chopped a lot of wood. But the quote by Hornsby says, people ask me what I do in the winter when there's no baseball. I'll tell you what I do. I stare out the window and I wait for spring. I put that up on my Facebook. What do they call it? Cover photo. And I put that up there the day after the World Series and leave it up there until spring training every single year. I've been doing it. It's just a tradition for me. I do it every single year. I don't remember how far that goes back. It's at least a decade. And so I'll give you one from Hank Aaron. My motto was always to keep swinging. Whether I was in a slump or feeling badly or having trouble off the field, the only thing I knew to do was to keep swinging. That's a, you know, that reminds me of is when they talk about the great shooters in the NBA. Have no conscience, have no memory, meaning whether they're hot or whether they're cold, they're going to keep shooting because it's worked in the past. And look, that's Hank Aaron, the all-time home run leader. 755 is real, 762 is not. Every great batter works on the theory that the pitcher is more afraid of him than he is of the pitcher. And that comes from the great Ty Cobb. It's interesting. It's an interesting mindset, basically saying, you wish I wasn't up here right now. I'm not worried because I have to face Walter Johnson. Walter Johnson is worried that he has to face Ty Cobb. That's the mindset. Whether either side is true, that's the mindset. Someone once asked Mickey Mantle if he ever goes up to home plate trying to hit a home run. He said, I sure do. And they said, when? He said, every single time. But this game is it's sprinkled with the best. It's just the best. The quotes, the movies, the people, and the seasons. The seasons make this game the best. More than anything else, if your team won a championship, and I'm not talking about if you're a Yankees fan in the 40s and 50s where they won it every single year and that had to have gotten mundane at one point. I don't believe that that's good for today's baseball or any sport. One dominant team. I think it's always good to have. It's always great to have a team that's going to be up there fighting for it every year, but you don't want that run. Look, in the 90s, when the Braves won 14 consecutive divisions, that was really good for the game. It probably would have been better for the game had they won more than the one championship. But the 4 championships in a row that the Yankees won, what was that, 98, 99, 2000, 2001? No, I'm sorry, 3. 3 in a row. They won 4 out of 5. It was 96, 98, 99, 2000. Of course, 2001 was the famous Luis Gonzalez walk-off. But that was very good for baseball as well. And it was also great that there were years that they didn't get it. But what's great about a game like baseball, and I'll just go back to the 2021 season of the Atlanta Braves. Watching those games, doing those games, and you watched it unfold. It's not just, I didn't just watch. I wasn't the only one that witnessed it. It was really cool to see it through the eyes of folks who were watching along with our broadcast. And they were celebrating. I mean, that was a fun night. We won the championship. I left the chat open. And folks just celebrated. And I had a blast just reading all their celebration chats. In fact, there were fans from other teams you wouldn't expect to be in there. They were congratulating Braves fans. And you may say, well, we didn't do anything. Yeah, we did. We stuck through it thick and thin. So, yeah, we did. Especially if you're talking to someone who hadn't seen them win a championship since 1995. Yeah, they did. That fan did something. They were there for them. They bought their shirts. They bought their jerseys. Even the fans that might have disappeared for a minute but came back because they were excited the team was good again. Remember, there was a tough stretch there in the mid 2016 to 20, I guess from 2014, 2015-ish through the 2000s, just before 18, before the run started again. So we'll say 2015, 16, and 17. Those are some lean years. So, yeah, you did do something. But the whole thing about that is because the season is so long and so grinding and so many ups and downs, you're going to lose 50 to 60 games even if you're one of the best teams ever. That Braves team lost over 80 games, not counting postseason. And then they put it together. And you saw this roller coaster take off. So when your team wins it, no matter who you're a fan of, if you're a Dodgers fan, you haven't seen a real world championship since 88. If you're a Mets fan, you haven't seen it since, 86. If you're a Astros fan and you saw it last year, but you felt like that was really your first one because everyone keeps slamming you for the 2017 trash can incident, which, by the way, had nothing to do with the Astros fans. That was the players wearing the uniforms. Isn't it funny how Mike Fiers got shadow banned over all that? I mean, you didn't see him anywhere. He got lifted. I saw a thing on him the other day. He ended up in the Mexican Baseball League. But the entire crescendo that it takes day in and day out when your team does win it all. That's why baseball is the best. Even if they fall short, at the end of the season, I always say to myself, yeah, but man, they gave me some good days. They gave me some really good days. And the one thing I can count on baseball, the one thing I can count on for my Atlanta Braves, is that every day they're there, 7:20 first pitch, which of course varies from day and time if it's a road game, etc. But 7:20 first pitch, I know they're there. Every Sunday afternoon, 1:35. And you can spend your entire summer with them, and you get to know the guys that play, that run the team, the whole 9 yards, and they become endearing to you. So you're not just pulling for a jersey like you may be when you watch a college football game. You watch a college football game, you don't know a whole lot about the backstories most of those guys playing the field. You're just like, well, I've always pulled for this team, and I'm pulling for my community usually, or where I went to school. NFL, you get to know them a little bit. But Major League Baseball, you get to know these guys day in and day out, so they become a part of an extended family. And much like our YouTube channel, Braves Country HD, it feels more and more like an extended family every single day. The more folks that come in and chat, I get more of a kick out of that than anything else. Braves get a good win. That's great. Love covering the team, love watching the team, love bringing it to everybody, bringing it to people who can't get it. But what really brings a smile to my face is the folks interacting with each other and having just a great time. All right, that'll do it for us today. This was part of the Once Upon a Pastime series, and we will see you next time. Go Braves! More importantly, go baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball's Salute to Service special, a compilation from our Armchair Quarterback radio show, which aired for 8 years on CBS Sports affiliates before changing to Braves Country. It's a compilation of shows that are going over some of our more famous athletes who served our country as well. And thank you for your service.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
So who's number one on your list?
No disrespect to any of them that didn't make it. These are just four that, to me, brought me joy, and I enjoyed learning about them over the years as we've covered them. And my first one's Bob Feller. He's currently the oldest living Hall of Famer. He actually, in 1946, threw a 107-mile-an-hour fastball, second fastest pitch ever recorded. He was the first major leaguer to volunteer for active duty and enlisted in the Navy just 2 days after the attack on Pearl Harbor. Prior to his enlistment, he was arguably the best pitcher in the major league. He had already amassed 107 wins and led the American League in both wins and strikeouts the previous 3 seasons before the war. He returned to pitch in 1946 after missing 4 seasons, finished his comeback season with 348 strikeouts, a 2.18 ERA, and 36 complete games. I repeat, 36 complete games. That's Bob Feller.
It's pretty amazing. The first one I'm going to go to is Jackie Robinson. He was assigned to the Army unit, a segregated Army unit, after being drafted in 1942. Jackie Robinson subsequently was accepted in the officer candidate school and commissioned as a second lieutenant. He was later court-martialed in 1944 after being taken into custody by military police for refusing to move to the back of an army bus. So this is the precursor to the civil rights movement. He stood by his principles, and later on he would break the color barrier, as we all know. He was acquitted by an all-white panel of officers by the proceedings, kept him from being deployed with his tank battalion, but after being honorably discharged, Robinson signed with a Negro Baseball League team, and in 1947 became the first player to break baseball's America color line when he played with the Dodgers. He was also named the Rookie of the Year. That Rookie of the Year award is now called the Jackie Robinson Award. The second baseman went on to 6-time All-Star, 1949 NL MVP, and was a World Series champion of Robinson. And Robinson's famous 42 number is now retired throughout baseball. So that was my first one. Who else you got?
My next one's Rocky Bleier. Rocky's a 4-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers. After finishing his rookie season with the Steelers in '68, Bleier was drafted into the Army and volunteered for active duty in Vietnam. In '69, while on patrol, his platoon was ambushed, and he was hit in the leg with with a bullet, and a local or nearby grenade exploded and shot shrapnel into his leg. He later earned the Purple Heart and Bronze Star for his bravery. While he was recovering in an Army hospital, doctors told him he would never play football again. He reported back to the Steelers training camp the year later after being wounded in Vietnam. He couldn't walk without being in constant pain and spent the next 2 years trying to earn an active duty spot on the roster. The Steelers even waived him twice. His tenacity and off-season workouts helped him overcome his war wounds, and he earned an active spot on the roster in '74. In 1976, him and teammate Franco Harris rushed for 1,000 yards each and became the second tandem in history at that time to ever rush for 1,000 yards out of the backfield. Mercury Morris and Larry Zonker were the other two.
You know, with him, I grew up knowing about Rocky Bleier as a great running back. I don't ever remember anyone ever mentioning, until we started doing this, I don't ever remember them mentioning his service. And I can always see why he's high up on your list. It's just amazing. And maybe I was just oblivious because I was younger, or maybe it just wasn't well documented. I don't know. But until we started doing this, I didn't know this about a lot of the athletes. It's one of my favorite shows we do of the year because obviously the the Veterans Day show is the big one where we do this deep dive for the entire show. But it's one of my favorite things because I think it gives listeners a better appreciation for what these men do. And some of this stuff will get us choked up. Like I've had to fight back tears several times, even though I've read the thing 2 or 3 times before I go on air, right? I'll still get choked up when you read some of this stuff. My number 2 is Christy Mathewson. Christy Mathewson, with the use of poisonous gas, a major concern for soldiers in World War I, the U.S. Army's Chemical Corps became a high-profile unit, which is where Christy Mathewson served. It was in this division that Mathewson served after his baseball career. In 1918, Mathewson enlisted and was sent to France, where he was accidentally gassed and developed tuberculosis. He died in 1925. Now, he had every intention of coming back and playing much longer. But when he came back, his evidently he had a hard time breathing, et cetera, et cetera. You can imagine what tuberculosis did. And back then, they didn't have all the regulations that they have in wartime like they do now. They had developed poisonous gas, and they were using on it. I mean, it was a terrible thing that the Germans were doing back then. But Christy Mathewson, no pun intended, took one for the U.S. team and got in there, but essentially gave his life. And I've always respected that because a lot of people also don't understand. Christy Mathewson is one of the greatest pitchers to ever play the game. Christy Mathewson finished with 373 wins, a 2.13 ERA, 2,500 strikeouts, back in a time where strikeouts did not happen. By the time, the Nolan Ryans and the Roger Clemens came around and they're hitting all these strikeout marks, and you're like, man, they strike them out a lot better than they used to. It's not that they were throwing faster. The key to the game back then was not to get struck out. Everyone went out of their way to make contact with the baseball. You were embarrassed. I even remember when I was growing up, it used to be a thing, and now it's no longer, no one cares anymore. But you used to be embarrassed to have to walk back to the dugout after a strikeout. So he played for the New York Giants from 1900 to 1916, and then he played with the famed Cincinnati Red Stockings from 16 to 18. He was on that Cincinnati team that that beat the Chi Sox. He's 2-time World Series champion, 2-time Triple Crown winner, NL wins leader 4 times, 5-time NL ERA leader, and 5-time strikeout leader. He pitched 2 no-hitters. 373 wins, he probably would have had up around 425-ish if he hadn't have gotten poisoned. What's your number 3?
My number 3 is just one of my favorite veterans to ever play the game, and that's Ted Williams. Teddy Ballgame, whatever you want to refer to him as, arguably the greatest hitter in Major League Baseball history. He hit 406 in 1941, the last time anybody's ever hit over 400. Williams, a veteran of 2 branches of the military, the Navy and Marine Corps, and a veteran of 2 wars, World War II and the Korean War. World War II, he served as a Navy flight instructor and never saw active duty. During the Korean War, Williams threw 39 successful combat missions for the Marine Corps. On one such mission, his plane suffered anti-aircraft fire that crippled his electrical systems and hydraulics, but he managed to fly the damaged plane back to an air base close to the front lines. For this, he was awarded the Air Medal. He lost a total of 5 seasons to military service for his country. And then the rest of the world, we just speculate what could have been had he not. But I'm so thankful that Ted did serve, and for that, I salute him.
Yeah, I think it's been well documented what Ted has done. I just don't think a lot of people have grasped what his numbers could have been, because that was right in the prime of his career both times. And
absolutely,
to think that, I mean, first of all, he would have been at least number 2 all time in home runs when he retired. Obviously, Hank Aaron passed later on down the road, but he most definitely would have beaten Willie Mays' numbers, and he might have beaten Babe Ruth. In fact, I was reading up on this yesterday, and he said that one of the things that touched him the most was that Babe Ruth made a comment to him very early in his career. Very early, Babe Ruth said to him, "You're one of the best I've ever seen, and if anyone breaks my record, I hope it's you." And he said that he wore that as a badge of honor his entire career. That with Babe Ruth thought that I was one of the greatest ever. That had to have meant something, right?
Just, man, a quote like that, just letting it all sink in.
Yeah, ghosts talking to ghosts, and here you think about it. It was 100 years ago this coming fall that Babe Ruth was traded to the New York Yankees for no net. It's all about that Broadway show up there in Boston. I love poking Red Sox fans about that. My next one is Jack Loomis. After playing in 9 games for the New York Giants as a rookie defensive end, Jack Loomis enlisted in the Marine Corps in 1942, the first wave of troops to land on Iwo Jima in 1945 was his platoon. He remained on the island after the initial day to continue to battle the Japanese. Commanding Company E's 3rd Rifle Platoon march. On March 8th, Loomis was helped knock off 3 enemy strongholds despite suffering injuries from grenade shrapnel before being mortally wounded by a landmine while saving 2 others. Before dying, he famously told the field doctor, "Well, Doc, the New York Giants lost a hell of an end today." Loomis was awarded the Medal of Honor. What's your number 4?
Well, my number 4 is I'm going to come full circle with Memorial Day and talk about the baddest dude on the planet, Mr. Pat Tillman. He was an enigma, and especially in today's age of prima donnas and athletes that are chasing dollars and fame, Pat turned that down. He actually did the unimaginable. After the September 11th terrorist attacks on the Twin Towers, Tillman turned down a multi-million-dollar contract with the Cardinals to enlist in the Army. Him and his brother, who was an aspiring baseball player, both became Army Rangers and went down to Fort Benning, Georgia. They did multiple tours of combat in Iraq and Afghanistan. Tragically, Tillman was killed over in Afghanistan and paid the ultimate price, and that is what we need to keep in mind this Memorial Day, is these guys and their sacrifices and what they've done for our country. And Pat Tillman, I thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he's probably one of the most talked about ones. When we do Veterans Day, we have people send theirs in as well. And Pat Tillman's usually the number 1. For obvious reasons, it's this generation.
It is, and that's the reason my list is the way it was. I didn't want to memorialize anyone but for Tillman. Man, just the unselfishness in an individual for anybody that signs up for that kind of duty, but to be in the walk of life that he was in and the situations and the income, and to just put it all aside and do what he felt was necessary.
Well, if you think about it, he did what Ted Williams did. And a lot of them did in World War II. World War II was commonplace. When Tillman did it, everyone was like, "What are you, nuts?" Because this has become a me society. Pat Tillman put his country first.
Amen.
If Pat Tillman would have done that in the 1940s, nothing would have been thought of it because several guys did it, right? But,
yeah, it's true. It wouldn't have even been talked about as much. I mean, obviously, just like Loomis, it would have been brought up, and we would still talk about it, but it wouldn't have been as big a deal.
Bob Kalsu is my last one. He's the only professional football player to lose his life in the Vietnam War. Kalsu was killed on July 21st, 1970, after his unit came under enemy mortar fire just hours after his wife gave birth to their second child. That part always gets to me. She was informed of her husband's death. In addition to being an All-American tackle at University of Oklahoma, Kalsu was also in Oklahoma's ROTC. To satisfy the program's responsibility, Kalsu was sent to Vietnam in November of '69 as a second lieutenant. Just 1 year earlier, he had been selected by the Buffalo Bills in the 8th round of the draft and started the entire '68 season. Kalsu was named the Buffalo Bills Rookie of the Year in his efforts, and then just a year after entering, he lost his life. One other person that I want to mention, because I couldn't find his info earlier, was Jerry Coleman, and that's because he ended up becoming a Hall of Fame broadcaster, so we can relate to him. Not that we're ever going to be Hall of Fame broadcasters, but
You speak for yourself over there.
Yeah, well, I am.
I'll sign you an autograph, don't you worry.
Thanks, buddy. But Coleman was the only major league player to have seen combat in 2 major wars. Coleman first postponed the start of his career as a Marine aviator in World War II, and then left baseball to fly in the Korean War, during which he escaped a scary crash. In all, he flew 120 combat missions, was awarded 2 Distinguished Flying Crosses and 13 Air Medals. The Colonel, as they called him, went on to win 4 World Series as a second baseman with the New York Yankees. He then went on to a lengthy broadcasting career, earning an induction to the Broadcasters Wing in the Hall of Fame, the Baseball Hall of Fame in 2005, and in the Radio Hall of Fame in 2007. So I want to make sure I mentioned Jerry Coleman. For some reason, I couldn't find his info a second ago. What's your favorite Memorial Day foods?
It's a big grill out for me. I'm just a hamburger and hot dog guy on Memorial Day weekend.
That's essentially what we're doing. I'll probably bust out some old rib action on the 4th of July. I've been shot down by a couple ideas by the wife already. But Billy and I were talking about ways that I could sneak a pork butt in. So, I'm on a mission now. I don't know, baby. It just showed up. It's free delivery.
I don't know what happened here.
A fan sent it in.
I think one of them drones flew by and dropped it off. It's just, a mispick on the new delivery service. Sorry.
Billy's suggestion was for me to use the story that it was on sale at Ross's. Dollar Tree. No, baby, this is at the dollar. It's at the dollar store. We got it's $1. Every time Amazon shows up with something for me, I was like, it was free.
They were giving them away down at the station.
What's one of your go-to patriotic songs? Mine's especially on a weekend like this, is Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA. God Bless the USA.
That's my go-to.
Does that not just get your blood pumping for some reason?
It does, and I hope they're listening right now. But I actually know people that don't like that song, and I have the argument. How do you even exist in society and not like that song? Is there a culture of people that really don't like that song?
Dirty Commie Bum, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you what, we've been playing West Cook bands.
Take that, my boss. I hope you're listening.
He's like, I hope you're listening. You're working Memorial Day.
It's going to be interesting in 17 minutes from now, but until then, I'm going to enjoy.
The more and more that I hear it, the West Cook bands. I Stand for the Flag. I really like that song a lot too. It's a really good song, really good patriotic song, and basically it was written about. It's not about whether or not he wasn't being political. He was basically in the lyrics. If you listen to it, he's just saying, "I stand for the flag because the flag stands for us." And I think it's really well written and really well performed. So. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball's Salute to Service Special, a compilation from our Armchair Quarterback radio show, which aired for 8 years on CBS Sports affiliates before changing to Braves Country. It's a compilation of shows that are going over some of our more famous athletes who served our country as well. Happy Memorial Day to everyone out there, and thank you for your service. Let's go ahead and dive into. Gave everyone one athlete that they looked up to or whatnot they do for their service. What athlete did you choose today?
And I didn't listen to the first two rounds, but
that's fine.
Pat Tillman's probably got to be one of the top ones.
Even if you're saying someone that someone else has already said, we've got votes going on all of our social media platforms, and he's blowing everyone away right now. For obvious reasons.
Yes, it's a cool scene. Just when what he did, just after 9/11 and all that, just wanted to give back to his country. So,
I can't argue with that. What Justin and I talked about was that if he would have done that in the 1940s, it would not have been looked upon as that great of a deal because they all did it. But what he did at the time that he did in this very selfish society we live in now. To do what he did, turning down all that money, was pretty incredible, I have to agree. My favorite is always going to be Christy Mathewson just because, him and Jerry Coleman, because Jerry Coleman ended up being a Hall of Fame broadcaster for Hall of Fame baseball broadcaster, and he was 4-time World Series winner for the New York Yankees at second base and served in combat. But Christy Mathewson, he is one of the greatest pitchers of all time. More people talk about Walter Johnson because he had a few more wins than Mathewson, but Mathewson was right there with him. And this is in the dead ball era, so their numbers are a little skewed, but a 2.13 ERA lifetime is pretty incredible. Now, realize scoring just didn't happen much back then because there was a lot of reasons. The number one reason the dead ball era is they did not, what a lot of people don't know about the dead ballers, they did not change the baseball out much. And what that led to, by the end of the ball game, you usually were playing with
a dead ball.
Right, it was a ball that was that smacked around. A lot of time it was wobbly. A lot of time it had dirt all over it. It was hard to see. That came to an end, I believe it was 1919 or 1920, when a gentleman came up to the plate and was hit in the temple by one of the balls because he didn't see it. They were playing it around dusk, and the ball was, from all accounts, the ball was essentially gray. And he didn't see it. It killed him instantly right there on the at home plate, and that's what changed.
Oh, wow.
That's what changed the rules of them saying after every so often. Of course, they upped it now, but at the time they were like, we're new baseball every inning, and then of course now it's new baseball almost every pitch. But what led to that directly after that rule was all of a sudden Babe Ruth was slamming home runs out of the building. And so that had a lot to do with why Babe Ruth was out hitting teams. He had the year that he hit 54 home runs, he was out hitting teams. So he was ahead of the curve, don't get me wrong, but a lot of it had to do with the fact that they were actually using fresh live baseballs. So that's why Mathewson's always one of my favorites, is because it always brings up that kind of conversation. He died because of poisonous gas that he inhaled fighting the Germans in World War I, came back and he developed tuberculosis. So on that happy note.
I know that's interesting.
Yeah, well, on Veterans Day, if you ever want to hear a really good show, Veterans Day, we do deep dives on a lot of players that a lot of people don't know. You know, there are athletes that you know of them. You just had no idea their contribution to society. It's dumbfounding. Every year we find more and more. We've been doing this for about 5 years on Veterans Day. The reason why this is the first time for us doing it on Memorial Day weekend is this is the first time that we've been daily show, and B, a lot of times in the past we have actually taken a hiatus until about mid-June on the Armchair Quarterbacks to recharge your batteries, so to speak. So we haven't been on in broadcasting during Memorial Day. So this year we decided to do Mount Rushmore, and then also get everyone else's opinion. What's your go-to food this weekend for Memorial Day?
Man, probably hamburgers, hot dogs. Just keep it simple.
Yeah, it seems like to be everyone's go-to. I get a little more creative on 4th of July. 4th of July, I'll end up busting out ribs and everything and slow cooking and doing some more old-fashioned barbecue. I might do a pork butt today, but that's pretty simple in my world. I like to really dial it up a little bit when it comes to 4th of July. And
4th of July, I usually try to get around 54, 55 hot dogs, but that's just America.
Well, I can usually knock that out in about 10 minutes. So the key is everyone thinks the key is to drinking water with it. The key is to just not give a crap what you look like afterwards. And so now you have figured out the secrets to my physique.
You are a champion, sir.
I am. Still undefeated. Anywho, back to the rest of the story. One thing I forgot to ask you, do you prefer slaw, macaroni, or potato salad?
Yes.
All three of them just mixed together?
All three, man. I'm a foodie, man. As long as it's good, I want it.
What's your favorite of those three?
A good coleslaw, man.
A
good coleslaw.
Yeah, me too. Especially if I'm putting it on. So I competed in a contest up in New York. I think this was 2011, summer of 2011. It was somewhere in that area. It's either 11 or 12.
Did they know it was a contest?
Well, they did after I left. The guy that I was working for bragged about how he was always the best in the Hamptons for burgers and how buddies of his won this and that. So I joked with them all summer. I said, well, that's because you never had a Southern chef come in there. And they would laugh, whatever, da-da-da-da-da. Well, I gave him such a hard time. This was the boss that owned the restaurant I worked for in the Hamptons. People aren't familiar with the Hamptons. It's eastern Long Island, and it's an uppity area. This is where Jerry Seinfeld lives, right? I mean, this is the money of the money. And
he has a horse named Prickly Pete.
Well, yeah, exactly. But sincerely, when I lived out there in the Hamptons that summer, all I saw were celebrities. I saw a lot of celebrities when I lived in Nashville and worked in the bar business there. And then I saw like the cream of the crop celebrities when I was out in the Hamptons. These are the people that are the movers and the shakers. I mean, people like Kelly Ripa would walk in and no one even bats an eye because she's not a big enough name. And you're like, really? By the way, she's scary skinny. I mean, she'll freak you out a little bit how skinny she is. I'm really worried about that one. But anyways, she's probably saying, man, there's this old fat dude. I wonder if he's still alive.
Is there a coleslaw, a mayonnaise-based coleslaw?
Yes. So I won best slaw, best barbecue, and best burger that year. And I mean, it was like a drop the mic moment. But they gave me less than 48 hours to prepare. They walked in, it was like right around 34 hours, I think it was, right for the competition. Said, okay, Big Mouth, if you think you can beat us, be out there Saturday morning, da-da-da-da-da-da. I was like, I got to work all day today. This is a Friday, right? I was like, I got to work all day. Like, so? You said you're the best? I was like, oh, I see what you did. That's okay. So when I got off work that night, that's what I did. I started cooking my pork butts, slow cooked it. And then I put my burgers together, and I put my slaw together that next morning, and went out there and won all 3 medals. I mean, it was like a drop the mic. Dude, I gave him so much crap the rest of the summer. It was awesome. This is right before 4th of July weekend, and I was there until the end of Labor Day. So you can imagine.
I'm sure you wasn't quiet.
I was not. He'd come in, he owned the place. He'd come in and say something about, hey, did we get the shipment of fish in yet? I was like, no, but I know what we did do. We won 3 medals 4 weeks ago. Anytime I could slide it in there, it would be a thing.
I just wanted to give a shout out to a great player who died in Vietnam in 1970. His name was Bob Katsu. He was Rookie of the Year for the Buffalo Bills back in 1969. His brother went to Vietnam, and he joined him. He died in action in 1970, and that's who I wanted to give a shout out to him, remember him, and a shout out to his family on this upcoming Memorial Day.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball's Salute to Service Special, a compilation from our Armchair Quarterback radio show, which aired for 8 years on CBS Sports affiliates before changing to Braves Country. It's a compilation of shows that are going over some of our more famous athletes who served our country as well. And thank you for your service. Good afternoon, Braves Country. We are doing a special show here today. And what we're doing today is, it's not necessarily the greatest, but it's going to be my favorite players that I ever saw play, position by position. And they do have to be good. I'm not just going to, grab some rando that had one decent season. We might go through some of those if there's time, but all in all, this is a show about position by position, my favorite / best players that I saw play. And we're going to start in around the mid-1980s, for argument's sake. I started watching the Braves in the early 80s, but really started getting into it by the mid-80s. So I do remember the 82 season. I remember the 83 season, et cetera, et cetera. But most of the players that I'm going to be talking about, some will come from that very beginning of the era, but the majority of them will come from much later. Now, with all that being said, we've got a lot to get into and a little time to do it. So I'm going to give you a starting rotation. I'm going to give you a closer. I'll probably give you, if there's time, I'll give you a couple other bullpen pieces. But these are guys that I just absolutely love to watch play. And then, of course, I'll give you the starting 9. And I'm going to give you a couple of guys that I wish could be in there, but I didn't see them play. Or a couple of guys that are just outside of there. But during this, I'd like to see your reaction, because I'm going to go back and read all the comments and whatnot, because I want to find out from y'all who are your favorite players by position. And I think that's what makes baseball special. It's what makes Braves baseball special. We've been watching these for so many years, watching these guys for so many years, and some of y'all go all the way back to the era of Hank Aaron and before. Some of y'all don't pick it up until the 90s, the 2000s. Some of y'all may have only been a Braves fan for the last 5 to 10 years, depending on your age, depending on when you started to fall in love with the game of baseball. But it really comes down to who is your favorite. There is no right or wrong answer. It's more of a curiosity of who did you love to watch play? Who do you love to watch play? Are they still currently playing, et cetera, et cetera. So, with all that being said, no further ado, I'm going to go ahead and start this off. And I'll go ahead and start it off from the catcher position. We'll work our way to the pitching staff at the end. At the catcher position, I'm looking at a couple of different options. And you could go, I mean, there were so many good catchers for the Braves. Brian McCann is one of the ones that really jumps out at me. He's not the guy that I chose. And you've got some current guys who are pretty darn good. Not for nothing, Travis d'Arnaud has been one of my favorite players to watch. But he didn't make the starting team on my list. My number one guy is going to be Javi Lopez. And that was because when I was growing up and they finally became really good, he was our catcher. And you finally saw a catcher who could hit. You saw a catcher who could field. And you saw a catcher who would come through and in the big-time clutch and really did a great job of help running that team, that pitching staff. One of the greatest pitching staffs in the history of baseball. But I'm telling you right now, we do this 5 to 10 years from now, I'm probably going to tell you it's Drake Baldwin. He's slowly becoming one of my favorite players that I've seen put on a Braves uniform, and I don't know how long. I love his demeanor. I love the way he, goes out there and approaches every single at bat. He doesn't try to ambush pitches. He's a hitter's hitter. He's a guy that waits for the ball to get deep into the zone so he can do, whether he wants to shoot it the other way, whether he wants to hook it. He waits until he recognizes it and reacts. And he's done a great job behind the plate. What Eddie Perez has done to develop him defensively behind the plate is remarkable. And I think before it's all said and done, he's going to be my favorite catcher. But right now, just because the body of work is so small, I'm going to tell you it's Javi Lopez. And for folks who may or may not remember Javi Lopez, I mean, he was a guy that one of the best things that he ever did that I saw from any catcher of any era is he was a master of picking off base runners from the first base side. It really was remarkable when you would watch him and you would watch him play, and at any moment on a pitch inside to a right-hander, he would turn and fire that ball over to first. And a lot of times catching the runner napping. Sometimes it's just to keep him honest, but a lot of times it was he would catch him napping. And you always had to be aware of that as a base runner, because you couldn't just get a big lead and then kind of lackadaisically go back to first base. You had to be on your toes. All in all, he was a .287 batter for his career. That's not nothing. He ended up hitting 260 home runs, 864 RBI, a 3-time All-Star, and for a catcher, that's pretty darn remarkable. He was also the 1996 NLCS MVP. He won the Silver Slugger Award in 2003, and of course was a part of the World Championship in '95. He went into the Braves Hall of Fame as well, and so Javi Lopez is going to be my catcher. My first baseman, I think a lot of people are going to be surprised by this because most of y'all are probably going to say Freddie Freeman. And the way Freddie Freeman left the Braves organization will just always leave a bad taste in my mouth, especially considering the fact that he left to go to the Dodgers. And as a kid, they were the Dodgers, our biggest rival. So I have a hard time putting him there. And I like Matt Olson, but he hasn't quite done it for long enough for me yet. Hasn't been there in the big spots yet. I think eventually he'll probably overtake my first base. But right now I'm going to tell you it's Fred McGriff, the crime dog. Played for the Braves from 93, was traded to the Braves in 93 to 97. He was a part of that World Series team. He's a guy that, look, I know he bounced all around his career, and you can't realistically go with him being just an Atlanta Brave. But you ask most people what they remember, who they remember him as, it's going to be a Brave. Maybe a Blue Jay from 86 to 90, but you definitely don't remember him as a Padre for 2.5 years. Nobody remembers him towards the end of his career where he's bounced around from Tampa, played with the Cubs for a couple of years, went to the Dodgers, finished his career with the Devil Rays. And so I'm going to go with the Crime Dog, 493 home runs, almost 2,500 hits, 2,490. Batting average of 284 lifetime, and 1,500 plus RBIs. The Crime Dog, from the moment he got to Atlanta, he was instant offense. And you put him in the middle of that lineup, and all of a sudden we became a very formidable attack. And it was so fun to watch him over those years. And look, honestly, I still like old Freddie. It's just the way he left us. I can't put him on any kind of list. I was a big Chris Chambliss fan, too, to be honest with you. Chris Chambliss was one of those guys that growing up as a kid, I always wanted to meet because Chris Chambliss's dad and my grandfather worked at the Naval Air Station in Jacksonville, Florida together. So that made me immediately a Chris Chambliss fan. Now I know he's not really known as a Brave. I think most people, if you ask people about Chris Chambliss, I think instantly he's known as a New York Yankee. Played for the Yankee in those years where the Yankees were so dominant in the mid to late 1970s. Chris Chambliss was their first baseman. But not for nothing, Chambliss was with the Braves from 1980 to 1986. So as a kid growing up, he was my first baseman. I knew nothing else. He ended up with 185 home runs, a 280 average, 2,100 hits. He was a solid hitting first baseman. In today's game, it wouldn't quite be enough. You would want a lot more power numbers. But in the 1980s, he was a guy that you loved putting in the middle of the lineup, sometimes a little further down, but he gave you length. And Chris Chambliss, I had to mention him. I didn't want to just skate over the first base position and not mention Chris Chambliss. The second base position, I'm going to be honest, it's our current guy right now. It's Ozzie Albies. And I know he drives us nuts. I know his early swinging. You'll hear me get on to him, and it drives me bananas, mainly because I believe he can do so much better. And though I was always a big Mark Lemke fan and Glenn Hubbard in the 1980s, Ozzie Albies, with his personality and his entire game, I love Ozzie, man. And I'll never say a disparaging word about him as a person. He might drive me up the wall when he's at the plate. And he does. But all in all, you got to love what he has given to you as a whole. And he was a big part of that World Series championship team. Do I think he's flawless? Absolutely not. But Ozzie Albies is a guy that the one thing you know about Ozzie, he's going to give you his all. He's going to be out there hustling. He gets on base. He's automatically in scoring position. Anything that gets to the wall, he very well can go first to home. He's a guy that, look, for his career, he's batting just under 270. It's not terrible. He'll probably finish, by the time his career's done, he'll probably finish somewhere around 300 home runs. That's pretty solid for a second baseman. His RBI total will probably be somewhere above 1,000. And he'll probably end up somewhere between 150 and 200 stolen bases. I think he's going to be one of these guys that falls just short of the Hall of Fame, and it's a shame because I think if he applied himself better and took better at bats and took every at bat seriously in a game in and game out, day in, day out basis, I think he's got the tools to be in the Hall of Fame one day. But he doesn't go through those progressions. He tries to headhunt, and that's what drives us crazy. But he's been to the All-Star game 3 times. That's not nothing. He helped us win the World Series in 2021, and you can't deny that. He's been on the All MLB second team twice and a Silver Slugger Award twice. Ozzy's always going to be my favorite second baseman. A lot of it has to do with just his personality, who he is as a person. I love me some Ozzy. Third base, look, if I was old enough, I'd probably be telling you it's Eddie Matthews. I'd probably be over here telling you that one of the greatest players, offensive players of all time, right behind Hank Aaron, was third baseman Eddie Matthews. And you look at his numbers, 271 lifetime batting average, 512 home runs, 2,300 hits, almost 1,500 RBI, but I never got to see him play. He ended his career in 1968, long before I ever started watching baseball. Started with the Boston Braves, and for most of y'all that follow this channel know that I'm a huge, not just lover of the Braves, but I love the history of baseball, and especially the history of the Braves organization. But I never got to see him play. So it automatically goes to Chipper Jones. Now, Austin Riley, he is right on the cusp of being great. He hasn't quite pushed it through yet. I still contend in 2021 he was robbed of the MVP when they gave it. I mean, they handed it to Bryce Harper. Go back and look at those numbers in 2021. The raw numbers, Riley was right there with them every step of the way. And the biggest difference between the reason why I would give it to Riley as opposed to Bryce Harper, because that year when the Braves and Phillies met up, time in and time out, time and time again, Austin Riley outperformed. He owned the Phillies. Bryce Harper couldn't do a damn thing against the Braves. He was brutal. His team missed the playoffs, and all in all, his team failed because Bryce Harper failed. So the fact that Riley doesn't have an MVP isn't necessarily his fault, because he should have been the 2021 MVP. And I don't know if he'll ever get that opportunity again, because Riley's got the type of game that he could win the MVP in a year, but also any year. Austin Riley is more of a guy that's usually going to be in the top 5, top 10 of MVP voting, because there's so many guys who are going to have such bigger numbers that it's going to be hard for Riley to ever be there again. They robbed Riley of it. They didn't have to do that, and there was no reason for it. The only reasoning for it was because the national media, for whatever reason, thinks that Bryce Harper reinvented baseball. But Austin Riley had a much better 2021 year, and he capped it off with the World Series championship. We go to shortstop, and, man, I went back and forth on this one, because my two favorite shortstops to ever put on a Braves uniform were Rafael Furcal and Andrelton Simmons. And, look, Jeff Blauser was great. I was a big Rafael Ramirez fan growing up as a kid. Dansby Swanson was a heck of a player. But all in all, I had to go with Andrelton Simmons, because defensively, I never saw anybody do what Simmons did on a day-in and day-out basis, what Andrelton Simmons could do. Now, what I loved about Rafael Furcal, man, that ball got down in the gap. It was almost an automatic triple. That guy did not run. He floated across the baselines. You would see him go from home to third, and his feet never touched the damn ground. He was unbelievably fast. He was a fire plug, and I loved everything about Rafael Furcal. But Andrelton Simmons, man, he made throws that just defied logic. And I hate, when we did the whole rebuild and we traded everybody away, the one guy that I really didn't want to trade away more than anybody else was Simmons, because I wanted to watch him play. I didn't care that he couldn't hit. I wanted to watch that defense grow. And we were robbed of that. We were robbed of that because right as he's coming into his prime, Andrelton Simmons gets sent over to Los Angeles. He was, 4 years into his career? He came up with the Braves in 2012, and he was traded away in 2016. And for the next 5 years, he was in an Angels uniform doing great things. I would see clips from time to time, but never got a chance to see on the day-in and day-out basis. He won the Gold Glove in 2013, 2014, 17, and 18. 4 times. He was a phenomenal player. that I don't think ever gets talked about enough. And it's a shame that we only got to see him those handful of seasons, because I think defensively, if he stays in Atlanta throughout that duration, we'll just say all the way to the 2020 season, I think we're talking about a guy that the Braves, and look, I understand they end up making a trade. They get Dansby Swanson. He comes in around a few years later. They develop him. By the time we win the World Series in 21, Simmons wouldn't have been around. I get that part of it. But I would have liked to have seen a few more years at him. Rafael Furcal was there from 2000 to 2005, and he wasn't a power hitter. But can you believe this? He actually had 113 home runs from his when did he start? So he played 15 years. He had 113 home runs. I would have never guessed that. I don't know how many of those were inside the Parkers, but those are very rare. So Rafael Furcal offensively was the funnest shortstop we've ever seen. The best shortstop we've ever seen, it's Dansby Swanson. And the best defensive player that we've ever seen at short is Andrelton Simmons. Take your choice. And if you're a Jeff Blauser guy, I get it, but you're remembering that with Braves-colored glasses on, because he really wasn't that good. Jeff Blauser's usually hitting at the bottom of our lineup, and he was usually the reason why we couldn't score runs. But all in all, man, Furcal and Simmons, to me, those are the two best. But if you're asking me to pick one, it's going to be Simmons, just clearly because of his defense. And I do think defense, especially when it comes to shortstop, is the number one reason why I'm going to pick a guy. So the infield, if you're just joining us, it's Javi, it's McGriff, it's Ozzie, it's Chipper, and it's Simmons. Now we go to the outfield. And the outfield was a little easier, mainly because I never got to see Hank Aaron play. So we put him aside. And you can put King Kelly aside. King Kelly's one of my favorite players in the history of baseball. He played with the Braves organization that is now the Braves organization in the 1890s in Boston, back when they were the Red Stockings. And he's got some legendary tales. But obviously I can't pick him. I can't pick Hank Aaron. And one of my favorite defensive players to watch my entire Braves fandom is Michael Harris II. But I didn't put him in the outfield either, because his offense has just never lived up to it. So with that being said, I'm looking for guys with the entire package, because I want the defense in the outfield, but at the same token, we got to score runs. So I'm putting a guy who traditionally played center field, little catcher, but finished his career in the corner outfield, so I feel like I can slide him over there. In left field, I'm putting Dale Murphy, and he's one of my all-time favorite players. I'd say a lot of people who are watching this are going to say the same thing. The Dale Murphy may have been the reason why you are an Atlanta Braves fan if you grew up in that era. Dale Murphy was by far the most popular player in the 1980s. And honestly, Dale Murphy may have been, I don't know if he's the most popular player, but he was one of the most recognizable players, if not the most recognizable player in all the 1980s in Major League Baseball. And it's mainly because of the TBS connection. Because TBS put the Braves on the map in the 1980s. And long before Chipper Jones and the Big Three and the 90s versions of TBS, TBS really took off in the 1980s. So the guy that was on your television screen and everybody's television screen night in and night out was Dale Murphy. And he won 2 MVPs in back-to-back years, in 82 and 83. He was a 5-time Gold Glove winner. He won the Silver Slugger 4 times, 7-time All-Star, 6 in a row. He led the National League in home runs in 84 and 85, RBI leader in 82 and 83. He even won the Roberto Clemente Award, which is probably, if you ask him, it's probably the one that means the most to him. He long has belonged in the National Baseball Hall of Fame, and it's ridiculous that he's not there yet. But we put that aside. Dale Murphy is my left fielder. He had a cannon for an arm coming up as a catcher. and finished with 398 home runs. And because he finished too short of 400, they've always held him out of the Hall of Fame. He had chronic injury problems at the end of his career that really tailed him off at the end. But nobody hit more home runs or hit more RBIs in the 1980s than Dale Murphy. The Dale Murphy is without a doubt. Before I put anybody else on this list, I put Dale Murphy in on the Hall of Fame. By the way, one guy that I didn't mention, that I probably should mention, third base, Bob Horner. Come on. Bob Horner, man. That was my guy growing up as a kid. Bob Horner was it. And every time I think of Murphy, I kind of think of them together because they were in the same era, and they were my two favorite players along with Chambliss. That was the three-headed monster that I would pull for. That came very, very anytime a Braves game was on, I go running to the TV. I wanted to know when they were hitting. Someone else, too, that now that we're in the outfield portion, I'm going to go ahead and bring his name up. He's not someone that a lot of people have talked about over the years or remember fondly over the years. You know, he only had 164 home runs in his entire Major League career, but he did play for the Braves from 81 to 86. So that whole time when I'm growing up, becoming a Braves fan, every night when I would turn on TBS and Bob Horner was at third and Chambliss was at first and Murphy was in center, Claude L. Washington was out there in right field, and he was one of my favorite players. But he has been since surpassed by the two guys that I'm about to name. I know it doesn't shock anybody. My center fielder is going to be Andrew Jones, and it's not particularly close. You know that I've written the poem, made the video about him. Andrew Jones, I didn't know it at the time, but we were extremely lucky to see that man play center field every single night. Kind of like when we see Harris play center field. That's why I don't complain too much about him being in the batting lineup, because I want to see him play center. Because his defensive ability to keep runs off the board with his glove is unbelievable. And so that alone is worth keeping Michael Harris in the lineup every night. But Andrew Jones could do it all. Andrew Jones hit 434 home runs. In one year, he hit 50. The guy fell off for whatever reason. I don't know what the reason was. But he leaves the Braves in 2007, signs the mega deal to go to the Dodgers in 08, and then his career cratered. And that's why he's been such an argument on whether or not he belongs in the Hall of Fame because of what he did after he left Atlanta. But before he left Atlanta, he was in the All-Star game 5 times between 2000 and 2006. He was a 10-time consecutive Gold Glove center field recipient. That's something. He won the Hank Aaron Award in 05, the NL home run leader in 05, the RBI leader in 05. Andrew Jones will always be one of my favorite players to ever play any sport. He played that center field so differently. As great as Harris is, I never saw anyone better defensively at any position than I saw Andrew Jones. He would steal singles. And for people who are not young enough to remember him, he would go and play so shallow that it was hard to get a single in front of him, because he wasn't worried about you beating him over his head, because he felt like that his reaction time was going to give him plenty of time to prevent a ball from going over his head. So that's my center fielder. And my right fielder, I know this will ruffle some feathers because a lot of people get on him. And I think what you're doing is you are cheating yourself of watching something truly special in front of your eyes. But Ronald Acuna Jr. is my favorite right fielder of all time. I never saw Hank Aaron play. So you have to remember that. I'm not old enough to remember that. When I was growing up, I heard all the stories about Hank Aaron. I've seen video. I know his statistics, but I never got to see him. So if you're asking me my favorite players that I ever saw play, Ronald Acuna Jr. going out to right field every night, I feel like I'm going to see something spectacular. Whether it's in the field, remember that throw that he made from right field the other night? I think it was the Boston series. Unbelievable hose. And then at the plate, you just never know. And he's fun. He is fun to watch. I love this year's home run celebration where he puts his hands over his ears like a grenade's going off. That's funny. That is fun stuff. He's got the personality. He's got all the tools, hits for power, speed, cannon for an arm. Ronald Acuna Jr. is my favorite right fielder of all time. Obviously, you have to put Hank Aaron in any conversation. I just never saw him. I never saw Harris. I never saw King Kelly, but I love reading about his stories. And Harris, he's right on the outside looking in. If he ever gets it together offensively, it's going to be a tough decision who I would take out of that. And, of course, my favorite designated hitter, we've only had one designated hitter since this whole thing's began, and it's Marcell Ozuna. I still love watching the guy hit. Unfortunately, I think we may be losing him at the end of the 2025 season. Hopefully not. Hopefully we end up re-signing him. But it's been a pleasure to watch that guy hit. He is an absolute machine. The starting pitching, we'll go ahead and hit that real quick so we don't drag this on all day, all night. My starting rotation of the guys that I got to see play, and on the outside looking in, is going to be Max Fried. Not because he left, just because he's just on the outside looking in. Ian Anderson helped win the World Series, but he didn't put it together for a career. Denny Nagel, one of my all-time favorites. Tom Glavine, one of my all-time favorites. But the five-man rotation that I'm putting out there to watch every day, I'm going to go with Greg Maddux as my ace. John Smoltz is my number 2. Chris Sale is my number 3. I love watching that guy throw that slider. And his competitiveness is contagious. Tim Hudson, I've talked about him before. He's one of my favorite all-time pitchers. I love his personality. Anytime they interview him, they do anything with Tim Hudson, I stop what I'm doing. And Phil Niekro would be number 5 because I love the idea of the knuckleball. I wish it was a little more popular in baseball. Over the years, we haven't seen much of it, but I love the knuckleball. I love there's something about it that is so fun to watch that it's hard for me not to put Niekro on that list. And look, the Braves have had a ton of starting pitchers that I've been big fans of over the years. So this was a hard list to whittle down to just those 5 names. I mean, even on today's roster, you're talking about Spencer Strider. You ask me this 5 years from now and he bounces back and whatnot, Spencer Strider could absolutely be on that list. I loved watching Raylo pitch last year. It was a lot of fun. I'm getting more and more where I'm a big Spencer Schwellenbach fan. And Grant Holmes, I just, when it's a Grant Holmes day, because of the sound bites we do, he's just fun to have out there. I still think when it's all said and done, he's much better as a back-end relief guy. But that's my starting 5. The closer, that's a tough one because I already put Smoltzy in my starting rotation. And so I really want Smoltzy as my closer if I'm being honest. But because I can't pick Smoltzy because I put him in the starting rotation, give me Craig Kimbrell the first time around. The beginning of his career with the Braves. I'm not going to judge him on what he does in the second bout. I'm talking about the Craig Kimbrell from 2010 to 2014, lights out. He was an all-star 11 through 14. Remember the O'Flaherty, Johnny Venters, and Kimbrell combination? That's one of the all-timers as far as bullpen nicknames in the history of baseball. O'Ventbrell was fun. I used to love to see how they were going to manipulate those 3. I'm a big Jesse Chavez fan if we're just talking about guys who are setups, guys who are not back of the bullpen. I liked Colin McHugh until he fell off his final year. That entire night shift bullpen was fun to watch. Even Luke Jackson, for that small time period, he was absolutely outstanding. Will Smith. These are guys that didn't do much around that, but that one year they all put it together. Mark Wohlers was fun to watch until he wasn't. We've had some fun bullpen guys, and you really get to know them and like them or loathe them because you see them almost every other night. Your typical bullpen guy in a 162-game season is going to throw somewhere between 60 to 65 times. So it's not quite half, but it's over a third of the time. You're going to see them about twice a week. But if I have to pick a closer for the entire time that I've watched the game, it's going to be Kimbrel because I have Smoltz in my starting lineup. And, yeah, I could have put Glavine, just like the way Freddie left to go to the Dodgers. I'll never forgive Glavine going to the Mets. He did it for such a small amount of money in the big scope of things. All right, that's going to do it. I didn't want to drag this on all day, but that is my favorite. Oh, and favorite manager, forget about it. It's Bobby Cox, and Leo Mazzoni has got to be my pitching coach. Watching till the day I die, I'll never see anything cooler than Bobby Cox getting madder than hell in the dugout and Leo rocking back and forth. How fun was it to be a Braves fan? How fun has it been to be a Braves fan since the time I picked it up in the 1980s until now? And it continues to be. We'll always bounce back. This is a proud franchise, and I just feel like I got lucky and picked the right team to pull for. I could have picked any team growing up as a kid. Thankfully, I picked the Braves. All right, Braves country. Had a lot of fun doing this one. We'll see you later.
Because he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hi, I'm Mac McGee sitting alongside Justin Waller, and we are the Armchair Quarterbacks. We are doing a very special edition of the Armchair Quarterbacks tonight. We are going to do a special. We're going to dive into several athletes that you may or may not know their background that have served for our great country. So crack yourself a cold one, pull up a chair, kick up your feet. This isn't about deciding who's going to win or lose this weekend. This is about respecting our veterans. Give a special thanks to all the veterans, the ones that are currently in harm's way, the ones that are enlisted, anyone that has served, any veterans of foreign war, everybody that has ever put on a United States military uniform. Welcoming on to the show is Justin Waller. Justin, how are you?
Doing good, Mac. Excited for this great Veteran Day show we got planned and ready to get into it.
Yeah, I think people are going to like it. We did this a couple of years ago, and it continues to be one of our favorite shows that we've ever done. We didn't get into it last year because there were some technical problems that week. But it's back, and we're trying to make this an annual event, and I think you're going to like what we have in store for you. We are going to spend the next hour or so talking nothing but our U.S. soldiers, our military in general, and also the history behind some of the athletes that have played some of our great games and have defended our great country. Okay, without further ado, Mr. Waller, why don't you take it away with Pat Tillman.
First of all, I just want to salute all of our vets out there. Thank you for what you do. This country is nothing without you guys. I appreciate it, and just thank you, man. For those of you out there listening, on Veterans Day, I think you should do it more than just Veterans Day, but make sure you say thank you to a vet tomorrow. If you see one walking around, man, just grab their hand. It's easy, and just say thank you for your service. I mean, it's not like you got to go anything more than that, and it'll mean a lot to those guys. So tip your cap to them and just give thanks. But Patrick Daniel Tillman was a professional player in the NFL who actually left his sports career in the middle to join the United States Army in the aftermath of the September 11th attacks. He started his college career as a linebacker for Arizona State University in '94. He actually secured the last remaining scholarship for the team. He excelled as a linebacker at Arizona State when actually he was small for his position at 5'11". As a junior, he helped his team to go undefeated that season and make it to the Rose Bowl that year. In '97, he was voted Pac-10 Defensive Player of the Year. Academically, Tillman majored in marketing and graduated 3.5 years on a 3.85 GPA. In the 1998 draft, Tillman was selected at the 226th pick by the Arizona Cardinals. At that time, he moved over to play safety for the Cardinals and started 10 of 16 games his rookie season. One of the great things about Tillman that I find interesting is that his loyalty and dedication for what he had with his moral compass is just unheard of, and I wish we had more athletes that carried themselves this way. He actually turned down a 5-year, $9 million contract offer from the St. Louis Rams just out of loyalty for the Cardinals. He finished his career with a total of 238 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 3 interceptions for 37 yards, 3 forced fumbles, 12 pass deflections, and 3 fumble recoveries in a 60 career game. In May 2002, 8 months after the September 11th attacks, after completing the 15 remaining games of the 2001 season which followed the attacks, Tillman turned down a contract offer of $3.6 million over the next 3 years from the Cardinals to go enlist in the U.S. Army. Tillman and his brother Kevin enlisted on May 31st, 2002. His brother Kevin actually gave up the chance of a career in baseball who had already signed with the Cleveland Indians. I mean, what siblings? Both of them are pro athletes making millions of dollars and just walk away from it to go serve. In September 2002, they completed basic training together. The two brothers completed the Ranger program in late 2002 and were assigned to the 2nd Ranger Battalion in Fort Lewis, Washington. After participating in the initial invasion of Operation Iraqi Freedom in September 2003, they entered Ranger School at Fort Benning, Georgia, and both graduated that following November of 2003. Tillman was then redeployed to Afghanistan, and on April 22nd, 2004, he was initially reported to have been killed by enemy combatants and actually turned out to have been friendly fire, but that is not a part of the story. The main thing to know about Pat Tillman is the man and his sibling, I include Kevin in this, they walked away from major league careers in 2 different sports, millions of dollars, to go fight for their country post 9/11 and paid the ultimate sacrifice, and that is Pat Tillman.
Yeah, got to give him a big salute. For those of y'all that aren't old enough to have remembered that time, it was a very emotional time when you saw those towers fall. A lot of people might wonder, why would you leave a great high-paying job in the National Football League to go defend your country? There was a rush of emotion and nationalism that took over this country for a little while that unfortunately has since faded right after the falling of those towers that I'll never forget. I was a little too old at the time to be able to just jump in there and join in, but I was honestly thinking about it. I got talked out of it by my family, but when you saw those towers fall, I mean, it really hit home for a lot of people, and I can totally understand why he did what he did. Okay, the next guy up is Ted Williams, 17-time All-Star. Just wrap your head around that, 17-time All-Star. A 2-time recipient of the AL MVP award, 6-time batting champion, 2-time Triple Crown winner. What? Hard enough to win one of those suckers. He won that sucker twice. He finished his playing career with a .344 batting average, which is still, I believe, top 6 all-time. Memory serves me correct. I know Ty Cobb is number 1 with .367. He's up there in the top 6 or 7 of all time. 521 home runs. He did that back when 500-run plateau was something to behold. There was a long period of time where he was the number 3 home run hitter of all time. And a lot of people don't realize that because then we hit the steroid era and it kind of gets misconstrued. But for argument's sake, along with the 482 on-base percentage, you want to talk about all these analytics and whatnot, you throw his numbers in at these analytic nerds, they just jaw drop. Bang for the buck, my opinion, Ted Williams is the greatest hitter of all time. The only one else that can be in the conversation is Babe Ruth, and it really depends on what you consider the greatest. But I've always considered.
I'll agree. Ted Williams has got my nod too.
He's the greatest hitter. Babe Ruth's the greatest player of all time. His batting average is the highest of any MLB player with 302 or more home runs. Born and raised in San Diego, joined the Red Sox in 1939. He immediately emerges as one of the sport's best hitters. In the 1941, this is right before World War II really took off. Remember, World War II was, for all intents and purposes, we were dragged into it December 1st, 1947, when they bombed Pearl Harbor. So at the end of the 41 season, Williams posted a .406 batting average, making him the last Major League Baseball player to hit 400 in a season. There was the 406 batting average, and no one's done it since then, and that was before World War II. So think about that. Think about how hard that is. He followed it up by winning his first Triple Crown in 42. And then Williams' career was interrupted in 43 to serve 3 years in the U.S. Navy Marine Corps during World War II. Upon returning to MLB in 46, Williams won his first AL MVP award. So basically, when he was in the Marines, in the Navy, he was a fighter pilot. So he basically got out of the he got out of the cockpit and walked over and got himself an AL MVP award. I mean, it was just like that. It's incredible what the man did. In 47, he won his second Triple Crown. Williams returned to active military duty for portions of the 52 and 53 seasons to serve as a Marine combat aviator in the Korean War. In 57 and 58, at ages 39 and 40, he was the AL batting champion for the fifth and sixth time. Williams retired in 1960, inducted into the Hall of Fame in 66 in his first year of eligibility. Williams managed the Senators and Rangers franchise from 69 to 72, and after that became one avid fisherman, and pretty much did that for the rest of his life. In 1991, George H.W. Bush presented Williams with the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian award bestowed by the U.S. government. He was selected for the Major League Baseball all-time team in 97 and the MLB all-century team in 99. And let me tell you something. When they came out onto the field in 99 for the all-century team, now this was the best of the best that were still living. Both current players and then, of course, retired players. Everybody circled the wheelchair of Ted Williams. That's how you know you're not just a good player. You're not just a great player. You're not an all-timer. You're not a legend. Ted Williams was a god. I mean, that's all there is to it. And when your peers are all in awe of you, that tells you something that you're doing something right. The U.S. Navy and Marine Corps in 42, Williams was drafted into the military, being put into Class 1A. A friend of Williams suggested that Williams see the advisor for the Governor's Selective Service Appeal agent, since Williams was the sole support of his mother, arguing that Williams should not have been placed in Class 1A, and said Williams should be reclassified to 3A. The attorney took the case to the appeals board and rejected the case. Angry, the attorney took the case to the president's board. Williams was reclassified to 3A 10 days later. Afterwards, the public reaction was extremely negative. Quaker Oats stopped sponsoring Williams, and Williams, who was previously had eaten Quaker Oats products all time since. Sorry, something doesn't make sense here.
Anyways, despite the trouble with the draft board, Williams had a new salary of $30,000 in 1942. Williams won the Triple Crown with a .356 batting average, 36 home runs, 137 RBIs. He was the third Red Sox player to hit 100 home runs with the team, following his teammates Jimmy Fox and Joe Cronin. Despite winning the Triple Crown, Williams came in second in the MVP voting, losing to Joe Gordon of the Yankees. Williams felt that he should have gotten a little more consideration. I mean, that's a little ridiculous. You win the Triple Crown and you don't get the MVP. Tell me there's not a Yankee bias out there somewhere. I mean, come on. Come on. The Triple Crown? What else can you do?
Pitch perfect games, I guess. I don't know that you can add to that. You win the Triple Crown, you should be MVP.
Yeah, and I don't want to hear about how, because back then only 2 teams made the playoffs anyway, so you can't say, well, this team to make the playoffs, because that's a ridiculous statement in itself. And if you win the Triple Crown, I don't care if your team didn't win a single freaking game. You're still the MVP. Not your fault. You go out there and rake over 300, hit freaking 40 bombs, and I'm guessing around, what was it, the 140 mark in RBIs. That's not your fault. But anyways, to wrap this up with Ted Williams, the biggest thing that I always remember about Ted Williams is he said that when he was growing up, what motivated him was, since he was, I think he said 8 years old, it was the first time that it motivated him, is that he wanted people to be able to walk down the street and point at him and go, there's Ted Williams, the best damn hitter that ever lived. And I'm pretty sure he accomplished that goal. If he's not the best, he's right there. There's only a few that you could even argue. But top to bottom, average, power, everything. And the guy lost 5 of his peak seasons of his career to WAR. There's no telling what kind of numbers he would have put up. I guarantee you his home run number would have creeped up very, very close to Babe Ruth. Because you're talking about, he finished with 521. Ruth was just under 200. And that was right in the heart of his career. He was hitting 35 to 40 home runs. I mean, you do the math, he would have been right there. 5 years. 5 years at 40 home runs. I mean, that's 200 more home runs right there. I mean, that's right there at the 714 mark.
I mean, he still has records that people would be chasing, but if he played those 5 years, he might have some uncatchable records. Like Cal Ripken's streak kind of record. You're not touching that for a very, 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 very long time, if it ever gets touched.
And considering, you're big time when, like I was talking about before, when the greats of the greats are surrounding you. I mean, we're talking about, I remember it was, I distinctly remember it was McGuire and Sosa and Jeter, and they were all surrounding his wheelchair, and they were all talking to him. And he always had this question that he would ask hitters. I heard this the other day, and he would ask him, do you ever smell the wood burn? And he said that if a guy told him he didn't know what he was talking about, then the guy wasn't a great hitter. He said, but if the guy did know what he was talking about, then he knew that he was a great hitter. And to a man, and I'm trying to remember who it was, but there was a lower rank player, and it was one of those journeyman type players that ended up going to broadcasting because he was telling the story. And so anyways, it was Ted Williams, Tony Gwynn. There was a third great hitter, and I want to say, I may not be doing this story justice, but I want to say it was McGuire. And the three of them, plus this guy who was interviewing them, they were all talking, and he brought that up. Do you ever smell the wood burn? And the guy said, I don't ever smell the wood burn. When Williams looked at the other guys and said, yeah, he wouldn't.
And that's not something you can come back from, because Ted Williams says something about hitting. You just shut up and listen.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't come back from that one.
The story I definitely do remember, it was Tony Gwynn telling the story. He was broadcasting one night and happened to catch it before Tony passed. And he said that he was talking to Williams one night at a function. I'm going to guess it was a Hall of Fame function. And Williams was talking to him. This is still when Gwynn was playing. So late 80s-ish, mid to late 80s. And Williams asked Gwynn, do you how are you hitting that inside fastball? And Gwynn said something like, well, I don't really focus on that. He goes, that's the key for left-handed hitter, is you've got to hit that inside fastball. You've got to let them know that you can hit that out of the park. And Gwynn went to argue with him. This is pretty early in Gwynn's career. Went to argue with him and said, Ted, I'm not the same hitter you are. I'm not looking for the inside fastball to yank it out of the stadium. I'm looking for, this and that. And I'm trying to. And Williams, I guess, got kind of heated with him because it doesn't matter. Can you hit the inside fastball out of the park? Because if you can do whatever the hell you want to. So I guess they. So anyways, I guess they got kind of heated because Gwynn was like, you don't know what you're talking about, and Ted Williams, the same reaction. So here's the funny thing. The very next season, Gwynn's playing. And Gwynn said he starts noticing, after having that conversation with Ted, he hit about 3 or 4 home runs that year with inside fastballs that were coming in. He was raking them out of the park. So the next time he runs into Williams later on that summer, or whatever it was, he said he couldn't wait to come to him. He come running up to him. He said, Ted, and he said, Williams turned around and looked at him and said, you finally learned how to hit that damn inside fastball, didn't you? It's like you said, you don't argue hitting with Ted Williams. I mean that's like that's like arguing any kind of anything with Einstein.
I mean, kids to this day are still dreaming from Little League all the way up to they want to bat 406. They want to bat Ted Williams numbers. I mean, that you just can't argue that. That greatest hitter.
That hit will.
And I agree with you. Could be up there in the talk of player. I mean, I agree that I think Ruth has got to be that. But man, what it could have been. Which I'm glad he did serve. That's, thank you for that.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
But as a sports fan, you just wonder if you had those 5 years, how big could those numbers have been?
And as only Ted Williams could do, he finished his career, his last at bat in Fenway Park with the home run. Not to mention the year that he hit 406. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I do remember he went into that day hitting 399.6 something. Anyways, it would have rounded out to be a 400. And the Red Sox manager gave him the opportunity to sit the day out. They were playing a doubleheader. I want to say against Detroit, but I don't remember who they were playing. And Ted Williams told the manager, no, I'm going to play. He said, man, if you don't play, they're going to round it out. You will be a 400 season. And Ted Williams told him, to hell with that. I either hit 400 or I didn't hit 400, but we're going to find out today. Williams went out and went 6 for 8 in that doubleheader, and that's how he ended up at 406. That's clutch. Okay, what you got next? Is that Rocky Bleier time?
It is Rocky Bleier time. Did you know, I'd like to be a little part of this family. They're from Appleton, Wisconsin. Mom and Dad owns a tavern, and they live above it. Could you imagine that growing up? Just hey, Mac, let's run downstairs and grab some breakfast.
I think I lived that growing up. What are you talking about? Last name is McGee. Anyways, go ahead.
Robert Patrick Rocky Bleier. NFL halfback for the Pittsburgh Steelers from in 1968, and then again from 71 to 1980. Blair played his college football at the University of Notre Dame in South Bend, Indiana, and graduated in 68 with a degree in business management. During his junior season in 66, the Fighting Irish won the national championship, and he was the team captain as a senior in 67. He was selected in the 16th round of the 68 draft by the Pittsburgh Steelers, number 417 overall. After his rookie season with the Steelers, Blair was drafted to the U.S. Army in December 1968 during the Vietnam War. He volunteered for duty in the South Vietnam and shipped out for Vietnam in May 69 and was assigned to the C Company, 4th Battalion, 31st Infantry, and assigned as a squad grenadier operating a 44mm M79 grenade launcher. On August 20th, while on patrol out in Heat Duke, Blair was wounded in the left thigh by an enemy rifle bullet when his platoon was ambushed crossing a rice field. While he was down, an enemy grenade landed nearby after bouncing off a fellow soldier, sending shrapnel into his lower right leg. He lost part of his right foot in the blast and was later awarded the Bronze Star and Purple Heart. While he was recovering in a hospital in Tokyo, doctors told him that he could not play football ever again. Soon after that, he received a postcard from Steelers owner Art Rooney, which read, "Rock, the team's not doing well. We need you, Art Rooney." When asked about it later, Blair said, "When you have somebody that takes the time and interest to send you a postcard, something that they didn't have to do, you have a special place for those kind of people." After several surgeries, he was discharged from the military in July 1970 and began informal workouts with the Steelers. He rejoined them in camp in 1970. Upon his return, he couldn't walk without being in pain and only weighed 180 pounds. He was put on IR for the season, but returned in 71 and played on special teams. He spent several seasons trying to get increased playing time and was waived on 2 different occasions. But Blair never gave up and said that he worked so hard, and to quote him, that he worked so hard that sometime in the future you didn't have to ask yourself, what if? An off-season training regimen brought Blair back to 212 pounds in the summer of 74, and he earned a spot in the Steelers starting lineup. Since Preston Pearson was wearing the number 26, that was the number Blair wore his rookie season before he went to Vietnam, Blair switched to the number 20 when he returned back to the starting lineup. After Pearson was traded to the Cowboys in 75, Blair kept the number 20, which he had already become associated with. In addition to being a great lead blocker, Blair was also the second of the Steelers' rushing weapons. Franco Harris was their primary back, and Blair was the second option. Both were effective nonetheless at both blocking and rushing. In 76, both Harris and Blair rushed for over 1,000 yards, making this the second NFL duo to accomplish this feat after Morris and Larry Zonka of the 72 Dolphins. Blair played in the first 4 Steelers Super Bowl victories and caught the touchdown pass from Terry Bradshaw that gave Pittsburgh a lead it would never surrender. He also recovered Dallas's onside kick on the closing seconds, sealing the Steelers' victory. Blair retired after the 1980 season with 3,865 rushing yards, 136 receptions for 1,294 yards and 25 touchdowns. At the time of his retirement, he was the Steelers' 4th all-time leading rusher. Got tongue twisted there. 4th all-time leading rusher. I still can't say it.
He run real good.
That is, yeah. He ran good for the Iron Curtain.
I just ran.
Yeah.
Those 4 years of college will sure go by fast. Yeah, I mean, Rocky Blair, I can remember he was retiring as I was just first starting to watch football, so he's really more of a name that I knew growing up as opposed to really remembering him play. I saw him towards the tail end because it was him and Bradshaw towards the tail end of his career. But Rocky Blair, I mean, he was a name in the NFL. He was every bit of a name as a running back in the NFL as Marshawn Lynch was. I think that's a fairly good analogy. And for the right reasons, not for the goofy stuff that Marshawn Lynch did. I'm talking about as far as being just a really good running back.
Yeah, I mean, just the heart that he had to come back. You know, I mean, he was wounded in action, lost part of his foot, come back, was cut twice, couldn't even make the practice squad, played in special teams, and wouldn't give up. And he put a lot of that to Art Roney, mailing him a postcard while he was over there wounded, and it was just like, you know, he didn't have to do it, and I'm going to go out here and give my all. And he eventually worked himself back to a starting position. And, I mean, to be in that backfield with Blanco and both of you have 1,000 yards, that's a great accomplishment.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it was, and I mean, he was. Let's be honest. He was on one of the greatest teams of all time. I mean, the Steel Curtain of the '70s, they're still highly revered. Okay, I got some more rapid fire ones. I'm gonna try to knock out one, and then I'm gonna try to knock two of these out before the top of the hour, and then when we come back, we'll get into your Art Donovan and Joe DiMaggio. I think one of the ones that I want to make sure that we hit this guy up, because I know he's near and dear to your heart, and I don't believe we talked about him on the first Veterans Day show we did a couple years ago. But Ahmad Hall of the played for the Tennessee Titans. After graduating from high school, Hall enlisted in the United States Marine Corps from 1998 to 2002 as a field radio operator, a sergeant with a tour of duty in Afghanistan under his belt. He then enrolled at the University of Texas. Once his time in the military ended, he walked onto the Texas football team as a fullback and was on the national championship team when Texas beat Southern Cal, the famous Vince Young team. He was on that field. Although he was not drafted, Hall eventually signed with the Tennessee Titans in 2006 and played 14 games in his rookie year and actually had a pretty decent career in the NFL. But when he was with the Tennessee Titans, I know he was always a crowd favorite. And if you go onto our Facebook page and you see our updated profile picture, the guy running onto the field with the flag in his hand, and could say it high-fiving, he's really low-fiving a soldier as he's running out on the field. That's Ahmad Hall.
Yeah, I mean he was a bruiser too. He was a Jeff Fisher back, was he not? I mean, in that system, he wasn't the superstar on the team, but you knew when you got done playing a game with him lining up across from you, because he would run you over.
Yeah, and he actually played for the Titans from 2006 to 2011. So he wasn't a flash in the pan. I mean, he's, that's a good little.
To be quite honest, that team's been missing an Ahmad Hall. We've been looking for it.
Well, it says here he's only 36, so somebody needs to give him a call. He was the guy that, what was the fullback's name that went out there and blocked for, that left the Titans and went out there and blocked for LT out there in San Diego? What was that tight end? I mean, I said tight end. The fullback for the Titans. Do you remember who I'm talking about?
I do, but you're going to hit me with it on air, so I'm just going to crickets.
Anyways, at the time, he was looked upon as the best in the game, but Hall basically took his spot. Man, that's going to drive me nuts till I think of his name. It was a great fullback, but and of course Hall did more than just played fullback. He also played quite a bit of special teams and whatnot too for the Titans. But anyways, that's Ahmad Hall, and he was always a crowd favorite. And whatever he's doing now, I hope he's doing well. And once again, thank you for your service. Here is I think fairly unknown, famous in the sports world, but I don't think a lot of people knew that he served. Mr. Tom Landry of the Dallas Cowboys. He was the head coach of the Cowboys. He was the one that started the whole America's team. He's the one that, if you ever see the old pictures, walk around in the houndstooth cap. I mean, look just like the kind of cap that Bear Bryant wore. So even though he was best known for his success as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Tom Landry was also a Pro Bowl selection player with the New York Giants as a player. And then Landry also played at the University of Texas, once again another Texas guy. But his college experience was interrupted by World War II in the U.S. Air Force. A lot of these guys that we've done over the past, we're not Air Force guys, so I figured it's about time that we pick an Air Force guy. Assigned to the 860th Bomb Squadron as a co-pilot in a B-17 Flying Fortress bomber, Landry served 30 combat missions and once survived a crash landing after his plane ran out of fuel in the Pacific. So that's Tom Landry, and I don't think a lot of people realize what that he actually had a pretty nice military career along with Hall of Fame head coach, and realistically the reason why the Dallas Cowboys are America's team to this day.
Tom Landry.
You do remember Landry, right?
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember Tom Landry.
Okay. I know he was, when was his last year? Probably 89. That was right around the time that Jimmy Johnson took over. 89 was probably Jimmy Johnson's first year, so I guess his last year was 88. But he was iconic. When he was given the axe, it was a bummer. It really was. Yeah, the one thing that I liked about Tom Landry, even though I was never a Cowboy fan, although ironically the first jersey I ever owned was not Emmitt Smith. Jesus, I can't believe I just said Emmitt Smith. Tony Dorsett jersey was the very first jersey I ever owned, and it was basically because I had choice between that and I don't remember what the other ones was. But we were in a store. My mom told me which one do I want. I wanted Tony Dorsett because I knew who he was, kind of thing. But what always stuck out with me with Landry in the Cowboys was he was very innovative. When they talk about Bill Walsh and all these other guys being innovative on offense, he was extremely innovative. He was the kind of guy that would come up with any kind of a trick play. He was constantly, he was the king of the flea flickers and the reverses and the hook and laterals and all that stuff. Tom Landry's Dallas Cowboy teams were fun to watch. So not only did they win, they were exciting, and I think that's why they became America's team.
He was playing chess when everybody else was playing checkers. That's the kind of coach he was. I mean, he could beat you with a game plan and execute it. And he had a way to get that across to his players. Because, I mean, anybody can draw those plays up, but to know when to play them, when to use them, and to be able to have your players execute them, the man was playing chess. And that was Landry.
Now that we're sitting here talking about it, life's come full circle. I think I'm going to have to go out and find me an old Tony Dorsett jersey.
Hey, man, I still rock the old Merino jersey. I catch heck for it, too, because it's the old three-quarter length sleeve. The way jerseys used to be. So, yeah, I'm all in it. Go get you that old school jersey.
Oh, yeah, I still have my Merino old school jersey. You know what kind of old school jersey I have in Merino? They didn't make these for very long, but, man, I wish they would because they were really killer. I have the reversible jerseys of the damn Merino. And they did not make those for very long, but, man, I'll tell you what, not only are they comfortable, because, first of all, they're warm because they're double knitted, right? But I love that thing, and I wear it every single fantasy draft day. That's the only time that I bust that sucker out, but every year I bust that sucker out. You laugh, man.
Wear it every day.
But it's sharp.
Wear it every day.
It's
Nobody
sharp,
ever
baby.
know you never watched it.
Rocking it. And the thing is, the great thing about that thing was that you only had to wash it half as much because, you know, if one side got dirty, you just flip that sucker inside out.
And I had to look it up. It was killing me, and you could kick yourself because this is so simple. You know who that fullback was?
Who was it?
Lorenzo Neal.
Ah, yeah, that's how I could not think of his name.
As soon as the L popped up, I said, Lorenzo Neal. How in the world did I ever forget that? But yeah, I mean,
he was a beast.
Just to mention the Hall, I mean, he filled right in very well for a very great fullback.
He, from his blocking, should be in the Hall of Fame. That's my opinion. Okay, we're going to have to take a quick break. Okay, let's get back into it. I'm going to read one off real quick, and then we're going to get into Art Donovan. Let's go and I'm going to go ahead and run down Yogi Berra one time. You can't do one of these shows without doing Yogi Berra. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you got to mention Yogi.
I mean, come on, it's Yogi. Lord knows the whole world misses old Yogi right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would love to hear.
What would Yogi? I would just love to hear what he would say right now. I want to hear one of them Yogi-isms right now.
I bet you he would have had a humdinger for the election. There's no telling what he would have said.
I could do a whole hour on what we think he would
say. Yogi Berra was one of thousands of men who played a role in the D-Day invasion. Legendary New York Yankees catcher Yogi Berra was serving as a gunner's mate while stationed off the coast of Normandy Beach on a U.S. Navy boat that day. Just over a year later, he made his major league debut with the New York Yankees at age 18. So he was 17 years old over in Normandy. Can you imagine me, a 17-year-old kid over there with all the bullets flying? I mean, just terrified. I can just only imagine. Berra was a 10-time World Series champion. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it, Jordan. 10-time champion. A 15-time All-Star and an AL MVP 3 times. He also elevated his name into consideration as possibly the greatest catcher ever. And I'll be honest with you, and by the way, he also happened to win 3 World Series titles as a coach. So he's got 13 world championships. Is that it? Is that all you got? Are you not entertained?
You remember when LeBron said he was going down to Miami, they were going to win not 1, not 2, not 3. Can you imagine Yogi sitting there? He's like, yeah, buddy. Not 8, not 9, not 10, but 13.
Yeah. And mine are real titles. They're called World Series champions.
I mean, I think he's the greatest catcher of all time. I know I covered him on our last show, and Yogi Berra, man, just not even just the athlete of him, but just the person. From what he did as a veteran, as a player, as a coach, as a mentor, and I mean, even up until his death, I mean, you went to Yogi for wisdom. He had those little one-liners, and they were just so simple that they were just genius. And I mean, some of them, I can't come up with any of them off the top of my head right now, just because I'm sitting here trying to think of them. But Yogi Berra was the king of that, and I miss him. I wish we had him right now.
Well, I know one of my favorite Yogi-isms. I can remember he was talking about how busy Manhattan was. And they were asking him about something about if he was going to go somewhere in Manhattan, something, and I don't remember if it was a play or whatever. And he was talking about how busy it was, how hard it was to get a table at this restaurant or whatever it was. And his Yogi is one of his famous ones was, well, nobody ever goes there anymore. It's too crowded. if you just think about it, and those are the typical Yogiisms where they're like double entendres. I mean, they're just funny. I mean, he's the one that coined "It ain't over till it's over." Now, no one thinks about that being funny now, but that at the time when he coined that phrase 70, 80 years ago, I mean, that was a funny statement. People were laughing, "Oh, it ain't over till it's over." Well, then when is it over? You know, like, but now it all makes sense to us because it's been said so many times. Now that's a typical thing a sportscaster does in a game when it's a 2-run deficit going into the bottom of the 8th, and they're about to bring in one of their better relievers to keep you locked in. You know, they're going to say it ain't over till it's over. No one laughs about it now, but at the time it was pretty funny stuff.
I just got a quick list of some of them, and obviously it ain't over till it's over. Baseball is 90% mental. The other half is physical. That one's always cracked me up. You can observe a lot by watching. If the world were perfect, it wouldn't be. I like this one about the effect of the sun in left field in the old Yankee Stadium during late season games. It gets late early out there.
Yeah, I was trying to. I thought of that one, but I couldn't remember what he was referring to. I was thinking he was thinking it was like the time change. But yeah, I do remember that one.
This one came from when he was coaching. We made too many wrong mistakes. I mean, just simple ones like that, or during his press conferences. I wish I had an answer to that because I'm tired of answering that question. Yeah, Yogi Berra, gotta love him.
Yeah, he's definitely in the conversation as the top 2 catchers of all time. I still think Johnny Bench is the greatest catcher of all time. But what Yogi did, you can't argue because the simple fact is the 13 championships. So if you're going to measure it by that, sure. But then again, he was on the New York Yankees in the 50s and 60s. One of the greatest dynasties of all time. I mean, he was playing with Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle, Whitey Ford.
That helps.
Yeah. That doesn't suck.
I'll take either one of them in an argument. At least that's who the argument has to be. I mean, I'll listen to either side of that argument. Bench was a great player in his own right. I think that's an understatement. Well, let's move into Art Donovan.
Let's do it. I'll tell you what, that was another funny guy, too, Art Donovan. But anyways, go ahead.
Arthur James, the Bulldog Donovan. Art Donovan was born June 5th, 1924, and was the son of Arthur Donovan Sr., a boxing referee, and the grandson of Professor Mike Donovan, the world middleweight boxing champion of the 1870s. Art attended Mount St. Mary Michael Academy in the Bronx. He received scholarship to the University of Notre Dame in 1942, but left after one semester to join the United States Marine Corps, enlisting of April of 43. He served 4 years to include service in the Pacific Theater during World War II. He took part in some of the conflict's fiercest engagements, such as the Battle of Luzon and the Battle of Iwo Jima. He also served as an ammo loader on a 40-millimeter gun on the aircraft carrier USS San Jacinto and as a member of the 3rd Marine Division. He earned citations which included the Asiatic Pacific Campaign Medal and the Philippine Liberation Medal, and would later earn him a place in the U.S. Marine Corps Sports Hall of Fame. He was the first pro football player with that honor. After the war, he completed his college career at Boston College. In each of his first 3 seasons, Donovan played for an NFL team which went out of business. He started with the first Baltimore Colts, who folded after his rookie season in 1950, followed by the New York Yanks in 51 and their successor, the Dallas Texans, in 52. After the Texans franchise was moved to Baltimore in 53 and became the second Baltimore Colts, Donovan played with that team. He became one of the stars in an outstanding defense and was selected to 5 straight Pro Bowls from 53 through 57. The Colts won back-to-back championships in 58 and 59. He was selected to the Man, I cannot speak tonight. Sorry, guys. Sorry, dude. He was selected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 1968. During his career, Donovan played in what many believe was one of the most important games in the NFL history, the 1958 title game between the Colts and the Giants. The contest between the two teams took place December 28, 1958, and ended in a 17-17 tie. Because it was a championship game, it went into overtime, the first NFL game to do so. Donovan made an important tackle during the overtime, stopping the Giants and allowing Johnny Unitas to lead the Colts on an 80-yard scoring drive to win the game. What a career just to be able to play with Johnny Unitas. But to go into college, get drafted, to go into battle, fight at Iwo Jima, I mean, I know for everybody that's big, but for the Marines to be there at Iwo Jima and then come back. And
I mean, what a lot of people probably don't understand is because, unless you're a historian of the game, the Baltimore Colts that Art Donovan played on, they were all-time greats. I mean, they were big time.
He was one of 12 Hall of Fame players to take part in that game. 6 of them were Colts.
Still considered the greatest game ever played.
Yeah.
There's famous pictures of that game. What I remember the most about Art Donovan growing up is not only was he in all the Miller Lite commercials, the less filling tastes great commercials, but then later on he was constantly in NFL films. If you watch any NFL film that was made in the 80s, early 90s, he was being interviewed in them. And I mean, he was an absolute riot. I was hoping I could find some of those quotes here, but what I ran into has nothing to do with that. I mean, there's a couple of cute ones here, but I remember him being much funnier. There was one says, I went to college to play football, not to study it. I never met a cold cut I didn't like. This is just random. I don't eat vegetables. I only eat real food like cheeseburgers, Spam, hot dogs, and pizza. Spam's thrown in there. That's dated. But yeah, I just remember Art Donovan just being an absolute riot and just a joy to when you saw him appear in one of these NFL films or whatnot on TV, the room just immediately lit up. And though I've never met the man, he just seemed like he was an absolute joy to be around.
Oh, I didn't get that privilege. I didn't get to see any of his career. Just growing up and watching old NFL games and learning the history of the game, I learned about Art Donovan. But one of the quotes at his funeral that I thought was really hilarious was Raymond Berry, his former NFL teammate, was asking him about the war, and talking to him and wanting to know about it. And he just looked at him frankly and said, Raymond, I got shot in the ass at Iwo Jima. That's what happened. I mean, and just into that. I mean, you're not going to mess with the big defensive tackle.
All right, here's a funny one I came across with him. The best way to die is to sit under a tree, eat lots of bologna and salami, drink a case of beer, and then blow up. It's so random.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, man. But I just remember him. He had such a great delivery. I just saw one of his quotes, and this is typical. Probably because I'm thinking someone had asked him how he was so funny or whatnot. And where's the quote at? It says, I guess telling stories is an art form. I never looked at it that way. I just started talking. Everyone started laughing. So I've been talking, and they've been laughing ever since. and that's typical Art Donovan Bronx humor. I mean, he's just down to earth guy. I remember he used to pop up on Johnny Carson's show all the time in the 80s. And unfortunately, we don't have great late night talk show anymore. Late night talk shows anymore. We're stuck with what we have now. Those guys can't hold a candle to what Johnny Carson was doing, and then of course Dave Letterman has also retired. But Art Donovan, man, when you saw him pop up on Johnny Carson's show, you would stay up late just to watch him, because he wouldn't even be talking about football. He would be talking about everything else under the sun, but he would just be a riot, and he would have Johnny Carson over there in stitches, just leaning up underneath his desk because he was laughing so hard. But anyways, let's get into a few more of these before we have to switch gears. Here's one right here. Roberto Clemente competed in winter ball from 58 to 59. Clemente decided to choose a different path. He joined the United States Marine Corps Reserves. In addition to playing major leagues, Clemente also continued his reserve service until 1964. The outfielder had an 18-year professional baseball career, winning 2 World Series, 12 Gold Gloves, 12 All-Star selections. A lot of people still consider him one of the greatest players of all time. Clemente's plane went down in Nicaragua while he was doing a humanitarian mission in 1972, delivering aids to earthquake victims. The 5-year waiting period was waived for Clemente, and he was elected into the Hall of Fame the very next year. So if you're not familiar with who Roberto Clemente is, you might want to do a little more reading on him because he is an all-timer. Here's another one we got here. Bob Feller. Just 2 days after Pearl Harbor was attacked, the Cleveland Indians pitcher Bob Feller became the first Major League Baseball player to volunteer for active duty in World War II. Just 2 days. I realized at the time Bob Feller was Clayton Kershaw. After spending 4 years dedicated to the war effort, anti-gun craft captain on the battleship USS Alabama, famous warship, and earning 5 campaign ribbons and 8 battle stars, he returned to baseball. When he retired in 56, after an 18-year professional career, Feller was a World Series champion. Remember, he was on the last Cleveland Indian World Series championship team. An 8-time All-Star, and had earned the baseball's Triple Crown. He won 266 games and struck out 2,600 batters, pitched 3 no-hitters in his career. In 1962, Bob Feller was inducted into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. Tell us about Joe DiMaggio.
Man, where do you want me to start with Joe? Here we go. 13-time All-Star, 9 times World Series champion, 3-time AL MVP, 2-time AL batting champion, 2-time AL home run leader, 2-time AL RBI leader, MLB record 56-game hitting streak, MLB All-Century team. Joseph Paul Joe DiMaggio, nicknamed Joltin' Joe and the Yankee Clipper. He played his entire 13-year career for the New York Yankees and is perhaps best known for his 56-game hitting streak. DiMaggio was a 3-time MVP winner and an All-Star in each of his 13 seasons. At the time of his retirement, he ranked 5th in career home runs, 361, and 6th in career slugging percentage at 579. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1955 and was voted the sport's greatest living player in a poll taken during the baseball centennial year of 69. His brothers Vince and Dom were also major league center fielders. You know, the great thing about him was he got founded by his brother, who was out in the, I don't have the team right in front of me, but they were playing out in the Pacific Coast League in the minors. San Francisco. Yeah, and he's like, hey, my brother here can come in and field shortstop, and ended up getting it in and actually had a 61-game hit streak in the PCL, which is a record in itself.
Yeah. Not only did he have the 56-game hit streak, he then missed a game and then went on for 13 more games out of that. So that was, 69 out of 70 games he had a base hit?
Yeah, and during that streak, he actually, even though he didn't get a hit in 57, he got a walk. He had 74 consecutive games where he got on base.
Realize
that
was the summer to be a baseball fan. That was the same season, the same summer that Ted Williams hit 406. It's the same exact season.
Listen to this stat. During DiMaggio's 56 games, he batted .408, walked 21 times, and whiffed just 5 times. He reached base via hit or walk 112 times. Ted Williams was even more impressive. During those same 56 games, Williams played in 55, batted .412, reached base 127 times, 50 times via walk. How could you not love that as a fan? I mean, you're watching a streak of two players going 408 and 412 during 56. I mean, essentially a third of the season. Well, I don't know. Did they? I don't have that. I shouldn't have said that. Did they still play 150 plus games
It was
back
154 back then.
So still the same. He only struck out
154.
13 times the whole season. Only struck out 369
They didn't go to
times in
160.
his career.
They didn't go to 162 until 1961. But anyways.
Yeah, so a third of the season, you're watching two of arguably, I mean, and if it wasn't for DiMaggio, if it wasn't for Williams,
that entire
DiMaggio,
summer was engulfed by people watching DiMaggio's streak, and then of course the chase to 400. I mean, it was arguably one of the greatest summers in baseball history. We are running out of time. So, real quick, Jack Loomis, I do want to get him in. We haven't done him before. After playing 9 games for the New York Giants as a rookie Loomis enlisted with the Marine Corps in 1942, the first wave of troops to land at Iwo Jima. He and his platoon remained on the island until the initial day of the battle. He was in Company E. Loomis helped knock out 3 enemy strongholds despite suffering injuries from great grenade shrapnel before being mortally wounded by a landmine. Before dying, Jack Loomis famously looked at the field doctor and said, "Well, Doc, tell the New York Giants they lost one hell of a defensive end today." Loomis died instantly and was awarded the Medal of Honor.
Wow.
Okay, I think that's as good as anywhere to end. We do want to thank our veterans. Make sure to go out and thank your veterans as well this weekend. Buy them a beer. Do something for them.
listening to Braves Country Baseball's Salute to Service special, a compilation from our Armchair Quarterback radio show, which aired for 8 years on CBS Sports affiliates before changing to Braves Country. It's a compilation of shows that are going over some of our more famous athletes who served our country as well. And thank you for your service. All right, Braves fans, let's get into it. Get it. Let's get it. We're going to do something a little different today. Part of our Once Upon a Pastime series. This is what I would like to call the greatest players that we never talk about. And it basically goes back to, now, the plan is to do a few of these, and one of them I want to do in the near future. I want to talk about the Negro Leagues. I want to talk about other eras of baseball. But essentially today what I'm going to get into are the pioneers of the game. And we never talk about how great these players are, even though they deserve all of the accolades in our own right. In their own right, excuse me. Now what you're looking at is a picture of the old Boston Braves Park. And I just picked that one out because I'm not going to scroll through a bunch of different ballparks pictures. But I just wanted to kind of set the scene of where we're at on this and why we are talking about this and going into Major League Baseball of the yesteryear. As we do this, I also want to talk about when we do this. I'm going to pick out a guy at each position that may be a little newer player that deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. I'm going to go ahead and set the backdrop like that. So that's the big picture of the stadium, and then that's more of a clearer picture over my shoulder. But you get the idea. We're talking about players that you may not be aware of, and a lot of them you may have heard of. If you're a big-time baseball fan, you probably have heard of them. But how much do you know about them, and do you ever talk about them? And I just thought it would be a good time to hit this up. And we're going to go by position. We're not going to spend 4.5 hours doing this. We're just going to kind of hit it up and be a good talking point. So let's, without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into it. And there's no better place to start at than the catcher position, right? And the catcher position, when you talk about a guy that, and when I rated these guys, there's a lot of ways you could go about it, but the easiest way to do it is I looked at who is and who isn't in the Hall of Fame, who played Major League Baseball at the turn of the century, essentially the early years, say the first 50. And also, I looked at their WAR. And if they didn't have at least a decent WAR, then what are we talking about, right? What exactly are we talking about if we don't have a guy in mind that at least has a decent WAR on tap? And so you look at some of the guys that came along at the beginning of Major League Baseball, and look, everybody knows the Johnny Benches. Everybody knows, the Yogi Berras. Even into the Negro Leagues, everybody knows about Josh Gibson by now. If you don't, there's something wrong with you. But there were other players that were very dominant at their position that didn't get a whole heck of a lot of, we just don't talk about them now. Because the big thing now in sports is what? Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT? Well, there's a lot of guys that were considered the greatest of their time that have been overlooked at this point. And those are the kind of the guys that I'm kind of circling at this point, right? And we're going to start off. Now, I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to go ahead and make a side note. A catcher that I think should absolutely be in the Hall of Fame, that got in as a manager but should have gotten in as a player, and they won't backtrack it or whatnot. He's in. It's kind of a dead issue. Joe Torre. Joe Torre does not get enough love. Joe Torre was one hell of a catcher, and you got to stick up for Braves country at some point. Ted Simmons was well overdue when he finally got in, but Joe Torre, you go back and look at his numbers. We won't dive into it today, but he had himself a hell of a career. And it's a little sad that everyone kind of forgets how great of a catcher he is. I mean, at WAR, if you just go off of WAR, he's a top 10 catcher of all time. Yes. I know some people are like, what? Yes. He's a top 10 catcher of all time. And that's a heck of a statement, to be honest with you, because when you look at some of the players that played all throughout Major League Baseball history, there's a lot of guys, man, they just get overlooked because they played with bigger names. They've played so long ago nobody cares about it anymore, realistically. And that's a shameful thing in its own right. So let's go ahead and talk about a guy that I think just doesn't get enough attention. This guy, when you talk about a guy that was one of the best of his time, Bill Dickey, behind the plate. Bill Dickey was an 11-time All-Star for the New York Yankees. He won the World Series 7 times. Now, that's a common theme with the New York Yankees. In that time period, in the 20s and 30s, even into the 40s and 50s, the New York Yankees were the most dominant franchise in sports. So you have a lot of guys who have multiple rings, and that's never going to realistically be the number one criteria for that time period because of that. But you've got to look at something. Number one, something that nobody talks about, is the fact that he's in Monument Park. His number 8 is retired. If you've been retired by the New York Yankees, you've done something. If you're in Monument Park, for those of y'all who haven't been, I have been, and it's something to behold. It is one of the most bone-chilling moments you will have as a baseball fan, as an American, and just as a human being. They open it up, depending on if it's a day game or night game. Day game, I went in, and I want to say they opened it maybe an hour before the game. I really don't remember the exact number, but I do remember that they opened it up. It was either an hour, maybe it was 90 minutes, and you would go in there, and no one pushes you around, or pushes you along, excuse me. It's a very small area. It's a very small area behind center field wall. Years ago, Monument Park was actually a part of the field. It was right behind center field, and there was no barrier. Balls would go up there. Now Monument Park, with the new stadium and whatnot, it's got its own little area. And the really neat thing about the whole thing is, Monument Park, you go in there, you can literally hear a pin drop. It is like walking in to a revered, I've never been into the Sistine Chapel, but I would say it's like that. I've been into a couple of chapels. I've been to a couple of the major ones in New York City and one in Chicago, and the ones that are like the tourist destinations, and people come in, you have just buckets and buckets of people in there, and they're not saying a word because they're in awe, and also they're being respectful of everyone around them. And I will never forget. So I'm at the game by myself. I went to a few Yankee games, but when I went to Monument Park, I went to a game by myself. It was a morning game. I believe it was the one. I went to a couple of morning games. I think it was the one that I talk about for the 4th of July game against the Blue Jays. I think it was that game, but I might be mixing it up. But anyways, the point is it was an early game. I want to say a 1 o'clock game. So I think they opened it up at 11:30. So probably like a 1:10 first pitch, and they shut the doors at 1 o'clock because they want everybody the hell out of there at the game time. So you go in there, and I'm walking along, and like I said, I went to the game by myself. I was meeting up with friends after the game. I was like, man, you got to go to a freaking Yankee game on 4th of July. What are you doing? You're not an American. Surrounded by idiots. All right, so I go in there. I don't know what to expect. I thought I was just going to see a little tiny museum and read some stuff, and that'd be cool. And I love history. I love baseball, and there's nothing better than the history of baseball. And go in there, and there are grown men crying, hugging, because it was like a pilgrimage to them. Now, I didn't have the same effect because I didn't grow up a Yankee fan, but I'm talking about these are older men. So this was around the 2011-ish, 2012, 2010, somewhere in that neighborhood. Shortly after it had been open, a few years after it had been open, it was not an old stadium at all. So my point is, I was standing there next to people who were like World War II veteran age, excuse me. Some of them younger. Some of them would have been old enough to have fought in Korea and Vietnam. Some of them were standing there with their military gear on. I remember seeing a couple of the VFW hats and whatnot. But they're just crying. You would think if you were dropped in and you didn't know, you would have thought that you were basically standing at a monument where people were actually buried. But these were just grown men that had made a pilgrimage. They'd never been to the stadium. They grew up, and I can remember the guy who was crying next to me, older guy, and he was like, I never thought I'd get to see it. I never thought I'd get to see it. And man, that just rushed over me. And what he was pointing at was the monument of one Bill Dickey. And I guess he grew up. No, I didn't talk to the guy. I'm telling you, talking about no one talks, nobody talks. Like, even if you're whispering, the people that are working there will kind of cut you an eye. You're supposed to embrace it, enjoy it, and walk out, and then talk about it. Because there's a line. Trust me, my friend, there's a line. People are just wrapped around. I couldn't believe how big of a wait there was. But once you decide to go do something, you're like, well, I'm going. I'm in. It's over. Let's do it. Let's get it. I didn't come all the way up here, walk up these steps and whatnot to just say, nah, I'm good. I'm done. It is what it is. So I got in there, and I'm telling you, just the rush of emotions that goes over you at that point, it's unreal. And you don't know these people. But you can feel it wasn't right sorrow, it was just overwhelmed with joy because they'd finally gotten to see what they wanted to see. I couldn't really relate to it at the time because I'd seen most of the stuff I'd want to see. As far as there are some, but as far as my teams, I've seen just about everything. But I don't know where this guy is from. And he might have grown up listening to it on the radio and finally got a chance. So it was really cool. I remember because when he said, I was like, who's he crying over? I figured it was Babe Ruth or something. But no, it was Bill Dickey. And he was, they went out, and I was standing not too far from them, and I could hear them chattering. I can't begin to tell you what they were saying, but he was going. I'm sure he just grew up a huge Bill Dickey fan, but Bill Dickey was one of those guys, man. He was, like I said, 7-time World Series, 11-time All-Star, and so he goes behind home plate for me. And I cut this off. Bill Dickey played about as late as any of these guys will have played. But I tried to cut this off at the at the really early parts. But as far as catchers, ones that are worth talking about, first of all, that experience I had was incredible. And the other thing is there weren't a lot of great catchers that, really stood out at the very early part of the century, because they were literally there just to go out and catch the ball, make sure. I mean, they were literally, when they talk about the tools of ignorance, that's what they were. They were there to get beat up on the regular, and it just did not matter that these guys. I mean, there were guys like Buck Ewing. I thought about putting him in there, but he also played 3 positions. But Buck Ewing, who played for the New York Gothams, which we all know eventually, in a roundabout way, end up becoming the. Also, I didn't see this. But anyways, the New York Gothams eventually become the New York Giants. I don't know why. I guess for 1 year the Giants were in the Independent League. I've missed that. I thought I knew most of that early history, but that's interesting. But anyways, it's really strange. New York was in the National League from 1883 to 1889. In 1890, they went to the Players League. I knew there was some jumping. I don't remember it being the Giants, and then they went back to the National League the next year. So that's pretty much why I went with Bill Dickey to start off. All right, so we go on from that, and like I said, Joe Torre should have been in as a player, and I still think you should put him as a player. And do this before these guys pass. My God. We got to wait till these guys pass away and then go, oh, let's go honor them. Well, that doesn't do any good. They can't celebrate with their family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the whole 9 yards. All right, my first baseman. And this guy, so I remember talking about this with one of the guys on the show years ago, and I ran into the recording, and then I did a deeper dive before I did the show today, and I was like, why was Hank Greenberg overlooked in the annals of history? 2-time MVP, 2-time World Series champion, a 5-time All-Star. He's in the Hall of Fame. But why is he always overlooked and not talked about as one of the greats? Although anyone who watched him play during that era, I mean, my grandfather would talk about how Greenberg was one of the greats. Well, now it all kind of makes sense because I look at this and everybody always talks about the numbers that were stolen from Ted Williams. No one talks about Hank Greenberg. For all intents and purposes, 1941 through 1945, 5 years of his career were stolen by World War II. He only played in 19 games in 1941 as he joined early. And by 1945, when he came back, he only got a chance to play in 78 games. So all in all, we'll say, any way you look at it, it's 5 seasons, because I don't care what you're talking about, a guy trying to come back and get into shape, et cetera, et cetera. It's 5 seasons were stolen from him. He played a total of 97 games, 97 games from 41 to 1945. Hit 15 home runs in that time period. The very next year, in 1946, he had 44. The year before he left, he hit 41. So let's lowball him and just say he's not going to go out. No one goes out and hits 40 home runs every year, although he was. He hit 58 in 1938. He hit 40 in 37. He hit 36 and 35. So his absence ends up making it just a 13. It says 13-year career. It was really an 11-year career. And he still ended up with 331 home runs. So let's just lowball it and say in those 5 years, if he got full 5 years, and there was one that he was banged up in 36, but I'm going to leave that one out. But the full 5 years, say he just did the bare minimum of what he was doing at the time and lowballing it at 30. It's 150 more home runs. He's probably somewhere around 500 home runs bare minimum. And at that point, 500 home runs at that time, 500 home runs was like the mark that everybody would just shoot for. So that alone makes it just an incredible situation going into it, because think about that. Everyone just kind of forgets about him. No one wants to talk about him. But think about the fact that the man was serving his country, and had he not been serving his country during that time frame, which I'm sure he doesn't regret, he's a 500 home run hitter. Not to mention the fact he retires right after the 47 season, and you wonder if there was injuries, all that kind of stuff that added to the fact of him going to war. So Hank Greenberg's my first baseman, the guy that belongs in the Hall of Fame at first base. We'll get more into this in other episodes of this. But man, come on, Todd Helton. You kidding me with Todd Helton? And I get so tired of hearing, well, he played in Colorado, and you can't put him in because of this and that and blah blah blah. Did he hit the ball or did he not hit the ball? Did he do it? Did he get it or did he not get it? Todd Helton, if you look at his WAR, Todd Helton is just below Mark McGwire and just above Harmon Killebrew. Todd Helton belongs in the damn Hall of Fame, and it's absurd that he's not there. Second baseman we're going to get into now. Second baseman that I believe belongs in the Hall, and that I believe belongs in your everyday discussion when you talk about the greats that no one talks about. You've probably heard of this man, but no one really talks about him. He played so long ago. He played from 1896 to 1916. He once was such a huge name in Major League Baseball. They don't do this anymore. That they named the team after him. He was playing for the Cleveland Naps from 1902 to 1914, and that wasn't a coincidence. The Naps were short for Naplohoy, nicknamed the Frenchman because of his last name. He was born in Rhode Island, but that was a very common thing back then that everyone... they do to a degree to this day, but back then it was very popular that you would be identified by your ancestry. And so he was nicknamed the Flying Frenchman. And this guy, okay, Triple Crown winner in 01, 5-time batting champion, American League home run leader, 3-time RBI leader. It's funny, the Cleveland Guardians Hall of Fame, that still looks weird to me. The Cleveland Guardians have gone through so many name changes over the years. They were, at one point, listen to this craziness. They were the Cleveland Forest Cities for a long time. Come on. And they went from that to the Cleveland Blues from 82 to 84. They went to the Cleveland Spiders, but nicknamed the Blues. What? You change your name, but you're still going by your old nickname. They did that from 1887 to 1889. Then they were called the Cleveland Infants, and the nickname turned to Babies. So every time they named a team, they gave them a different nickname. Really strange. They became the Naps. I talked about that from 02 to 1902 to 1914. And then after that, they would become known as the Cleveland Indians because their best player was a man by the name of Chief Bender, who was one of the best pitchers of all time. Get into that in a second. But Chief Bender they named the team after him. So it was a badge of honor. And then years and years later, 100 years later, they're changing the name because they're saying, that it's denigrating and whatnot, not realizing most of these people that are saying this and changing it, it was actually a slap in the face to anybody from that time period who adored a Native American, Chief Bender, which is the craziest part about this entire thing. You changed the name, but the name was there to honor Chief Bender. I mean, at least rename him. If you don't want to go with the Indians, I get that. Times change, et cetera, et cetera. But at least could you not name them the Cleveland Benders? Could you not name them the Cleveland Chiefs? Just putting that out there. Something to recognize who they'd been all this time. Anyways, Nap La Jolla, one of the highest batting averages in the history of Major League Baseball, 339 batting average, 3,200 hits, almost 1,600 RBIs, and that was at the top of the game at the time because RBIs, he played in the dead ball era, and he had 1,599 RBIs. He was also a manager for a stint, won 377 games. The Cleveland Naps, he was a player manager from 05 to 09. But this guy, man, he was every bit at the time. He was looked upon as one of, if not the best player. Everyone knows Ty Cobb. Very few people talk about Nap La Jolla. Nap La Jolla, Ty Cobb, they were synonymous along with Honus Wagner of who the greatest players were in the game at the time. I mean, you have a team named after you. Your team named after you. That's something. That's something. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to hit up a guy that was the home run king at the time that he played, and it got destroyed by Babe Ruth. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country's Once Upon a Pastime series.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Billy Wagner is possibly the best left-handed reliever of all time. Despite being a lefty, Wagner was born a natural righty. At the age of 7, he broke his right arm not once, but twice. While recovering, Billy learned to throw left-handed, and the rest is history. You might think that the St. Louis Cardinals are named after the bird, but that's not the case. In 1899, a reporter named Willie McHale overheard a woman talking about the, at the time, St. Louis Perfectos uniforms, saying that they were a lovely shade of cardinal. Fans liked the moniker Cardinals, and the name stuck.
Armchair.
Washington manager Joe Cantillon had received a report about a 19-year-old pitcher said to be tearing up the Idaho State League. This boy throws so fast you can't see him, the scout said, and he knows where he is throwing because if he didn't, there would be dead bodies all over Idaho. Walter Perry Johnson was a modest country boy from Humboldt, Kansas, with broad shoulders, long arms, and a curious motion that delivered the ball faster than any other pitcher had before him, and perhaps none has since. Still, he was cautious. Before signing up, he asked for a return ticket home, just in case things didn't work out back east. Things did work out. Johnson hurled the ball so fast that one batter left the box after 2 swings. The umpire told him he had a 3rd swing coming. "I know," he said, "and you can have the next one. It won't do me any good." "There's only one way to time Johnson's fastball," said Bertie McCree. "When you see the arm start forward, swing." Another batter simply shook his head. "You can't hit what you can't see."
In the words of the umpire, Billy Evans, he said, "Was it hard to call a game that Walter Johnson was pitching?" And he said, "Well, it wasn't really that hard. They wouldn't second guess me because not only were my eyes closed, their eyes were closed too."
All right, third baseman time. Where we go with this, everyone's going to say Michael Jack Schmidt, Chipper Jones, right? Going a little different. First of all, the guy that ought to be in the Hall of Fame that's not in the Hall of Fame, a small stint with the Braves organization. Darrell Evans, put him in now. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous that Darrell Evans is in the Hall of Fame. That's a different show, but I do want to acknowledge those guys that belong. Frank Home Run Baker. His nickname was Home Run Baker. Frank Home Run Baker never hit more than 12 home runs in a season. But he was the home run king at the time. When Babe Ruth came along and started swatting the balls, 27, then 54, then 60, everyone's like, what the hell is this guy? He's an alien. He's not from this earth. You think people freak out about Shohei Ohtani and get starry-eyed about Shohei Ohtani? Man, that's piddling. That's nothing. That's child's play. Shohei Ohtani is a very good player and very good at both positions. He's not necessarily the best at both positions. First of all, he doesn't play a position anymore. All he does is DH. But I'd still say the most dangerous bat in baseball when healthy is Aaron Judge. And slowly and surely, you're starting to get more players that are just as dynamic at the plate. If you're only giving me the batting ability and I have to choose one or the other, man, I'm telling you right now, I'd rather have Ronald Acuna Jr. because he's just that explosive. He does more. Now, I can also put him in the field, which also handicaps it, but we're taking that out because Ohtani does play the field once every 5 days. But back to Home Run Baker, it's funny that this guy was nicknamed Home Run Baker because in 1913 he hit 12, in 1912 he hit 10, in 1911 he hit 11. Man, that guy was tearing up the league. 1914, man, he hit 9, he hit 10 in 1916. But this was looked upon this was the dead ball era, and people laugh at it and don't understand, and they're like, man, these guys were weak, they couldn't hit. No, it was a different game. It was a different ball. The ball was so different at the time. It was unbelievable. They didn't start changing the ball until Babe Ruth came along because they found out he could hit it a country mile, and they wanted people They wanted the chicks to dig the long balls, what they wanted. They wanted to see people flock to the stadiums, and you weren't going to do that with a ball that's been used all day long. It was gray and muddy and full of everything by the eighth inning. And what really did it in was the guy that got hit in the head at dusk by what was essentially a gray ball, and it killed him at home plate. And that took place in the early 1920s, and that absolutely did it in. That's when they came in and said, we're changing the balls every time it goes. Nowadays, they do it almost every at-bat. But back then, they were basically saying, if it's scuffed up, let's get rid of it. Because they didn't want to freak people out. They wanted them coming to the stadium. So Frank Home Run Baker, this is a guy, you look at some of his metrics. One of the metrics you can always look at a guy is that his OPS plus. That he played for the Philadelphia Athletics from 2008 until 1916, and then he played for the Yankees from 17 to 22. You imagine? You had Home Run Baker on the same team as Babe Ruth. People were probably just go on the streets going, oh, they're going to be unstoppable. They got the two best home run hitters of all time. And then Babe Ruth just blew by everybody. Goes, never mind. They have the absolutely hands-down greatest home run hitter of all time. But you look at how this went down, and he had an OPS plus of 135 for his career. 152 in the early part of his career with Philadelphia, still a 113 towards the back end with the Yankees. An OPS plus takes into consideration the time, the era of when you played, which is why his OPS plus is so high in the early part of his career from 2008 until 1914, because he's hammering the ball out of the stadium. His batting averages at the time were 347, 334. He had a 337. He's killing the ball. He has an OPS, regular OPS. He had 4 consecutive years of OPS well into the 800s and 2 into the 900s. In other years, he was in the high 700s. Nowadays, high 700s is looked upon, it's pretty good, but you really want to be 800. And back then, that was a big deal. The home runs weren't hit. There weren't stadiums for every team. There were teams that were still out there playing with just bleachers that they assembled. There were teams that didn't have an outfield. They were just roped off. So if they could run through the crowd and get the ball and get it back in, you didn't get an automatic home run when you hit it 400 feet. You still had to hoof it. And you were hoofing it through the mud. So the conditions were so different. When people will look at you and say, so-and-so could have never played in today's game, that is BS. Whoever you're talking about that's in the Hall of Fame from years ago would have played in today's game, because they would have had, first of all, they would have had all the advantages that these guys do today with all the workout regimens, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So let's go ahead and put that out there. But the second thing is, it's more so-and-so from today could have never played back then because it was a hell of a lot tougher. And you probably had to, most of them had to carry a second job in the offseason. And there are a lot of those guys that be like, I'm out. Do you think any of these NBA guys today would do? They'd be like, I'm done. Y'all can have it. I'm not sitting on the back of this. I'm not going to be on this rickety-ass bus going through town to town, eating old-ass apples, sharing a bunk bed, sharing beds. You had bedmates. What was the guy? Rube Waddell had a bunkmate that had it specifically put in the contract that Rube Waddell was not allowed to eat crackers in bed because they were roommates. I guess these guys, they're eating crackers. He was known as a drinker. I guess he's drunk eating crackers and is itching the hell out of I mean, This is what they did. Maniacs. Absolute maniacs. So home run Baker's my third baseman. Shortstop. This was an interesting one, and I did some deep search, and I was like, all right, who? And this guy comes up, and I'm like, man, I need to know more about this. I've heard of him, but I didn't. Archie Vaughn. Give me Archie Vaughn. Now, who needs to be in the Hall of Fame that should be in the Hall of Fame? It's absurd that he's not. Omar Vizquel is the greatest defensive shortstop in the history of Major League Baseball, and the fact that he's not rewarded to be in the Hall of Fame is asinine. And if you don't think he's the greatest shortstop to ever play Major League Baseball defensive, you didn't watch him play. Because I didn't watch him play for the very first part of his career, and I would laugh about, hey, he barely hits some, can barely hit his weight, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then Major League Baseball became a little more accessible, and I started seeing a lot more games. Last 7 to 10 years of his career. I didn't see the first few, but I started seeing it a lot more, and I was like, my God, this guy is just, he's different. We are not the same species. This dude can pick it. So Omar Vizquel belongs in the Hall of Fame. But this guy, Archie Vaughn, who is he? What did he do? Played for the Brooklyn Dodgers in the early 40s and the late 40s, as he was not in the game during the war. But in the 1932 all the way to 1941, he played for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Very good. People don't realize in today's game, when they think about the Pittsburgh Pirates, they don't realize that was a very good franchise for a long, long time. But the Pittsburgh Pirates, this guy was a 9-time All-Star, and remember, the All-Star game didn't exist for the first couple of years of his career. He's a 9-time All-Star, won the batting title. He ended up with only 96 home runs, just like Home Run Baker. He played a little later in the day, in the game than Home Run Baker. It wasn't quite the dead era, but in that time period, middle infielders were not expected to hit home runs. They wanted you for defense, and they put the most athletic guys out there. His lifetime batting average, though, was .318. He hit .385 and won the batting title in 1935. He had an OPS plus of 136. That's damn good for a career. And his RBI total was only 926, but once again, he was a light-hitting infielder that was up at the top of the order. He scored almost 1,200 runs in his career. Folks need to talk more about Archie Vaughn. Not to mention, man, bring that guy up in a conversation. You know why? It's just cool to say Archie Vaughn. Archie? Yeah, that dude was picking it when I was growing up. That'd have been my favorite player. I might have been a Pirates fan. I'd be like, Archie, get it. Archie. Come on, Archie. I saw the name, and I assumed that he was born like in the 1840s or something when I first pulled it up. So I was like, man, I've heard this guy's name. I know he's in the Hall. When did he play? All that kind of stuff. And I looked at it, it's from Clifty, Arkansas. The name makes sense now. Born in 1912, Clifty, Arkansas. You showed up in Pittsburgh, going to make the team. Somebody there gave you the nickname Archie, I guarantee it. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, the outfield. And these are the good ones. The outfield. We'll be back in a flash.
Leave me alone. I'm a happily married man.
There's no way you're happy. You have 2 kids. Your wife is a disaster. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I will show her this. She will divorce you. You will become my brother forever.
George Edward Rube Waddell may have been the strangest man ever to play in the big leagues. A farmer's son from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. He possessed a fastball fearsome enough and a curve wicked enough to lead the American League in strikeouts for 6 straight years and to outpitch Cy Young for 20 innings. But it was his personality that most people remembered. He poured ice water on his arm before he pitched because he said otherwise he'd burn up the catcher's glove. And when he won a game, he sometimes turned cartwheels on the mound. He drank too much. The Sporting News called him the Southpaw, and he couldn't quite remember how many women he'd married. Between seasons, Waddell wrestled alligators and toured in a vaudeville melodrama, The Stain of Guilt. On the field, his attention tended to wander. Opponents could break his concentration by holding up puppies or bright, shiny toys. He loved fires, and when a fire bell clanged, he had to be restrained from leaving the game to chase the fire engine. Exasperated teammates and opposing players never knew what he'd do next, but fans loved him.
All right, let's get into that outfield, the legendary outfield that no one talks about enough. And look, if you're talking about that time period, you obviously have to talk about Ty Cobb. He was arguably the greatest player to ever put on spikes. You can put him right up there, 1 and 1A with Babe Ruth. I mean, Ty Cobb, he's not really where I was going, but if for some strange reason you don't know or the conversation leans into someone who doesn't know how damn good Ty Cobb is, it's the highest batting average of all time in Major League Baseball. He had 1,944 RBI. This was the time period he played in the dead ball era, and he's smacking the ball around. He had 2,245 runs scored in the dead ball era. He started playing in 1905. He finished playing in 1928. 24-year career. Played most of it with the Detroit Tigers. Nicknamed the Georgia Peach from Narrows, Georgia. And, of course, there's always a lot of debate on whether or not he's most reports in the beginning always talked about how he was a known racist, and now there's other reports that have come back that have combated that, and they've gone back and forth. I don't get into it because you got to look at the time period he grew up. I wouldn't be shocked one way or the other. And I just say, look, I'm going off the player because no matter what player, what sport, what creed, what race, you're probably going to have some dudes that didn't think the way we think today. And that's on both sides, and it is what it is. You got to talk about the game itself. You want to talk about the best people and whatnot, that's a different show, and we'd love to get into that one day as well. But right now we're talking about, I mean, this guy, and here's the craziest thing about it. So you hear all that, 117 home runs, but, you know, dead ball era really good, but honestly, that he wasn't a home run hitter, wasn't known for a home run hitter. He was the leading stolen base king for years, and years and years and years. 897. That was unheard of. I mean, this guy went out and scored in the dead ball era. He had years of stealing not just 53, but 76, 83, 96, 68, 55. This is back when the catcher was only there to rifle the ball. They didn't care if the catcher could hit a lick. He was there to make sure that the ball didn't get past him and that his arm was elite. I mean, this guy was, even in 1927, the end of his career, this guy's about 40 years old and goes out and steals 22. Unbelievable. Now, he never hit more than 12 home runs in a season, but like I said, first part of his career, it wasn't until the twilight of his career that they started using tightly wound new baseballs on the regular. He had over 200 hits 6 times. But I don't really want to put him on the list because he's just a given. And if you don't know, you know now. And if anybody ever tries to argue with you how great Ty Cobb is, laugh and get you a cold one. Pete Rose would be the obvious outfielder that belongs in the Hall of Fame. And it's just one of those things that, man, it's enough. It's enough already. Put him in. It's enough. We've had enough. No more do I want to hear about how you don't think that so-and-so belongs in the Hall of Fame because of transgression from 40 years ago. So to me, he's done his time. And that's where we're starting off with our first guy who's definitely done his time, Shoeless Joe Jackson. Put Shoeless Joe in the Hall of Fame. It's enough. But we don't talk about him enough because he didn't get put in the Hall of Fame. And we don't talk about it enough because he was a part of the gambling conspiracy. And we don't talk about him enough because you're not supposed to talk about the guy that was involved in it. But everything points to he didn't have any kind of knowledge, or let me put it this way, his hands weren't dirty. He had the highest batting average in the series. You look at the entire thing, they say he never even took any money. And then he tried to go to the owner, Comiskey, to tell him about it, and Comiskey didn't want to hear it. And then they get tried, they get acquitted, and then Judge Landis comes in and throws them all out. He threw them all out because he's trying to save the game. Didn't want everyone to... I get that part of it. And Shoeless Joe Jackson probably should have been kicked out because he was a part of the conspiracy. He just never actually conspired, never made any money off of it, and never actually but he knew about it. But the fact that Comiskey never took him seriously and turned him down several times, and when he signed the agreement that essentially got him kicked out of baseball, he did it without his wife being there. His wife was there for every signature because Shoeless Joe Jackson couldn't read or write. And she was there to read and say, hey. So they took advantage of the guy. He was known as just a good old Southern boy, but the people that saw him play and wrote about him and talked about him years later, they still say to this day, best outfielder they ever saw. And it's not particularly close. Mm-hmm. Now, did those people see Ty Cobb in their prime? Probably. Ty Cobb used to refer to Shoeless Joe as the best he ever saw. And Ty Cobb had an ego. Ty Cobb is not a guy that would sit there and just give accolades. So when you look at that and you realize that Shoeless Joe Jackson is just an unbelievable player on so many levels, I don't think we talk about him enough. Shoeless Joe Jackson, just to give you a quick rundown on it, and then we'll move to the next guy. Shoeless Joe Jackson, everybody always knows about. Yes, the average baseball fan, all they know is he got kicked out. But what else do they know other than the fact that he played for the White Sox, right? Well, he started with Cleveland. Imagine that. He was on the team with the Naps, Nap La Jolla. He got traded over to the White Sox down the road, but Shoeless Joe Jackson, for this alone, his OPS plus, you've heard me mention the numbers, 135 is damn good. 100 is looked upon as average. His OPS plus was 170 for his career. 940 OPS. He now realized it was shortened because it was only a 13-year career because he got ousted. He still finished with 1,700 hits, almost 1,800 hits. He would have most definitely had 3,000 hits. His batting average lifetime, one of the highest ever, 356. 356, and was clubbing the ball. He was really starting to pick up the power game. In 1920, he had 12. It was the most in his career. That was around the time that Babe Ruth came along, and they started tightening the balls, et cetera, et cetera. There's no telling what his numbers would have been at the end. Shoeless Joe Jackson, get him in and get him in now. Enough is enough, him and Pete Rose. Tris Speaker, the Gray Eagle, one of the greats of all time. We don't talk about him enough. They called him the Gray Eagle because his hair went gray went white at a pretty early age, and they said that nobody. Now this is that time period. We all saw Andrew Jones, a little different, but that was that time period. He said that nobody could ball hawk like Tris Speaker. And the term was, it's where triples went to die, was talking about Tris Speaker's glove. Tris Speaker played for Boston, the Boston Red Sox from 07 until 15. Then he played for the Cleveland, then Indians, along with Chief Bender, until 1926, and he finished it up in 27 and 28, going back to the Philadelphia Athletics at the end of his career. He also played for the Washington Senators. But this guy, Speaker, Tris Speaker, 158 OPS. And he's looked upon as arguably the best of his generation. That just tells you how damn good Shoeless Joe Jackson was. He had a 928 slug in a time period where you didn't slug. He had a lifetime batting average of 345. I mean, we don't talk about these guys enough. Next guy in the outfield I'm putting out there is another guy that, I mean, I think your diehard fans would quickly concede and jump in on those two first guys, and obviously Ty Cobb. This is a guy that never gets talked about, and it's really a shame. And maybe it's because he played just way too early for people to understand his greatness. And he was in the same damn outfield as Ty Cobb. It's unbelievable that they didn't just go on a slew of like 9 championships in a row in Detroit. Detroit Tigers had a team. Sam Crawford. Sam Crawford from Wahoo, Nebraska, was looked upon as one of the greatest of all time. Now, he played just before the turn of the century. That was his first year. And he played, first of all, a 2-time home run leader. Not a big deal at the time. No one really cared about the home runs. They really didn't. 3-time AL RBI leader. Major League Baseball record for career triples with 309. Imagine that. Man, most guys get like maybe 3 or 4 in a season. And you got to be fast. He had 309. He had 97 home runs. You wonder how many of those would have been home runs in real stadiums, right? And obviously he's a Hall of Famer, but we don't talk about Sam Crawford enough. It's insane how he's been overlooked in the annals of history. People start rattling off names, they don't even think about Sam Crawford. His OPS plus 144. Just shy of 3,000 hits. 2961. And that's saying something, because in 1899, 1900, that time period, it was hard to get hits. The ball didn't fly very far, so the defenses were jammed down your throat. The balls didn't fly very far because, first of all, most of them were poorly constructed, and then by the 4th or 5th inning, they had goop and everything else on it. It was like hitting a freaking wet sleeping bag. So, I mean, the fact that he had that many hits, he pretty much played his entire career without the advantages that the other guys. He just missed the next era where all the equipment and the stadiums and everything were much better. 309, man, that is just. I don't know. I don't think anyone will ever break that record. No one ever talks about that. No one ever talks about Sam Crawford all-time triples record because they're so rare in today's game. You're like, oh, who the hell's ever going to? It's just like the Cy Young. Cy Young would obviously lead the pack when we talk about the greatest pitchers that are. But who the hell doesn't talk about Cy Young? The guy's got an award named after him. So that's where we will finish up here with Cy Young. And we're We're just going to come in on the chop. Not even going to go to break on this one. The greatest pitchers of all time. And obviously, look, Cy Young, you realize, I don't have it in front of me, but I think he got in on the ballot 76% of the vote. It was not a foregone conclusion that he was the greatest of the greats, but the reason why he ends up with the award named after him is because of 511 wins in his career. He also had 315 losses. The dude pitched practically every day. He started pitching in 1890. He pitched all the way to 1911. But he pitched in an era where you pitched more often than not. Just to give you an example, his first few seasons, he was 27 wins. Oh, wow. But he had 22 losses. 36 wins, 12 losses. Now that's elite. 33-16. But then he goes 26-21. He did have some elite years, the 35-10 year, much farther down the line, 33-10, 32-11, 28-9. But he also had a lot of years where not so much. So a lot of people always focus on the fact that he had so many losses, and that's why he got in. But the vote barely got it. It's also because he was at the very beginning, and it was very difficult to get in because they were cramming everyone on the ballot, and you're like, okay, I got the all-timers. Who the hell do I leave off? So that's got a lot to do with it, too. I would have loved to have been – wouldn't you have loved to have been able to – you could have created sports talk radio back then. You could have. Radio was kicking. Just no one really thought about that. But you could have got on there and go, what are you, nuts? Yeah, same, yeah. I don't know what the vernacular would have been in 1937. But it would have been something about, I don't know. You could have called someone actually, I don't know what the terminology was, so I'll give that a rest. But just think of your old-time terminology. You could throw it out there on Sports Talk Radio, 1937. You're going to jam me up, guy. Yeah, you see? You're over here trying. All right. Let's get into the guys that we are going to put on there. I already named Chief Bender. Kind of tease that. He's going on there, man. He had a team named after him. Forget about it. Yeah, Chief Bender is a guy that it's a little absurd that you don't talk about him. He finished with 212 wins and 127 losses. A solid career. But the fact he's a three-time World Series champion. He did pitch a no-hitter. And he is in the Baseball Hall of Fame, but no one ever talks about him. He was revered. The people loved him. They named the team after him. And we don't talk about Chief Bender. We don't talk about Kid Nichols. Most folks probably never even heard of him, but we don't talk about Kid Nichols. Kid Nichols played for the Boston Bean Eaters, which are the Boston Braves, which are the Atlanta Braves. He's one of us. He was inducted in the Hall of Fame in 1949, so pretty early on. You got to realize they're only putting a handful of these guys in every year. They started in 37, and Kid Nichols got in pretty quickly. And let's do the math here. Oh, cool. he was actually alive to see to get in. He died at the age of 83 in 1953, but he was able to live long enough to see himself in the Hall of Fame. Think about how many guys died just not even knowing there was going to be a Hall of Fame that started baseball. The Pioneers. Played for the Cardinals in 04 and 05 and Philadelphia Phillies in 05 and 06, but he was a Brave. That was the main thing he was known for. And he was a part of all those pennant winners. 362 wins. What? 362 wins. What? We don't talk about him? A 2.96 career ERA. Granted, most of it was in the dead ball era. Here's a big number, and it's not nearly impressive enough. Well, this way, it's an extremely impressive number, but it's not going to impress you enough because you're going to hear, as a common baseball fan, 1,881 strikeouts, big whoopity-doo. Look at all the strikeouts that all the other guys have gotten. Nolan Ryan's got over 5,000. He didn't pitch in that era. You didn't strike out in that era. You did not strike out in that era. If you struck out in that era, it was an embarrassment. And he got almost 2,000. That's crazy. So he's a guy, Kid Nichols, that hardly anybody ever talks about, but Kid Nichols supposedly could sling it. And one of the greats of all times. We never talk about him. Walter Johnson, the big train, you got to mention him. Walter Johnson, in we'll just call it the pre-television era, is the greatest pitcher of all time, according to most. He did finally get himself a World Series in 1924. It was the one thing that was kind of needed to seal his legacy. Listen to this nonsense. And we don't talk about him enough, the big train. You could talk about it every day till the day you die. You didn't talk about him enough. 2-time AL MVP, a pitcher. And remember back then they didn't have the Cy Young Award. Back then they only gave out one MVP. So he was the MVP of the whole damn league. 3-time Triple Crown in pitching. 6-time AL wins leader. Won 4 in a row. 5-time AL ERA leader. 12-time AL strikeout leader. And he did pitch a no-hitter. Those were very rare, or more rare back then, because, once again, guys didn't strike out. MLB record. This is the one that is never going to get, it'll never get touched. 112 career strikeouts. I can't do that enough justice. 112 shutouts. 112 shutouts in his career. What? I don't know if we'll ever see another guy have 110 career, not just complete games, shutouts. Will we ever see another guy have 110 career, quality starts? They don't hardly go 6 innings anymore. Unbelievable. Christy Mathewson, the next guy. Kind of running out of time here, so we're going to kind of fly through the last few. Christy Mathewson, I know I've talked about him in length before. He's one of my favorites of all time. Called him the Christian gentleman. He was one of the reasons why tobacco cards became bubblegum cards. He refused to have his likeness in tobacco cards. He didn't want kids chewing tobacco, smoking tobacco, buying his cards in the early 1900s because kids adored this guy. 2-time World Series champion, 2-time Triple Crown winner, 4-time NL wins leader, 5-time National League ERA leader, 5-time National League strikeout leader, 2 no-hitters, back in the days when you didn't throw no-hitters. And he was a part of the original Hall of Fame induction class as well in 1936. 90.5 0.7% of the vote. There was never a question. 373 wins. A 2.13 ERA. Now, granted, he pitched in the dead ball era, but still, what? A 2.13 ERA, and he had 2,500 strikeouts. And that was unheard of. Walter Johnson, by the way, had 3,500 strikeouts, which is just ridiculous at that time. And his ERA was 2.17. I think I forgot to mention that. 417 wins, too. 279 losses. Walter Johnson pitched in a time where you went out all the time until your arm fell off. I think that's probably a good place to stop. We'll go ahead and stop it there. But I thought that would be a fun thing, and I hope you all enjoyed the Once Upon a Pastime series. And I hope you all enjoy it, and I hope you all have a good day, and we'll do more of this stuff down the road. Y'all have a great day. Talk more about the guys, the pioneers of baseball. That's what I'm hoping to leave you with today.
You go 14 times and only win one time. It leaves a little sting. But I've said this. I know it's going to sound weird, but I've said this. If I had to go back to the future and know what the results were going to be and trade with the Marlins, who won twice and only went twice, I wouldn't do it. At the 14 times, still thinking that maybe fate might change. Going 14 years in a row is pretty incredible.
Armchair.
Talk about the team, the myth, the legend that was the Atlanta Braves, a team that, an era, the Bobby Cox era, I guess is how I should put it. This team won 14 divisions in a row, but we only got the one World Series. We won the pennant in 91. We won the pennant in 92. We won the pennant and the World Series in 95. And then, of course, 96, we won the pennant. And 97, we came close. 98, we came close. 99, we won the pennant and lost the World Series. And then the Bobby Cox era finished off with the division titles, but never won another World Series. And the pennant's dried up as well. And one of the things that I always like to point to when people are talking about the Braves, and this got brought up, I actually had a listener that requested this in this Once Upon a Pastime series. We've done some other stuff, and they said, hey, what about talking about the Bobby Cox era? I believe the big reason why this was brought up because of that song 98 Braves. If you haven't heard it, Morgan Wallen made a song called the 98 Braves or 98. I'm not 100% sure the name of the song. I have heard it a handful of times. It's a good song. But after it was released and after I listened to it, and though it's a good song and I get it, I felt like that they pointed to the wrong season of the one that got away. So this is going to be our six-pack to go today. Kind of a six-pack of tall boys because we're going to dive into this. Of the 96 Braves, the 98 Braves, and other teams. Obviously, we're going to talk about the 95 Braves. this is the Once Upon a Pastime series of the best 5 Braves teams of the Cox era that didn't win it. We're going to start off talking about the 95 Braves because they did win it. And because they did win it, we're going to lead off with them, and then we're going to go and talk about teams. So obviously the 95 Braves who won it, you got to put them number 1, but then we're going to go 6 through 2, counting upward, on who were the best teams that never won it. And there's a lot of different factors that I went off on this, but when it's all said and done, this is my list, and I'm going to stick by it. This is the Bobby Cox era teams that made the playoffs but did not win at all. So when you talk about the 1995 Braves, it was a big season in Major League Baseball because we were coming straight off the strike. And for Braves country, it brought us back. And that's what a lot of folks who are not Braves fans did not kind of grasp on how we could come back so quick. Well, when your team's that good and they're winning and it's fun again, yeah, at the beginning, you're still burned by it, but a lot of us came back by at least the end of the summer going, man, this team's got a chance. This team has a real chance. This team can go out and they can maybe do what the other teams couldn't do. You know, some notable transactions, realize the season itself. And by the way, it was the 125th season of the franchise. 30th in the city of Atlanta. Still hadn't won a World Series. It was a strike-shortened season. We only played 144 that year. But it was the best in the National League. And for the 6th straight season, the team was managed by Bobby Cox. And we started off. Does this not sound familiar with Atlanta Braves today? And Atlanta Braves, we started off kind of slow. We were 20-17, and then June 4th, behind the Phillies, behind the Expos, and we'll get into the 94 team in a bit, but the Expos and the Phillies were playing good baseball. Remember, the Phillies had knocked us out in 93 to go to the World Series. We were newly division rivals at that time. And the Expos led the NL East the year before. Though I still contend the Braves would have beaten them in the playoffs. And I think they would have caught them. They were only 6 back, and there were several games to go. But the overview of that 95 team, we beat the Rockies in the NL Division Series 3-1. Remember, that was the first time the wild card got introduced. Then we go into the NLCS, and everyone thought the Cincinnati Reds that year had a very good chance of at least giving us a good series, and we swept them. I was at Game 3 in Cincinnati. I was living in northern Middle Tennessee, and the girl I was dating at the time and my roommate, the three of us decided that the next day, let's go. We were listening to the broadcast from Game 2 and kept hearing about how there were empty seats all throughout the Cincinnati Reds Stadium. Riverfront at the time. It was an old football stadium. We got there, and then I kind of understood why people weren't excited to watch games in that stadium. It wasn't built for baseball. But it was weird that a city that was that big into baseball, that's a baseball city, Cincinnati. They had 0 fan support that day. And maybe it's because they were already down 2-0 and they were going to kind of wait to see how it was. But I remember constant reports of 30,000 tickets available for Game 3. I said, let's go. let's go watch it. And the biggest thing I remember about that was we had went to extras, and Javi Lopez hit a home run. I believe it was a 2-run shot, and the Braves won. And then we drove back to the just north of Nashville, is where I called home at the time, and we would go on to sweep that series. So I'm all in. I'm really, really jazzed up about the fact that we're going to the World Series, and I felt like this team could do it. Don't get me wrong. I had a lot of friends that had given up on baseball. They didn't care. But I had fallen in love with the sport by then. And really got into the whole weeds of who are we. I'd already started at that point. I'd already started, gathering information. You couldn't Google it like you could nowadays, but I was gathering information, books, anything I could get my hands on to teach me who the Braves were prior to my watching it, and then also, who were the Braves before they got to Atlanta. So I'd already gone all in on the Braves. Really ticked off at Tom Glavine because he was the team president, or not the team. He was the players rep. I don't know if the term was president, but he was the Max Scherzer. Every time that you saw a press conference, he was out there. He was head of the Players Association for the players. And so I watched that whole thing in '94, the whole weeds of the strike, and just ticked off at Glavine. And I've said this before, but I got really ticked off later on when he left several years later to go play for the Mets for what was a minimal more amount for an entire contract. And I remember at the time I was doing a radio show in northern Nashville, and I remember going through it and basically breaking down how stupid of a deal it was. And people would call in and say, "Are you nuts? You would take the same." Like, no, I wouldn't, because at the time he took a minimal amount. I think it was like $200,000 or $300,000 more over the length of the contract. And my point was, if you stay in Atlanta and you invest your money, because I was using John Elway at the time as the template, because he had stayed in Denver his whole career, and he had all these car dealerships and whatnot. Like, you make a lot more money than that than going to New York and paying their ridiculous cost of living. And so, anyways, so Glavine stuck on my craw for a while. I have since let it go, and I know he's come back and said down the road that he believes he made a mistake, that they made a mistake. And I get that at the time, but my point at the time was I was younger than you, and I knew you were making a mistake, so I was ticked off about that. But that's not what this show is about. This show is about how damn good that 95 team was. The 1995 team, 90 wins and 54 losses. That doesn't jump out at you, but remember, we lost, 16 games? And at that rate, that probably would have been a 100-win team. In all likelihood, we would have finished somewhere in the neighborhood of 100, 102 wins. And we go out and beat the Indians, and Tom Glavine's the one that slammed the door. So that started the healing process with me, and it wasn't until he left to go to the Mets that it just basically opened up a new wound, or opened up an old wound, I guess. But we get 95, we get the ring, and I'm like, thank God, because when I was a kid growing up in the early 80s, I didn't think this team was ever capable of winning the World Series. Stuck with them through thick and thin. But I had not, first of all, I didn't know a lot about their history, but then the other thing is what I had seen. I saw them really good in 82 and then stink for a while. And you're like, my God, this team is just, and you're young and you're impatient. You're like, this team sucks. And then you see it come full around. The only reason to watch them was the reason why I watched them essentially was because of Dale Murphy. Always. Now, I had a lot of other players that I loved, but Dale Murphy brought me to the sets in the 80s. The Winds brought everyone to the sets in the 90s. So that's the best team, and we could do an entire episode on that 95 team, but today we're going to talk about the others. And so who is my number 6 team? So it's a 6-pack. 95 Braves are at the top, and now I'm going 6 through 2. And the number 6 team is well, it is the team that the song was made of. And this is why I say that I think that they, solid song, but I think I would love it a lot more if they would have picked a team that really could have won it, really should have been there. And I've got one in mind that I'll hit at the end. And it's basically the number 2 team, and I would even take it to the number 3. I would have taken the number 4 team on this list and just shut up and moved on. But the 98 team, the one thing you cannot take away from the Atlanta Braves in 98, they went 106-56. And maybe that's why the songwriter, whoever, I don't know who actually wrote the song for the Wall and Hit, but whoever the songwriter was, maybe that's why they went and grabbed. They said, you know what, this team made it to the NLCS. They had 106 games, one of the best regular seasons in the history of Braves baseball. Let's just grab them, right? Let's just grab them. Let's just go for that and just call it a day. And so, with all that being said, you go in here and you're like, all right, let's take a look at that team. Because I remember when the song came out, I was in shock that was the year. I was like, 98. And then I went back and looked at it. Yeah, that was a good team. But you know what my biggest memory of 98 team was? The biggest memory that I have of the 98 team was not being able to get base hits in key plays against those Padres. That Padre team was good. And then the biggest take that I took away from the 98 team in general, the 98 season, is how we could not get base hits and we could not find a way to piece together hits to beat the Padres. And then they go out and get smoked by the Yankees. And the 98 Yankees, remember, looked upon by a lot of folks as the best team to ever play Major League Baseball. You can never argue. That'd be, it's an impossible argument to win, but they're in the conversation. So when I think of the 98 Braves, I'm like, we would have never beaten that Yankees team anyway. So who, I cared then, but now I'm like, we never would have made it. That would have been a better twist on the song, right? I thought we were going to make it. For people who aren't familiar with the song, he's comparing it to his love with the girl, and I thought we were going to go the distance, and we didn't go the distance like the 98 Braves. Fill in the blanks. But would have been a better twist on the song is I thought we were going to go the distance like the 98 Braves, but we never really had a chance. We weren't hitting Kevin Brown, and if we would have hit Kevin Brown, we damn sure weren't hitting the 98 Yankees. 98 Yankees, they were one of the most efficient teams in the history of baseball. And, we all hated them, right? But the hate comes from a ridiculous amount of respect and jealousy that our team wasn't that good. Because back then, the disparity in the money spent wasn't quite as great as it is now. Like, if you took the 2023 Mets, who were just dwarfing everybody in payroll, and had they gone out and won 120 games and swept through the World Series or anything like that, there'd be a lot of hate. But that's not how the 2023 Mets played out. Right? So the 98 Braves, really good team. When you look at the pitching staff, it was Maddox, it was Glavine, it was Denny Nagel, one of my favorite Braves players, just because I mimicked his train whistle when he came through. When he was traded to the Braves, he had a train. He was coming from the Pirates. He had mimicked a train whistle that I guess is a train that ran behind Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh. And every once in a while, when I have a couple of spirits in me, I will let that train whistle fly. And my friends know that, D train's pulled into the station. But so I'm always going to be a Nagel guy, right? But Kevin Millwood, remember how good he was? My God. He went 17-8 that year. Maddox, 18-9. Glavine, 20-6. Was it Smoltz? Smoltz went 17-3. Jeez Louise, how did he not get more Cy Youngs? It was a little ridiculous, right? Maddox, 18-9 with a 2.22 ERA. I think Maddox would have had more Cy Youngs if people didn't just get Maddox fatigue. Remember, he'd won 4 in a row. And there came a point in time where they're like, we're not going to give it to you every year. You're going to have to be something special. You're going to you're going to have to go 30-0 for us to give it to you ever again. So, I mean, we had guys in the relief pen that a lot of people forget about. We had El Presidente in the relief role. Dennis Martinez. Rocker had not quite hit the scene as the closer, but John Rocker was a really good reliever. I mean, he was, what did he go? I see the 2.13 ERA, 38 innings. And this is a blast from the past. This is a guy you don't think about, but he was really good in 98. Kerry Lightenberg was our closer. Man, that was a fun team. And as far as the offense goes in 98, you still had Javi behind the plate. You had Andre Scalaraga, the big cat at first. I used to love to watch that guy hit oppos. Keith Lockhart was your second baseman. And though we loved Keith, that wasn't elite second base. Walt Weiss was the shortstop. We loved Weiss, but he wasn't elite, not offensively. Ryan Klesko was in left field. Andrew in center. Michael Tucker was your right fielder typically. And then, of course, the great Chipper Jones, Hall of Famer, was manning the hot corner. But your bench was solid, too. We had Ozzie Guillen on the bench. I mean, think about the guys that were on this team. We had Gerald Williams, who was good in his own right, very good. He hit 305 that year. Tony Graffinino, one of my favorite players there, just because I used to love to say Tony Graffinino. I'd get in arguments with guys. You get off Tony Graffinino. That's my guy. Tony Graffinino, by the way, hit 211 that year. Anyways, Danny Bautista. Remember him? And so, it goes on and on and on. Rafael Belliard. When you go through here's a guy I'd forgotten about, Randall Simon. Remember, that was the John Rocker controversy. He was talking about Randall Simon. We'll definitely do that in a Once Upon a Pastime. Mark DeRosa played a handful of games that year. So when you look at this team and you look at the how good it was very good. But I'm putting them at number 6. All right, let's go to the next one. Team that I have on our docket is the 1994 Braves. What? Season ended in a strike. To hell with them. Yeah, I know. I get it. But they were really good. And I don't know if the 94 Braves would have ever caught the Expos. But remember, the wild card was supposed to start anyways. Didn't start till 95 because of all the labor stoppage, but team would have made it into the playoffs. And we probably, the way it would have set up at the time, we would have faced because remember back then, you faced the team in the division because they were trying to prevent two teams from basically the West Coast facing off in the CS because they didn't want those kind of ratings. Nowadays, all that's changed, but at the time, it would have been Braves versus Expos. And I felt like in a 5-game series, the Braves actually had the upper hand. We had a little better starting pitching. But the 94 Braves, that's one of those arguments that we can go into the weeds for a long, long time with. But the 94 Braves, this is what they did do. They were 68 and 46, and they really started catching fire towards the end. And though they only played 114 games, they were third in Major League Baseball in the record department. Now, a team that I did not put on this list that's one of my favorite teams, I just want to mention them real quick, are the team the year before, the 93 Braves, the ones that came back. It was the last great pennant race. And much like what we saw last year, when the Braves ran out of gas after catching the Giants, what we saw in the 2022 season, the Braves ran out of gas chasing down the Mets and faced the Phillies, and they faced the Phillies in 93. So it's really look, it's really weird that it would be 30 seasons later, but they ran out of gas and got beat by a lesser Phillies team in 2022, and they ran out of gas and lost to a lesser team in 1993. 1993 Phillies, they were a ragtag bunch that were fun for everybody to watch and pull for, but they were not better than the 93 Braves. And they went in and they gave the Blue Jays, and that was the famous Joe Carter home run. But they gave the Blue Jays actually a pretty good fight in the World Series. The 93 Braves would have beaten the 92. The 93 Braves would have beaten the 93 Blue Jays. They were built to beat them because they lost to the Blue Jays in 92. But back to the 94 Braves, I just think this team was really good. And though we were 6 back, we were 2.5 in front of the wild card, in front of the Astros and Mets. And we were about 500 against Montreal. We were 4-5. So like I said, it would have been nip and tuck, but I do believe the Braves would have beaten Montreal in the playoffs and would have went to the World Series. But this team, not a whole lot to go over with them because of the fact that there were no playoffs. But this team did have Deion Sanders. This team did have Roberto Kelly. They platooned out in the out in the center field. David Justice, Ryan Klesko, Terry Pendleton picking it at third. Terry Pendleton would go on to win the MVP the next year for the 95 Braves. I think I failed to mention it that 95 Braves, Maddox won the Cy Young, Glavine won the World Series MVP. But this team, Jeff Blauser. Remember Jeff Blauser? I was a huge Jeff Blauser guy. Because Blauser was there when we were stinky, and then he was there when we made the transition to very good. Same thing with Mark Lemke. We had Fred McGriff, the crime dog, one of my favorite players of all time. Man, was he on fire when he came over in the trade. Oh, my word. Braves rode those coattails that year. Javi Lopez behind the plate. And other guys. And, of course, this was the team that had Steve Avery and Kent Merker along with the big three in the rotation. I think those of us that were growing up at the time, like, we always think of those two guys being with the big three for a long time. They really weren't, as you'll see as we go through these different years. But it's a lot of fun to think about how good that team was. The team that, the player that they leaned on as far as the saves that year was actually Greg McMichael, though Mark Wohlers was the setup man. And you could see Mark Wohlers coming. You knew Mark Wohlers was going to be something. Of course, Mark Wohlers got the last out of the 95 series. Remember Bedrock, Steve Bedrosian? I was so happy when he came over to Atlanta because I loved his nickname, Bedrock. Followed his son for a while. He was in the Angels organization. I don't know where he is nowadays, but Mike Stanton, remember him? Very good reliever. Then we let him go to the dirty Yankees. What are we doing? What are we doing? When people ask me more and more about why did that team did not win more championships, there's one common denominator. And I know we didn't have the greatest offenses every year, but that was kind of the era. You didn't score a ton of runs. So it's not like the 2020 era Braves, the 2020s era Braves, where you have all this offense. The era, like, you could have picked apart a lot of the offenses in the days. We did not win because John Sherholtz never understood that he needed to make that bullpen the priority. They were always, because look, they looked at it as if you have Glavine, you have Maddox, you have Smoltz, and you have two more solid starters, you're going to run away with the division. And you're going to get in the playoffs. When you get in the playoffs, you got to find a way to win. And I think a lot of the thought process, too, was you can transition one of the guys into the bullpen, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The teams that dominated in the mid to late 90s and on through since understood, like the Yankees, understood you have to prioritize, the bullpen, because if not, you're not going to win the games late. And you usually have to have those late wins. It's going to be extremely rare for a team to cruise in the playoffs and the World Series and not needing a great bullpen. That's why, still to this day, it's my favorite saying of all time. Two most important things in life: a great friends and an even better bullpen. But this was a fun team. This team could play. And this team, when you looked at, it's unbelievable back then. You look in today's game, if you open up any year of recent memory, your team pitching on Baseball Reference, and it's going to be a laundry list about the size of your arm. The guys that pitched in 1994, I'm using as an example, we had the 5 starters that averaged, 25 starts apiece for the big ones. Smoltz only 21. And then you had Merker with 17. You had 5 bullpen guys and 3 other that were used sparingly. It's really amazing. Nowadays, it is literally like the size of your arm. Now, you had a handful that I haven't mentioned yet, but they were used. Extremely. Brad Woodall, Milt Hill, Greg Olson, Mike Bielecki. But that was the 94 team in a nutshell. Maddox won the Cy Young that year. And remember, he had just come over from the Cubs, and we were ready to rock. We were ready to roll. We were ready for the Atlanta Braves to make that run into the postseason. I could not wait. I was ecstatic. It was, pins and needles. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's win it. Let's do it all. Maddox had come over in 93, but remember that was the year that we just spit the bit. So we were chomping at the bit. What's it going to look like to get in the World Series? Because we didn't make it in 93. What was it going to be like to get Maddox, Glavine, and Smoltz in there? And we never got to see. We never got to see it, unfortunately. So that's the number 5 team. So number 6 was 98. Number 5 was 94. It's going to take a quick break. When we come back, the number 4 team, and a team that I think is still very dear to us all. Be back in a flash here on Braves Country, Once Upon a Pastime series.
They've given me less than 1 year to turn this place around. Forget about the way it used to be. This is not a damn democracy. We are in a state of emergency, and my word is law.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way. Unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen. Cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance. Oh,
2 last questions. The Combine, what was that experience like for you?
You don't know me, do you?
Huh?
You don't know me, do you? I never went to a Combine.
You didn't go to the Combine. How about the draft?
I never got drafted.
Then I don't. And I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Armchair.
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. And that's marvelous, but you can apply those same 3 criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back, and we are doing our Once Upon a Pastime series, one that I enjoy quite a bit. I hope y'all are getting something out of it too. And this time it is the Braves, the best teams that never did it. If you assume that the 1995 team is the greatest because they did it, these are the ones that never did it. This is the Bobby Cox era, is how I should word that. So number 4. Number 6 was 98 team, 98 Braves. Number 5 was the 94 strike shortened season Braves. Number 4, 1991, the Atlanta Braves, and what they brought to the table. It was a magical team, and that one that I think we'll all cherish, because, well, for one, it was worst to first. So no one even imagined going into the 91 season, if you were a Braves fan, any kind of a fan of Major League Baseball, By the way, I don't want to forget to mention, I just didn't put them on here because you know the list can go on and on when you got 14 teams that won the division. One of my favorite moments is not on one of my favorite teams or one of my top-ranked teams. Came the year after when Sid slid. I think a lot of us forget, kind of mix it together, because the 91 and 92 team both beat the Pittsburgh Pirates in 7 games of the World Series, and both of those teams lost the World Series. But I think what made that Sid slid, where were you when Sid slid, what made that special was because of the 91 team, and we wanted to get back and prove that we were the team. We could kick their butts. Plus, Bobby Cox was a Brave, and he had been a Blue Jay. There were so many intertwined things there. And we got into that 92 series, and I remember thinking really quickly, and maybe something took him out of the 97, or excuse me, the Game 7 in the 92 series. 92 NLCS. Maybe they hit a wall there too, maybe the emotions. But I didn't look at that as much because back then, you know, there were no wild cards. So you just had the one series. Man, was baseball magical back then. If I could go back to that, I would, but we would have to, as they do in Major League Soccer or major soccer around the world in different leagues, I guess is how I should term it. We have to start relegating some teams. Because I would love to go back to 2 divisions in each league. 2 divisions in the National League, 2 divisions in the American League, and the best 2 square off in the NLCS, ALCS, and then you get the World Series. That would be phenomenal. But they'll never put that toothpaste back in the bottle. But if I could do something for baseball, that would be one of the things I would do. But I would want to relegate it. Because remember, when they first started doing that, there were like 16 teams, then 20, et cetera, and goes on and on and on. Now we have 30. And I think to make that fair, if you're going to do that, I think you'd have to go down to 24 teams. Give me 6 teams in each division. To heck with the wild card and let's go. Be even more phenomenal if it was 5, if you went down to 20. Holy cow. And then the relegation. You want to talk about something that would get eyeballs on the TV? Imagine if you were getting relegated if you were not one of the top teams right now. New York Met fans would be losing their mind, and there would be no tanking. There would be no, okay, we're going to be the... Everyone likes to point to them, so I'll go ahead and use that same example. But there would be no Houston Astros tanking because you wouldn't want to get relegated. But anyways, when you look at the team, 91 team, it really was a special team. It was a team that went worst to first. And they became the first team in the National League to go from the last place one year to first place the next year. Now, granted, divisions were still pretty new, so it wasn't like they'd been doing this for 100-plus years with the same formula and all. No. But regardless, we faced the Twins in the 91 series. Nobody could beat the other team in their home stadium. And back then, you took turns. On the odd years, you were at home if you're in the American League. On the even years, you were at home if you're in the National League. 4 and 3. Still, I still think that was a pretty fair way to do it. It was frustrating for that particular series. It was frustrating for the 87 series for the St. Louis Cardinal fans. Same thing, they're playing Minnesota. Minnesota had a heck of a home field advantage. I won't call it unfair, because all is fair in love and war in baseball, but they had that dome that trapped all the noise in, and when their fans would come out and start rattling that place with those Homer hankies, those white Homer hankies, it was just a sea of white hankies, white towels. They might have called them something else, but I've always called them Homer hankies. I believe that was the term that Minnesota used. But they would just start rattling them, and they would start yelling, and you couldn't hear yourself think in the place. And they won every single game in Minnesota, including the final game that the Braves lost 1-0. What an incredible game. If you're a Braves fan and you never saw it because you were too young, you got to go back and watch it at some point. Just jot it down. It's one of the greatest games. I still say it's the greatest World Series game ever played, even though we ended up on the losing end of it. John Smoltz, Jack Morris going the distance. Braves lost it 1-0. And the game itself was just so nip and tuck. It was 0-0. It was a 1-0 walk-off for folks that don't remember it. The Braves had the outfield pulled in and a runner on third, so anything hit deep they knew would score. So it ends up being a long, long single that wins it. But it essentially would have been a fly ball. And Atlanta, Game 7. First of all, Game 6, Game 7 of the NLCS. Let's go into the fact that the Braves went in to Game 6 of Three Rivers Stadium after, if you go back to the actual NLCS, the Braves lost the first game in Pittsburgh 5-1. The second game we win 1-0 off of Steve Avery. Tom Glavine lost the first one. Then in Game 3, you're thinking the tide has turned because it's a 1-1 series, and we go into Atlanta, and boom goes the dynamite, 10-3. Let's get it. John Smoltz went out there and did John Smoltz type things, and then Game 4, you're figuring we've got a good chance. Charlie Lee Brandt was on the mound. Went 6 2/3. But we lose in extra innings 3-2. The loss was given to Kent Marker. Of course, he was coming out of the pen, but he was a starter. And we go Game 5, and all right, we're going to have to go on the road into Pittsburgh. We know that, but we need to win Game 5, because if we win Game 5, we just got to get one dub up there. And Pittsburgh scores one run in the 5th inning, and Tom Glavine loses again. I remember people wanting to kill him. Like, my God, dude, he only gave up the one run. Got to score. And that leads into why in 95, Glavine, remember the famous Glavine speech in the dugout in the middle of the Game 7 World Series, or Game 6 World Series against Cleveland? He's dealing, and he went into the dugout. They said around 4th or 5th inning. Maybe it was even later, and he said, is anybody going to get us a damn run tonight? Because they damn sure ain't scoring on us. And then a little while later, Justice hits the solo shot, the game-winning RBI. It turns out to be, and he went into the dugout and said, is that good enough for you? And they said, Glavine, very stone-faced said, that'll get it done. That'll do. So he's already frustrated that he's not getting run support, and it goes back to then. But we go into Game 5, we lose, and we're like, oh my God, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? We're down 3-2. We're going to Pittsburgh. We're going to win both in Pittsburgh. And here comes Steve Avery again. Avery, by the way, in game 1 went 8 1/3 scoreless. The save, remember Alejandro Pena? So game 6, we're like, what are we going to do? They got Doug Drabeck on the mound. Doug Drabeck was phenomenal. Steve Avery, he goes out there and spins shutout baseball again. Pena gets a save. We win 1-0. And that's why a lot of kids growing up at that time, Avery is their guy. Because they remember that. They remember stepping up big in the playoffs. We're like, what? All right, we're going to head into Game 7. But Pittsburgh had set up where John Smiley was going to be their guy. And John Smiley had a heck of a year that year. And we're going up with John Smoltz. Game 7, let's go. And this is where the legend really begins with John Smoltz. John Smoltz goes out there and shuts out the Pirates. Braves win it 4-0. We go to the World Series. We meet up with the Twins. It's in Minnesota. Lee Bryant gets taken out in game 1 with Jack Morris. Jack Morris was phenomenal. It took way too long to put him in the Hall of Fame. Game 2, Kevin Tapani beats Tom Glavine. Once again, Tom Glavine takes another loss. See, this all builds into why he was so fired up in 95 in that dugout. But he pitched well. It wasn't like he didn't pitch well. Braves lost that game 3-2. We go back to game 3, and the Braves end up winning that one in extra innings 5-4. Dramatic walk-off fashion. And wouldn't you know, home runs by David Justice and Lonnie Smith. Lonnie Smith. More on that in a second. Then in game 4, the Braves win in Atlanta 3-2. Another walk-off job. I mean, this was a heart attack team. And we got Glavine going to the hill like, man, Glavine's going to lose again. He's going to pitch well. He's not going to get any run support. He's going to lose again. We're done. And the Braves' offensive explosion, 14 runs. 4 in the 4th, but the nail in the coffin, because it was still 5-3, were the 6th that we put up in the 7th and then added 3 in the 8th. 14-5. We go in back to Minnesota, and even though we hadn't won a game there, what my mindset was, everyone's mindset was, we just went in to Pittsburgh and won 2 games in the NLCS. We just need 1 this time, baby. Let's go. Let's get it. We go to extra innings. This is the game that's forgotten about. We go to extra innings. Minnesota wins in a walk-off. 11th inning. That's the one everyone forgets about. Then Jack Morris and John Smoltz duel to a 0-0 tie heading into extra innings. Alejandro Pena gets the loss. A lot of folks feel like Smoltz they should have stuck with Smoltz, but Morris went 10. Alejandro Pena was on the mound when the Braves lost. But, look, Pena had pitched well all year. And giving up 1 run on a sac fly, I mean, at some point you got to freaking score. And for the first time since 62, 7th game of the World Series ends in a 1-0 score. It was also the second time ever that all 7 teams won. All 7 games were won by the home team of the World Series at that time. Only other time was 4 years later when Minnesota did it to the Cardinals. So there you have that. So we got the 91 Braves. Pendleton won the MVP that year. Glavine won the Cy Young. Bobby Cox won the Manager of the Year. Why he didn't win more was ridiculous. It was one of those things where they're like, oh, well, you've got a great team. Bobby Cox should have won like 10 Managers of the Year in his time in Atlanta. All right, let's go ahead and transition into the next year. the number 3 team of all time. We've already named 95 as the number 1, so we've only got 2 of these left. Who's the number 3 team of all time in the Bobby Cox era? All right. Get it. 1997. The 1997 Atlanta Braves. The team, I call it the Eric Gregg team. Right? Gregg screwed us. Gregg absolutely screwed us. This was the team in 97. We were coming off that loss in 96, and we're like, man, we should have won that. Let's get it. Let's right the ship. Kenny Lofton was on the team. Michael Tucker. I was a big Michael Tucker fan. I would be fans of the most obscure players, but I loved watching Michael Tucker. If you have speed and you're in the outfield, I usually like, ooh, look at him. I liked Lofton until I heard that he was kind of a problem in the clubhouse. I believe at the time I was a Lofton fan. I think it was one of those things where it's revisionist history and you remember down the road and you think you didn't like him at the time, but I liked him at the time. And Lofton, remember, was coming off that 95. We'd seen him in 95 with the Indians. I still love the idea of a true leadoff hitter. Don't get me wrong. Acuna's great. I would never trade Acuna for anything in the world. But I love a true leadoff hitter, a guy that gets on with his speed to set the table. I wouldn't change Acuna being our leadoff. I'm just telling you, just as an old school guy, there are guys in Major League Baseball that I've been fans of over the years, and a lot of them are the true leadoff hitter. Vince Coleman, obviously Ricky Henderson, but Ricky Henderson, people liked him so much, he was so popular, it was almost like a Michael Jordan type thing. Like, hey, it seems like low-hanging fruit, so I'm not going to be a fan of that guy. It's too easy to be a fan of his. Let me be a fan of a guy that people don't realize as good as he was. And, of course, that team had Javi, they had Blauser, they had Klesko, McGriff, Chipper. John Smoltz was the opening day starter because he had won the Cy Young the year before. The 97 team, 101 wins, 61 losses. And you look at how good that team was. Man, oh, man alive. Divisional series. Remember, the National League Divisional Series was a best of 5. And the Braves swept Houston, though 2 of those games were close. And back then it was weird. You would play the first 2 at home, and then you would play the next 2 on the road. And if there was a game 5, it would come back. So by then they'd straighten it up. But there was a time where they had it. I forget what year was it they were trying it, but they had a situation where you started on the road the first 2. And you then had the last 3 at home. It was somewhere, I believe it was the Nationals doing it to the Reds or the Reds doing the Nationals. I remember that was the series where one of them had a commanding lead and then they went back to Cincinnati. And one of those 2 teams won the next 3. I believe it was the Reds doing it to the Nationals, but I could be wrong on that. I just remember that kind of changed the equation again. But Braves won the first 3. And so adios. The NLCS. Braves go out and First game in Atlanta, Marlins win it 5-3. Second game in Atlanta, Braves win it 7-1. Third game in Florida, Marlins win it 5-0. Or excuse me, 5-2. What am I saying? Then the game 4 tied up the series at 4-0, and then Marlins win 2-1. Marlins win 7-4. The 2-1 game, which really swung the series, that was the famous Eric Gregg game, because he had a strike zone east to west that went dugout to dugout for Livan Hernandez. Greg Maddux was on the hill for that game. Pulling up the stat box right here, so it's been a while since I've looked at this. So I want to make sure that I've got it right. But the Braves, by the way, it's interesting. In that series, the Braves outscored the Marlins 21-20, but they lost the series 4-2. But this was the Livan Hernandez. He replaced Kevin Brown. That's what I was trying to remember. Was he supposed to be the starter? He replaced Kevin Brown, who had been sick, and the Braves threatened immediately with Kenny Lofton getting on, and then a triple by Keith Lockhart. Look, it was 1-1 after 2, and then they started dealing. They started unbelievably doing the wide strike zone by Eric Gregg, and you can go back and look this up. It was absolutely asinine. And Maddux got absolutely screwed in this whole deal. And when you look at the fact that Livan Hernandez, at that time, man, he was nobody. He was a young stud, but he was a nobody. And he was getting this huge strike zone, and Maddux was getting squeezed. I'd still like to know, was there some beef internally between, because back then it was a thing. They didn't have the StatCast zone and whatnot. Man, if they did, they could really, they probably need to go back and redo that somehow. But you could go in and look, if an umpire didn't like you, they would squeeze you. And yeah, you wonder if Eric Gregg had a beef with Maddux, a personal beef. Because that was what lost us the series. We win that game. We're up 3-2, and we're going back to Atlanta. And by game 6, Kevin Brown, who was very good at that time, he went up against Glavine, and Glavine just, Glavine didn't have it 4 runs out the gate, and that was it. But that was a great, great team. A great team. And one that still gets me, mainly because of this. The 97 Marlins go on to win the World Series on the walk-off. That's a famous Renteria walk-off against a Cleveland team I know we would have smoked. We wouldn't have went to 7 games against that Cleveland team. That Cleveland team in 97 was not as good as the Cleveland team in 95 that we beat. And the Braves team in 97 arguably was just as good as the team. The 97 team was just as good as the team in 95. Is the point I'm trying to make. That Braves team was damn good. And so I'm still, my God. I would have written a song about the 97 Braves long before I would have written a song about the 98 Braves. Once again, we were never beating Kevin Brown and the Padres, who had incredible pitching. And if we did find a way to squeak through that, we were never touching the 98 Yankees, who had the best team ever. Most people believe that's the best team in the history of a modern baseball. And it's just, I'll never get over that Eric Gregg game. It doesn't matter what you throw at me, I'm always going to say, yeah, but dude, we should have had that 97. Because of Eric Gregg and that stupid, it wasn't like one team blew up the other. That game was nip and tuck. Game 6, you almost felt like you'd lost the series because of Game 5. I remember distinctly it was a day game. I know exactly where I was when watching. I was at work that day. I didn't do much work, but I was physically in the building. And it was a little steakhouse bar that was in, at the time, a small town outside Nashville, Tennessee, and now it's a fairly big town. Home of Middle Tennessee State University. But there's this little bar. Company no longer exists, but it was a little cattleman's club cantina. But it was a steakhouse. It was one of those old school ones, the peanuts on the floor. And I remember just chucking peanuts every time stupid Eric Gregg was blowing a call. And I think some of it had to do, it was hot in Florida and his fat ass didn't want to be back behind the plate. I'll never forgive Eric Gregg for that. Don't care. Don't care what you at me with. I will never forgive Eric Gregg for that. He will always go down the annals of Atlanta Braves lore is the reason for the one that got away. Marlins should never have 2 World Series. It should be 1. Because we would have been at 3 games to 2. Probably would have played a lot looser in Game 6. May have won it. We definitely would have won Game 7. Game 7 would have been Smoltz. You beating Smoltz in Game 7? Marlins going to beat Smoltz in Game 7 in Atlanta? Get out of here. No way. That's why that game was so huge. We knew that it was going to be, when we thought it was Maddox versus Brown going to Game 5, and then they switched at the last minute, I was like, this is the series. Because Glavin's probably not going to outpitch Kevin Brown, who was phenomenal. He was more devastating in 98, but he was really starting to, I mean, that guy had a fastball. For people who don't remember, that guy had a fastball that would hit 98, 97 on the radar, and a sinker that would drop just before it got there, about 7 to 8 miles off. So he was coming around 97, the sinker coming in around 90, and you could not decipher the two. If you got ahead in the count, you were screwed. If you sat there and took it, that's the time he'd throw a bean right there on the corner, strike 3. He could throw a 97 on the black away from the batter anytime he wanted to. And we found out down the road he was doing PEDs. Was he doing that year? I don't know. But the point is, we had to have that Livan Hernandez game. And Livan Hernandez was wild. He wasn't hitting the zone. And if we were getting those walks, those turned into runs, and we don't lose 2-1, we probably lose. I've calculated before, we would have scored about 6 runs in that game. There's no way you're getting that on Maddox, because he was pitching well. And if you're going to give that strike zone to the Marlins, then you got to give it to Maddox, and he was not getting it. All right, end rant. Had to get that off my chest, though. I'll never be done with that. Screw you, Eric Gregg. All right, let's take a real quick break. We're going to talk about the best team that never did it. But, man, we almost. Be back in a flash here on Braves Country Today's Once Upon a Pastime series.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
I'm drinking wine on a Wednesday before noon, bro. Have fun at your job, LOL. Link in bio.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
It's the game my father taught me how to play. It's time I saw things on a level plane. Something was rolling towards me, and it said Spalding on it. I picked it up. Instinctually, we push it back. And those days, those summer days became fall days, became our Sundays together with my brothers and I, and my dad whipping off his wicked curve. I just remember how my hands hurt. At first, as I was afraid of the ball and his coaching, keep your shoulder in there, don't bail out, it's not going to hurt you, and that's what I remember.
You're listening to... I know most of y'all have already figured it out, but this was, this is the heartbreaker of heartbreakers. As mad as I got with the 97 team because of Eric Gregg and his strike zone, man, this one's all us. There's a lot of things you can point to, but it wasn't a goofy strike zone that had the Braves spitting the bit. Let's go into the 1996 Atlanta Braves. Chance to go back to back. We spit the bit. A lot like last year. I feel like if the Braves haven't gotten flat and they find a way to win that Phillies series, they're definitely beating the Padres. I think they would have had a very good chance to beat Houston in the 2022 season. They would have had a chance to go back to back. Different circumstances, because this Atlanta Braves team, who are defending World Series champions, heavily favored in that year. We'll get into the World Series in a second. We were 2 wins away from pulling it off. This is why when they say 98 Braves, man, it's a great song. No, it was the 96 Braves. Bro, I'm sorry. The songwriter was 2 years younger or 2 years too young to know that was the team. That was the team, bro. That was the team. Ugh. If only I could sing or play a musical instrument or have any sort of talent, I would have written a 96 song that would have I forget the term they used, but would have been a rebuttal to his 98 song. And I'm not trashing his 98 song. I'm just like, dude, whoever wrote that is either extremely young in 98 was like their first, that was the first year they remember, or they weren't really a Braves fan and they just knew that Braves country's worldwide and definitely country music worldwide. And they were just picking a team that won over 100 games. This 1996 Braves team won 96 games. That's another reason. Everything was set, man. The team won its 5th consecutive division because 94 didn't count because nobody won the division. So it was still considered So it was the 5th year in a row, going for back-to-back. And here's the kicker. The Atlanta Braves, and this is one of the things that a lot of folks forget about in this one, but I remember this distinctly because my roommate at the time was a St. Louis Cardinal fan. His entire family, St. Louis Cardinal fans. And I was surrounded them daily. And I knew if we lost, I was going to have a really hard decision. Do I pull for the Cardinals or the Yankees in the 96 series? Remember, Yankees hadn't won a World Series realistically in my lifetime. They had won one in my lifetime, but I didn't start watching baseball, really getting into it until 82. Watched a little bit in 81, but 82 is when I really started getting into it. So I'd never seen the New York Yankees win a World Series, and I didn't know how awful it was going to be. Hey, Yankee fans coming out of it. It was the same thing with the Red Sox fans. All in the South, all of a sudden you started getting guys and gals with these Yankees and Red Sox hat in the 90s, 2000s, even before the Red Sox actually won it, but I remember distinctly when they won it. All of a sudden, these folks with deep Southern draws with Yankee and Red Sox gear, and I'm like, dude, could you at least remember to take the tag off if you're going to jump on that bandwagon? I remember when we would see them later on, and they would be rocking something else, and the old joke was, "Man, did you hurt yourself? Did you twist an ankle or anything?" And they'd say, "What are you talking about?" Goes, "When you jumped off that bandwagon, because you sure did jump off quick." I remember a friend specifically in 04 was a Red Sox fan. I'll never forget this. In 04, they were a Red Sox fan. And as far as I know, they carried that until the Phillies got good, and the next thing I know, they were rocking Phillies gear in the late 2000s. First decade of the 2000s. And I was like, what are you doing? Oh, man, I love the Phillies and ball. This is after the Red Sox had won, too, and they'd been a Red Sox fan that whole time. And then all of a sudden, I just decided to grab a National League team. And, of course, they didn't stick with it. But anyways, this is about the 1996 Braves. This team, Javi Lopez, Fred McGriff, Mark Lemke, Jeff Blauser, still with what I would call weak up the middle offensively. Defensively, very solid. And maybe that's what got us in the end. But Chipper Jones, Klesko, who was really good at the time, Marquise Grissom, Jermaine Dye. Man, was I a Jermaine Dye fan. And we had contributors like Terry Pendleton, Eddie Perez. At one point, David Justice. He gave us 40 games. Andrew Jones, 1996, became the youngest player to hit a home run. My boy, Tony Graffanino. He played, 22 games? Mark Whitten. Remember Mark Whitten? I remember him more being on St. Louis, but Mark Whitten played 36 games. Actually hit 3 home runs for us. In the pitching, John Smoltz, his Cy Young year at 24-8. He was on a tear in the middle of that year where he was unhittable. Greg Maddux went 15-11. Glavin, 15-10. All 3 of them with ERAs under 3. Steve Avery, Denny Nagel. Someone that I think a lot of folks have forgotten about, Jason Schmidt. He started 13 games for us. But that was the team. That was the team that should have won it. You look at that bullpen, Clance was nasty coming out of that bullpen. Old submarine guy. Pedro Borbon. Greg McMichael. And, of course, Wohlers, who could not slam the door. But the St. Louis series, the NLCS, will start with that. Braves win the first one 4-2. Smoltz, get it. And then Maddox comes out and spits the bit in game 2. That's in Atlanta. We're tied 1-1. Okay, it happens. Let's turn it around. We get into Busch Stadium. We lose a heartbreaker 3-2. Remember Dennis Eric Eckersley was on that 96 Cardinals team? He got the save, by the way, in that game. Game 4. Braves lose another heartbreaker. Tie game going to the bottom of the 8th, and we lose it 4-3. St. Louis and Brian Jordan beat us. Brian Jordan hit a home run in that game. Game 5. I feel like I skipped a game, but game 2, 3, and 4, 2 in Busch Stadium, 1 in Atlanta, go to St. Louis. No, I'm right. Okay. I thought I'd scrolled down too far. So there we are. We're down 3-1. And I was getting the crap from my friends. And they were really like an extended family. It was still close to those who are left to this day. And here we go. And this is one of the reasons why Cardinal fans from that era hate the Braves. People wonder why. This is why. We go in to game 5, and I remember looking at them. They were like, "You're 3-1. It's over, man. It's over. Game 5's in Busch Stadium. It's over. If not, we're up 3-1. You just need one more win." I said, "Oh, yeah? Well, who are you going to beat, my man? You going to beat Smoltz, Maddox, or Glavine? I need to know. Because you're not beating Smoltz. Smoltz had that DNA. He had that playoff DNA. And then we're going to get back to Atlanta. Are you going to beat Glavine or are you going to beat Maddox?" It was Maddox in 6, Glavine in 7. We absolutely smoked them. Those last 3 games, the Braves scored 32 runs. Cardinals scored 1. And the 1 run they scored, we were up 3-0 in the 8th, and they got 1 run in the top of the 8th. Well, actually, we're up 2-1. They got 1 run in the top of the 8th, and we answered back and scored. I remember going, that just took the air out of their sails. In an era where scoring was much more difficult. So we win that, and we're pounding our chest, and we're like, let's go. Offense is back. We're going to New York City. Take on the Yankees. Let's go defend the title. Let's get it. We go game 1. Smoltz on the mound. Boom! 12-1. Get it. It's over, baby. We're going to come rolling in. We're up 12. We win 12-1. We're up 1-0. Game 2, Maddox on the hill versus Jimmy Key, who, by the way, was a really good lefty at the time. We'd seen him with Toronto. Maddox actually goes out there and spins the gym, which he had been known to not do in the playoffs. 4-0. We win. Boom! Up 2-0, and we're heading back to Atlanta. We just got to win two of the next 3, and we're back-to-backs, Jack. Game 3, David Cone versus Tom Glavine. Cone went out and pitched. Pitched himself a game. Yankees got it off. I just felt like that they left Glavine in too long. He pitched to the 8th inning, but that's what they did back then. And Glavine got the loss, and so we're still up 2-1, and we're like, that's okay. Gonna get it. We all right. And Steve Avery is on the mound for that game to get the loss. And the reason why this whole thing unfolded, when you pull up the box score, it doesn't tell the story. The Braves were up 6-0 in that game. 6-0. And the Yankees come up in the 6th inning and they score 3. They score 3 more in the 8th to tie it, and then we went to extras and they won it. But what the story of that entire thing is that stupid Jim Leyritz home run. That stupid Jim Leyritz home run. Just blasted it. And we were like, uh-oh. 6-0 heading into the 6th inning in that day and time. In that, today's game, you wouldn't really bat an eye about that. You'd be like, all right, we got the lead, we got to buckle down. 6-0 in that game. I'm going to tell you right now, everyone had just assumed it was over. Everyone just assumed it was over. 6 runs was a lot in Major League Baseball in that time. You didn't have home runs flying. This is just before the steroid era really took off, by the way. And this is before the expansion. So the pitching was really solid in Major League Baseball. And 6-0, you're like, man, we've got this. I ain't worried about this. Denny Nagel, by the way, was the actual starter in that game. But it was Mark Wohlers that was credited for the blown save. He gave up that home run. Avery lost the game in extras. So if you just pull up the box score, you're going to say, oh, look at there, Avery got the loss, blah, blah, blah. If they would have had, no. Denny Nagel was damn good that year. But Denny Nagel started to come apart at the seams, and then that 3-run blast by to this day I can't see Joe Girardi without seeing that home run. Whole time he was coaching the Yankees, for the Phillies, I can't see it without seeing that home run. So anyways, that's the game that lost it for us. Now you can point to other things, you can go no, but you still had a chance come back in game 5. I'm telling you, that it was like popping the balloon. Now we're down, or we're tied up at 1 apiece or 2 apiece. Game 5, critical game 5. We're like, we got to win this. It's the day after. I'm telling you, they were deflated. The offense, the bats weren't there. Smoltz went out there and pitched to Jim, gave up 1 run in the 4th, and the Braves didn't score. I'm telling you, they were flat. I remember them bringing it up at the time because we didn't score in the 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th, or 10th. So 5 innings the game before, and we get shut out. It was 14 innings. It got to 17 scoreless innings in the World Series. You're not winning the World Series doing that. Bats fell apart. So we go down. We're down 3-2. We got Maddox on the hill. You feel like you got a chance. And Maddox didn't pitch a poor game. Everyone thinks of him losing that game. He did give up the 3 runs in the 3rd, which is really what cost us. We were down 3-1 after 4. But the Atlanta offense was just junk, and they didn't score. We scored 1 run. 1 run! After the 6th inning of Game 4. That's the team, though. That's the team that should have won it. They were the best. The best that never got it. And I guess that's where we'll end this, as I hope you enjoyed this. This is a part of the Once Upon a Pastime series here on Braves Country. And y'all have a great day. But don't tell me don't sing a song about the 98 Braves. Sing a song about the 1996, 1997, the 91 Braves, the 94 Braves that could have won it, but it was a stupid strike. 98 should have been like a fifth sequel. Have a great day, y'all.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please? He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Well, unlike Bob Feller, they both had their careers. Let me rephrase that. Both had their careers interrupted by World War II. But unlike Feller, who was already famous when he went in, Spahn achieved his notoriety primarily after the war. He had a small call-up and had only had a brief appearance, which was 4 games in 1942 before he started his career. Most of his Hall of Fame career was with the Boston Milwaukee Braves. Warren Spahn won 363 games, ranking 6th overall, the most for a left-handed pitcher. A 17-time All-Star, Spahn's career included 13 seasons with 20 or more wins, 3 ERA titles, 2 no-hitters, notably at age 39 and 40, and a World Series championship and Cy Young award, both won in 1957. As I alluded to yesterday, one of his career highlights also includes something we'll never, ever see again, and that was an epic 16-inning pitching duel on July 2nd, 1963 at age 42 against Juan Marichal. That's amazing. But Spahn entered the Army on December 3rd, 1942 at Camp Chaffee, Arkansas, which was a combination training facility and a POW camp. Following basic training, he was sent to Camp Gruber, Oklahoma, where he was assigned the 276 Engineer Combat Battalion. He continued to play baseball and helped pitch the battalion's team to the Post Championship. On November 4th, 1944, Staff Sergeant Spahn and his unit, part of the 1159th Engineer Combat Group, boarded the Queen Mary for France. Of the men in the unit, Spahn later said some had been let out of prison if they would commit to enlist. So these are the people I went overseas with, and they were tough and rough, and I had to learn to fit that mold. Spahn soon found himself in the middle of action in the brutal Battle of the Hurtgen Forest and the Battle of the Bulge. Spahn recalled being surrounded and his men having to fight their way out. During one of the coldest winters on record, Spahn said, "Our feet were frozen when we went to sleep, and they were frozen when we woke up. We didn't have a bath or change of clothes for weeks." In March 1945, the 276 was at Ramingen, Germany, working around the clock to repair the Ludendorff Bridge. Suddenly, everyone heard what they thought were rifle shots, but it was rivets being sheared off from the trusses and beams. The bridge, weakened by demolitions and heavy troop and vehicle traffic and the vibrations from artillery fire and construction equipment, was collapsing. A total of 28 men were killed or missing and 65 wounded. 18 men were rescued from the river. Spahn was among the wounded, getting hit in the left foot by a piece of bridge shrapnel. The 276th received the Presidential Unit Citation for its actions, and Spahn was also awarded the Purple Heart. In addition, Spahn received a battlefield commission, which lengthened his service by another 6 months. Discharged in April of 1946, he returned to the Boston Braves in time to post an 8-5 season. A lot of historians and fans have claimed that Spahn's 4 years in the Army cost him the chance of reaching 400 wins. But Spahn disagrees, and here are his comments on that. I matured a lot in those years. If I had not had that maturity, I would not have pitched until I was 45. Elaborating to that, he goes on to say, after what I went through overseas, I never thought of anything I was told to do in baseball as hard work. You get over feeling like that when you spend days on end sleeping in frozen tank tracks in enemy-threatened territories. Warren Spahn retired in 1965, and in 1973, he was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame. That is Warren Spahn, gentlemen. And he had a sweet leg kick.
Yeah,
probably learned that over there.
Every time I think of Warren Spahn, past his bravery and whatnot. First of all, arguably one of the greatest pitchers of all time. But he was the old saying, if anyone's ever heard it, spawn insane and pray for rain. Back then, the Braves, but this before they were in Atlanta, this was in the Milwaukee days, they had two really elite pitchers, and then the rest of their pitching staff was garbage. It was Warren Spahn. I want to say it's Johnny Sane, but I always forget his first name. But anyways, that's where the term comes, spawn insane and pray for rain, because you're hoping for a bunch of rain out so it can get back to them. Back then, you usually had a 3 to 4 man pitching staff, so that's where that comes from. Great job, Justin. What's your walk-off, sir?
Again, just want to say thank you to all our veterans, past and present, all you men and women that have had ultimate sacrifices for us and continue to do so every day. Thank you.
All right. Well, kids, gather around. This isn't a name you hear a lot, but it's one I think you probably should. It means a lot to me personally. I'll mention why towards the end. Hank Greenberg played 12 of his 13 major league seasons for the Detroit Tigers, who are, my favorite team, having grown up in Michigan. He was an American League All-Star 4 times. He was also a 2-time American League MVP as a first baseman in 1935 and as a left fielder in 1940. He had a batting average over 308 seasons, won 2 World Series with the Tigers in 1935, 1945, and hit a whopping 58 home runs in 1938, which, there's not a lot you can find on video from that time, but you can read about it. 58 home runs in 1938 is like 120 now. It was nuts. I mean, the ball was completely made differently back then. There weren't lights in most outdoor stadiums. There's a very famous Hank Greenberg axiom in the 1935 World Series, because St. Louis's Sportsman Park didn't have lights, and Game 3 went into the bottom of the 9th, and it was getting dark, and Hank Greenberg hit what was a walk-off grand slam, and the umpire said, "Hank, I can't call the game. I didn't see where the ball went." Hank turned around and said, "Well, I saw it just fine. This game's over," which is one of my favorite little Hank Greenberg anecdotes. I'll get to the military service, and then I'll round back around to just some career numbers on him, because his career numbers are nuts, and honestly, he should be someone that's just more highly regarded. He was kind of unfortunately and unfairly, not only lost 4 years of his prime to military service, but also was sandwiched directly between, kind of Babe Ruth and Ted Williams, and was really forgotten about as kind of like the Larry Holmes of baseball, because he just came between, 2 monoliths in baseball history. But in October of 1940, Greenberg was the first American League player to register for the nation's peacetime draft. And in 1941, the Detroit Draft Board originally classified him as 4F, which is for flat feet, meaning he wouldn't be eligible for military service. He appealed. There was a lot of public sentiment in the early 1940s as a war was brewing overseas, that a lot of athletes might try to get out of service, which famously Jack Dempsey did during World War I, and took a lot of public criticism for it after the fact. Most baseball players didn't feel that way and wanted to serve their country, and Hank was no exception. On May 7th, 1941, he was inducted into the U.S. Army after playing 19 games in left field. He reported to Fort Custer in Battle Creek, Michigan, which is about 20 minutes from my hometown of Mount Morris. He made a comment that I made up my mind to go when I was called. My country comes first. A lot of players were bitter about the lower amount of pay that they were given compared to their Major League Baseball salary. That was a big, talking point in newspapers at the time. And Hank was a model citizen. He was an anti-tank gunner. He was promoted to sergeant and was honorably discharged from active service on December 5th, which was 2 days before Japan actually bombed Pearl Harbor. So he re-enlisted as a sergeant on February 1st, 1942, volunteered for service in the Army Air Forces, and served until late 1944. He served a total of 47 months, the longest of any Major League Baseball player by far in the prime of his career. He played 19 games in the 1941 season, lost all of 42, 43, and 44, and didn't return to play baseball again until June 14th of 1945. That is Henry Greenberg's service to the U.S. military. Two-time MVP, 10-time All-Star, just an amazing battery of statistical references. His career WAR is 54.2, which is by 1938, 1940 standards, really only trails like Babe Ruth, Ted Williams, Lou Gehrig, Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle, right? He's basically the sixth greatest hitter. He's even higher than Jimmy Fox in lifetime WAR.
And it's funny because he's so underrated as a player. I mean,
so underrated.
You never hear it talk about, but like you said, what was the year that he hit 58 home runs? 1930.
The 58 home runs was the 1938 season where he actually finished third. Yeah, 38. 58 home runs, 119 runs batted in, which is just nuts. Batted 315, 438 on base, 683 slugging, 1122 OPS. His OPS, I'm going to read off his OPS, which is a modern, analytical measurement that people use. These are his OPSs from 1934 to 1940.
Okay.
1,005, 1039, 1085, 1105, 1122, 1042, 1103. His 1940 season, which is his second MVP, he was 340, 41 home runs, 150 runs batted in, 50 doubles, 8 triples, 6 stolen bases, 93 walks. I mean, he is such an underrated player. Even by Tigers fans, he's considered probably the second greatest Tiger of all time behind Al Kaline, and the statistics don't back that up. He's a far superior player to Al Kaline. Kaline just happened to be with the Tigers during the Tigers' greatest period of sustained success, which was the 60s and 70s, where they lost the American League pennant so many times to great Yankees teams. It's almost laughable. But he's, by most statistical measurements, the greatest Tiger to ever play. And even amongst Tigers fans, he's basically second. It's basically Al Kaline, Hank Greenberg, and then Alan Trammell. Anybody who was alive from 1930 to 1950, of which there's not a ton of people left, unfortunately. A lot of people like my father have passed on. My father always said Hank Greenberg was the best hitter he ever saw. Said he was just an amazing masher. And that is the guy who loved his nickname. It wouldn't be PC to call him this today, but he was known as the Hebrew Hammer. And he was an amazing baseball player. And like I said, just unfortunately kind of lost to history and lost to time, because he's right between Babe Ruth, played the same time as Ted Williams, and then DiMaggio and Mantle come along. Just an amazing player, an amazing patriot, served his country dutifully. You just take his averages over his career and slot it into those 3 seasons that are completely lost, and even add the 41 season where he only played 20 games. I mean, he's easily one of the 10 best statistical players of all time. And he's one of the 30 best statistical players of all time. So that is Hank Greenberg. Thank you for your service to our country. And thank you for being a Detroit Tiger. Still love it.
Yeah, I don't think he gets enough love. There's a couple that I won't go over their entire thing, but I'll mention them at the end of the show, because if we just don't have a long enough show to do all these athletes. But there are a lot of people. Do yourself a favor, America. Do a deep dive later on today, and there are a bunch of articles that have been written. Hell, I don't know how you would find mine, because mine was about 7 years ago, but that have been written about this very topic, how many athletes gave all, and some of them gave up their entire, not just their life, some of them also gave up the prime years of their career. I know life is much more important, but I'm saying from a perspective of a sports, history, there's no telling what some of these guys would have been. Rocky Bleier is a great example. He got shrapnel in the leg and then continued off into a pretty darn good NFL career. But what would he have been if he hadn't been running around with shrapnel